Okay, we're live. I'm late. I'm so sorry. I tried so hard to be here. I tried so hard. I tried so hard to be here. I'm so sorry. I tried so freaking hard to be here on time. I did. But it's okay. We're here now. We are here now and we are getting started. And we are, hi everybody, Chatty Juror here. We're getting started on day 3 today. We have a full day to today and I believe Thursday as well to do some catching up, which is awesome. Court is in session today, but we are starting day 3 now. I'm going to, in just 1 second, pop it on, and we are going to get started with witness. Oh geez, I think number 6 or number 7. Witness number 6. We just ended Daniel Whitley, who was another firefighter, EMT, paramedic. And we are going to get started on excuse me, day 3. I'm going to run the intro and then we're going to get going. We're gonna get in it. We're gonna get into it. I have some breakfast. Let's just get going. Let's ride. Let's get it. All righty, folks. Here we go. All right, let's get in there, and we'll get that in there. And my phone's dying. What a wild morning! What an absolutely wild morning we are having. I'm gonna play this from Court TV to see if just if it's different, if it's better, if it's not. Of course, internet is now. So we're just going to give it 1 second before we get started. I don't know why it's being like this because there's literally no one else here. Okay, so as the internet sorts itself out, we ended the day with a feisty, ended day 2 with a solid understanding that the defense is going to be mean to a lot of these people. And I can definitely say last trial, they were feisty, they were bold, they were big, they were boisterous. But I think this trial, everyone is on edge. Everyone is feeling something different. Let me see here. Let me just. Everyone's feeling an emotion that is going to be shown and proven with all of the cross-examinations right now during the Commonwealth's case in chief. So when the Commonwealth is bringing in their witnesses, we are going to see a very, very feisty defense team. We're going to see it no matter what. They are going to tell the jury, and with more than just their words, that this is ridiculous. It can be difficult. It can feel awkward. It can feel weird. But let's see. It can feel weird. It can feel gross. It can feel icky, but they got to do it, you know? They got to do it.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Independent read happened to see. Thank you very much. Will we bring Mr. Whitman back in, please?
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Can I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Whitley, yesterday you testified that when Karen Reed was brought to the hospital, she didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny and she didn't want to give a urine sample. Do you recall that testimony?
All right. So Daniel Whitley, still on cross. Whitney Spears. Hi, Vicky B. Can't wait to watch all day. Who's this Baldy? Baldy is Daniel Whitley. He is the EMT paramedic firefighter who took Karen Reed to the hospital right after John O'Keefe went to the hospital on Karen Reed's Section 12. So they were called out. I'm in it to win it, baby. Daniel Whitley and his crew were called out for the Section 12 on Karen Reed. So that's basically a 5150, like a minor 5150. It's just a psych evaluation in Massachusetts. And so this was his job. There it gets a little heated, and this is gonna be the death. A hold for 24, not necessarily, just like a in-hospital psych evaluation. She was not held for 24 hours. It definitely was not a 24-hour hold. Sorry, I'm seeing the internet doing dumb things, and I don't want to play. I don't want to hit play if it's wonky. Yeah, so she went in, there was crying, there was phone calls in the ambulance, there was her in the hospital, and then there was a moment between Peggy O'Keefe, which is the internet is being a bitch, like seriously. Like legitimately it's being a problem. I don't know why. All right, I'm gonna take a quick little break. I'm gonna reset the router. So because I want this to work and not be terrible. So give me 1 second. All right, we're back.
testimony?
I do.
It was clear to you that her reluctance to cooperate at that time was because she very much wanted to check on John's progress and status at the hospital, correct?
No, I don't believe that to be the case.
Well, you testified before the grand jury regarding this matter 3 years ago, didn't you?
I don't believe I said that she was
I
reluctant.
didn't ask you that question. You testified before the grand jury 3 years ago, didn't you?
I testified before the grand jury 3 years ago.
You were under oath then, as you're under oath today, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
You swore to tell the truth in 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
That was less than 3 months after you brought Karen Reed to the hospital, didn't you?
Yeah.
And your memory of what happened at the hospital was very good in April of 2022, right?
As good as today.
Your memory in April of 2022 was very good, wasn't it?
It was very good as it is today.
Okay, so you want to add the as it is today, despite the fact that you weren't asked that question. Is that right?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
All right. When questioned by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, you were asked the following question. So what, if any, interaction did you have with her, meaning Ms. Reed, at the hospital once you were there? You remember that question, right?
I do.
And your answer was, they call it the psych hallway, where they have rooms set up for psychiatric patients for their evaluation. And then she was unhappy that she wasn't able to see him, meaning John. And she kept trying to. She didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny. She didn't want to, I believe, give a urine sample. She was not, the nurses were asking her to do certain things that every patient has to do, and she was not cooperating with them. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
So 3 years ago, when you testified about this issue of giving a urine sample, you testified under oath that you believed that she didn't want to give a urine sample, correct?
Correct.
Yesterday, 3 years later, you testified with certainty that she didn't want to give them, right?
Yeah, she was giving them a hard time about having to give a urine sample.
Right, no.
Sorry, I'm trying so hard with this internet. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I have nothing open other than this. I don't know what to do. What's your question? Ask away as I sort this out. No. Nope. For very specific things that affected me personally, maybe, but absolutely not. No. My memory of yesterday is worse than it was yesterday. I don't remember. My memory of this morning. No, they don't. And that's a problem. And that's like a real issue for me. Okay, so we restarted the router and that made it worse. That made it worse. Do I need to restart my computer? My Computron? Let me try something. Is it? Do I need a different one? That's what I'm saying though. Like, but that's what I'd be saying, like out loud. The mess. I just want to play this for you guys. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream. Like, I can hop onto anything. And there's like no one else here. Like, we're not even open. Okay. It looks like maybe that did it. I'm hardwired through a different Ethernet cable. So maybe that.
No, I'm asking you about your testimony yesterday in contrast to the grand jury, sir. To the extent that I ask yes or no question, I'd like yes or no answers.
So
okay?
no instructions to the witness, Mr.
Your
Yannetti.
Honor,
Ask
may
a
the witness be
question.
instructed to answer the question yes or no if it calls for a yes or no question.
Sir, answer the question that's asked of you. Okay.
Okay.
So go ahead, ask a question.
So go ahead,
testified
ask a
yesterday
question.
That she didn't want to give a urine sample without saying it was your belief that she didn't want to give one, correct?
Correct.
In any case, were you aware that when she was asked to give a urine sample,
I think we're good.
that Ms. Reed had gotten her period
Cross
and
your
did not have a
fingers, say a
tampon?
prayer.
I was aware she was on her period. Yes.
You're also aware that when somebody is brought to the hospital for a Section 12, they have no privacy. Isn't that right?
They have medical privacy. Either the tech or the nurse would be with the patient at all times.
Okay. With them at all times, observing them at all times, correct?
So they wouldn't be, she wasn't in like a hallway open to the public.
Understood, sir. But she also, when I said privacy, what I was asking is she was not allowed to go to the bathroom alone to give a urine sample, correct?
She was a psychiatric patient.
Right. So she would have to use the bathroom in front of hospital personnel or some medical personnel with people watching her while she was on her period with no tampon, correct?
I would understand that to be true.
All right. And you're aware that she did cooperate and eventually give a blood sample as well, correct?
I'm not aware of a blood sample, but urine sample, yes.
She did give the urine sample.
Correct.
Now, in your testimony yesterday, you discussed the topic of your memory of what Karen Reed may have asked you about John surviving in the snow with light clothing. You remember those questions?
So the little roundabout objections, Your Honor, are irrelevant, fair, right? The thought of like, why do we have to have this conversation in front of the jury? Because the conversation they had prior to this at the end of day 3 was very much so, how was she acting? Oh, well, she was acting concerned and she kept asking about John. Okay. And what else? For a Section 12, what else? Basically. Like, so tell me why? And you knew she was on her period, right? No, you have received some medical background of her, which she does have a very lengthy, intense medical background. Karen Reed has been suffering with chronic illnesses and many other things for her entire life, and now she has to do a urine sample in front of hospital employees because why? Because she was worried about someone and she was vocal about it. Does that really constitute a Section 12? We're getting into all of that. Now, this is not the person who wrote the Section 12. This is just the person whose job it is to act on the Section 12. But still, there was the note of snarkiness yesterday. Oh, well, she was snarky. Oh, okay. So wait, someone can get Section 12 because they're snarky? Oh, wait. So someone can get forced into a psych evaluation because they're snarky? But that wasn't in any of your reports. Well, I didn't write the reports. Okay. So why was snarkiness part of, a reason to talk to the police? Like, why did this come? It's all like you guys went above and beyond what you needed to say about like describing Karen Reed while at the same time doing not enough to actually take care of anyone in the situation. My has to be Section 12 for being snarky. I'm a bitch.
I remember asking about not having a jacket, correct?
Now, starting at the end of the day, when I cross-examined you yesterday, I asked you about that topic and I said to you, you mentioned something about hypothermia, that you assumed you may have been dealing with the hypothermia situation. And your answer was, well, she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
But before I cross-examined you at the end of the day yesterday, you previously testified 3 times about this topic, correct?
I believe it would be the grand jury and the previous trial.
Right, and direct examination when Mr. Brennan was asking you questions before I stood up, correct?
That very easily could have been a yes. Just a yes. Having to say the grand jury and the previous trial, no. Just answer the question. You've testified 3 times, right? Yes. You're not supposed to tell the jury that this is the second trial. Ah.
Okay, yes.
Let's start with the first time you testified about this topic back in 2022. That was, again, less than 3 months after you had a conversation with Ms. Reed at the scene on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Her statements and questions to you at the scene were fresh in your mind in April of 2022, correct?
Correct.
In April of 2022, before the grand jury, Mr. Lally asked you, quote, what, if any, questions did she ask you regarding hypothermia? Do you remember that question?
I do.
Your answer was, she was just wondering if he could have survived outside in the cold even though he didn't have a jacket on. Do you remember giving that answer?
I do.
Nowhere in that answer, in 2022, less than 3 months after these events, do you attribute the words, quote, many hours, end quote, in the snow to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes, I was not.
I'm not
qualify.
asking for an explanation, sir. I'm asking for an answer.
All right, so he was answering you, Mr.
My
Yannetti.
question called for a yes or no answer. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you attribute the words many hours in the snow to Ms. Reed, yes or no?
No, I did not say that at that point.
Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
She did. At that.
Sir, I'm asking you about your testimony.
So let him
Yikes.
answer the question.
Let me ask it again. Nowhere.
I don't necessarily like that Judge Cannoni is out here being like, let him answer, let him answer, let him. No, she knows the deal. Like, she knows how this works. This is not your time to explain. Just answer my questions, please. Because you're doing this whole beating around the bush. You're doing this and that. Da, 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 da. I hate that. I hate that she is doing this. Legally, it's fine. But like as a person, as a juror, it's like, wait, why? As a juror who knows why he's getting upset, as a juror who knows why Yannetti is getting upset that he is not answering the questions as in a yes or no, like, hey, can you just answer my question? I know why he's getting upset. It makes sense. As a juror who may not even be aware of like the court process and direct examination, cross-examination, et cetera, how the questions are supposed to be different, open-ended versus closed-ended. It may be a turnoff to the defense team. It may be like, bro, just let him answer the question. It's like, but he wants to answer like he's being directly examined, but he is being cross-examined. She does it a lot. Like, we'll talk directly to the witness after an objection. Just ask them herself. I do not like it. Again, agreed. I do not like it either because she dumbs the question down. She gets snarky. Can you answer that? She adds her own tone, which gives permission to the witness to be like, I don't know. I can't answer that. It's like, but you can, because you already have twice before in front of the grand jury and last trial, so like she's giving she's giving witnesses permission to, I don't want to say lie. I don't want to say not tell the truth, but to be evasive. And I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Nowhere in your answer in 2022 did you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
In 2022, I testified that I was just told to be brief and give generalizations. She quantified many hours in the snow. When we were back at
Let me try this again,
So,
sir. because
Mr. Yannetti, you're just saying 2022. Get to a
Of
date
course,
and a
yes.
place.
April of 2022, okay, before the grand jury. My question again, and I'm still seeking a yes or no answer from you, okay? Nowhere in your answer in April of 2022, before the grand jury, did you testify under oath that Ms. Reed told you that John had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
Not in 2022 of April. No.
Okay. The next time you testified under oath was last year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
During that testimony, Mr. Lally asked you, oh, by the way, so 2022 is no mention of many hours, right?
I did not, and I was told to be brief on the grand jury stand.
But again, no mention of
Right.
many hours in 2022. Okay. Now,
Talk about you being
2024
prepped
last
to
year,
go in front of the
Mr.
grand
Lally
jury.
asked you-
That's not a good
so
look
Firefighter
either.
Whitley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, Ms. Reed, can you describe sort of her demeanor or any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking with her? And your answer was yes. She was very upset. She kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
So 2022, there was no mention of many hours. 2024, over time, now that's the first time that you mention the words many hours in your testimony regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you testified last year, you testified still that she was asking you a question about surviving in the snow, correct?
Correct.
So then we come to yesterday on direct examination. Do you recall that Mr. Brennan yesterday asked you, before you left, were you having any conversations with the defendant? And you answered yes. Recall that yesterday?
Is that at the hospital?
I'm asking you yesterday, do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you before you left essentially the scene, were you having any conversations with the defendant? And your answer was yes.
You're talking about I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same instance. Are we talking about when we left the hospital or when we left Fairview Road?
When you were at Fairview Road, leaving Fairview Road, we're talking about the same subject of what Ms. Reed supposedly told you or asked you. Okay, Mr. Brennan went into that with you.
So on the way to, you're talking on the way to the hospital in terms of left, when we left.
Well, before you left, he meant before you left the scene.
Okay,
When
no, I'm
you
just trying to clarify.
Again, it's the same conversation, Mr. Whitley. I'm not
So,
trying to trick you.
Mr. Yannetti, he just asked for a point of reference. It's clear. Now go.
Understood. And Mr. Brennan said, can you share with the jury what those conversations were about? And your answer was, so we were talking, she was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, even sitting outside in the snow without any coat for many hours. Do you recall that answer that you gave yesterday on direct examination?
Yes.
And that was the first time that you mentioned that she said, supposedly, or asked supposedly, about him sitting outside in the snow, correct?
I was just using phrases generally speaking.
Not my question.
I wasn't at that point I was paraphrasing. I was not speaking verbatim to what she said.
Let's try that again. That was the first time that you mentioned that.
Are you guys uncomfortable? Are you guys feeling icky? Like annoyed by all of them? All three people are making me, all three people are making me uncomfortable and upset and annoyed. All three people. Yannetti, his tone, his little remarks, his let's try that again. The witness, and Judge Beverly Cannoni. All of them are making me annoyed. And if I was a juror sitting there watching all this, I would be so annoyed. This is first thing in the morning. The jury has come in and they have sat down and they are seeing three people basically just be mad and mean to each other. I don't know if this is doing it, you know?
She claimed or asked that he was sitting.
I don't think
outside,
it's
correct?
necessary.
It could have been sitting, laying, being.
Let's try it a third time.
So
Was
just ask the question, not let's try it.
Sure.
Let's try it.
Was
See?
that the first time?
And that is a moment where I say, thank you, Judge Beverly Cannoni, for saying that, because I just want him to ask the question. I think it's way more powerful to be like, hey, what is 2 + 2? Well, when I was in math school, no. Okay. Hey, what is 2 + 2 equal? In math school, when I was learning, what is 2 + 2? 4. Next question. I think that's more powerful than let's try this again. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. I think it's more powerful to just ask the question. Ask the question. And if you get objected, asked and answered, whatever, move on. The jurors will sit there and be like, he never actually answered the question. I would be the chattiest juror.
Time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed said or asked about him sitting outside.
Are you asking me to clarify whether she used
I'm
the
not
word
asking you
sitting?
to clarify anything. I'm asking you whether that was the first time yesterday during direct examination that you mentioned that she asked about him sitting outside.
I'm sorry. I am very confused because I'm trying to figure out if he was being outside, sitting outside.
I'm asking about Ms. Reed's statement, sir. That's all I've been asking you about. her
Okay.
statements to you and your testimony about her statements to you. Was yesterday on direct examination the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed mentions the words sitting outside?
I don't know.
All right.
I'm just using, she might have said laying outside, being outside, outside.
Okay, so when you testified yesterday before this jury
Yes.
that she mentioned the words sitting outside, you're now saying that that might not have been accurate, correct?
It could have been a different word.
Okay, but you didn't say it could have been a different word yesterday. You just left it as sitting outside, correct?
Yeah, that's what I said, sitting.
All right, so now we get from, the grand jury with many hours mentioned, to questions about many hours, to sitting outside, to let's talk about what you said on cross-examination.
I object.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Sure. On cross-examination, your words were, she said he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours, correct?
She had asked if he had been outside, if there was any chance he could be alive, even though he was outside without a jacket for many hours.
So it always was a question, correct?
It was a question.
She never said what you said on cross-examination yesterday, which was she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours. That was not a declarative statement by Ms. Reed, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Was that a declarative statement by Ms. Reed?
She asked if he could be alive without a jacket in the snow for many hours.
So again, it was a question, sir.
She asked me, and we were just trying to give her hope in terms of telling stories of hypothermic patients that could survive outside in the snow.
Okay, is there any redirect?
Briefly.
Okay.
Oh my God. I just.
When you were called to the grand jury, was the
A bigger issue for me is seeing these EMTs, firefighters, paramedics, seeing them become slightly defensive on the stand, when in my opinion, it should just be, here are the answers. I am not taking a side. I shouldn't be changing my attitude, my body, my position, my face, because now the defense team is standing up and asking me questions. Just answer the questions. You are a paramedic. You were called out to the scene to take care of somebody. You don't get a side. You don't have history with this person. You don't have a trauma that happened to you because of this case. Yeah, you might have been traumatized because of the scene, but you do not know. You are not part of the investigation. You are very simply called out in a truck with medical equipment in a bag to either take someone to the hospital because they were injured or take someone to the hospital because of a Section 12. Just answer the question. Do not, if you get on the stand and you are trying to sway the jury because you're now being defensive, because the defense team is now asking you questions, it doesn't make you look good to your employers, to the city that you work in. I don't want to end up in a situation that now I'm in court. I'm gonna have to defend myself, but the crime scene or whatever happened, I needed an ambulance, and now I have the paramedics against me too. They have no idea. They took me to the hospital, and now they're against me because they have been so inundated with the media, with the internet, with their neighbors, with their community about this case. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't look good. It doesn't taste good. It's not comfortable. It's not comfortable. And let's not forget, these jurors are from the same community.
the testimony is in depth and as long as it is in front of this
Broader
jury?
sense of
Not even
they're not.
When you're recounting your memories of what happened, do you memorize word
Same
for word
area.
what you've said in the past?
Objection.
As to that form, it's sustained.
When you're recounting the past, do you record your statements personally?
Objection.
I'm going to let that word. Do you record your statements?
No.
Next question.
When you testified in the grand jury, page 90, line 15, and you said, the defendant told you, I'm upset if he dies, I want to die. And then you later testify last year, and you said, if my husband dies, I want to die. Do you notice the little differences between those phrases?
I do.
Is that you making up words?
No.
Is that you trying to help a case?
Objection.
As to form, that's sustained.
Are you inventing facts?
No,
Come on.
Sir, when you were
Stop
recounting
asking
what
a leading
happened that
question.
day, are you using your best memory?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were asked by the defendant about how long, or someone out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, do you remember that conversation with her?
I do.
Where were you during that conversation?
We were in the back of the ambulance.
Do you remember it distinctly?
I remember it distinctly. She was looking at me.
When you tried to give her hope and comfort and you told her stories about other situations where people, maybe children, have fallen through the ice and had hypothermia, did you have that conversation with her in trying to comfort her?
I did.
Do you remember that conversation?
I do.
Did you necessarily share those conversations with the grand jury?
I don't recall if I did or I didn't.
Did you ever write that in your report?
No,
Is it something you typically put everything in your report?
no, we do not write. Generally, we only write patient complaint, what happened, what they did, not their opinions or anything like that of to what's going on.
Do you have any interest
Do y'all think that this is a good argument for now firefighters, EMTs, paramedics to have body cams?
in the outcome of this case?
I do not.
How long have you been a firefighter for?
Since March
All
of
this could be avoided
2006,
if we have
and
video.
an EMT since November of 2002.
Over 20 years.
Correct.
You said that you live near Kerry Roberts?
I do.
You've been to a block party for the kids where you brought the fire engine down?
I do.
Lives less than 200 yards from
When you're
Carrie
at that
Roberts.
block party, do you ever step out and
He's her
have secret
neighbor.
meetings with Kerry Roberts trying to corroborate some conspiracy on their behalf?
No. No.
Put your career on the line?
Objection.
No further questions.
Any follow-up, Mr. Yannetti?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Firefighter Whitley, you are all set, sir.
Like to play clip 5, Your Honor?
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next
Okay.
witness is Jean
No. That's moving along that fast because that's crazy. So what just happened? So that was that little video clip from the doc. I think that was like the documentary. There was like a bulk amount of stuff being filmed of Karen Reed, and a lot of people had access to it. Like it was given to different people for interviews and clips and stuff like that, but I believe that was specifically filmed for the documentary. It might have been used in other places, but she also says like the same things in other interviews as well. So that clip they played to the judge, to the court yesterday with the other clip, and they were like, hey, we're going to argue why this should be used, why this should be played, da 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 da. Defense said, like, no, like, I don't care, whatever. Like, if it's in, it's no big deal. It's not the end of the world. And Brennan wanted it in, and Canoni said, "Yep, you can play it." So they played that clip. Now, if you remember back to Peggy O'Keefe, she sat there and said, "I don't remember saying a single word to Karen Reed and her father when they walked into my house." And by my house, I mean John O'Keefe's house. I didn't say a single word to her. But then Karen is saying, not under oath, mind you, this interview was not under oath. This is just an interview, her sitting in front of cameras. Karen Reed says, Peggy leaned over the counter and snapped at me that, oh, it looks like he got hit by a car. Looks like he got hit by a car. So who's telling the truth? Who's lying? Was that necessary? In my opinion, the Commonwealth put someone on the stand, the other person in that 2-person conversation that allegedly happened. And she sat on the stand and said, I don't remember saying anything to her. And then they play a clip from Karen saying, she said this to me. So the jurors are sitting there like, what the hell's going on? What the hell's going on? The only person, like, what's going on? I'm confused. I think it was just, I don't really see the value in it. I can see why Brennan saw value in it, but I don't see the value in it.
Please come to the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yeah, you take a seat. You can scooch in close to the microphone. Thanks.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jean Demulis. I am the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up if you would, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
You said you're the general manager at CF McCarthy's?
In Canton, yes,
How long have you been the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton for?
for 6 years.
Can you briefly describe for the jury what CF McCarthy's is?
It is a restaurant and bar.
At CF McCarthy's, is there a video surveillance system inside?
Yes,
Who owns that video surveillance system?
CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with the video system?
Yes,
Have you ever looked at it before?
yes,
Do you employ people to help the establishment with the video system?
no,
You maintain it on your own?
yes,
At some point, were you visited by somebody from the Massachusetts State Police?
yes,
Were you asked whether or not they could view some of your video surveillance?
yes.
Do you remember the date? Not the date they came to visit you, the date that they were looking for.
I believe it was January 28th, 27th, 28th of 2022.
Around that time?
Yes,
Did you allow access to the video system?
yes,
Did you oversee that access to the video system?
yes.
Was it a state police officer?
It was two state police detectives.
Do you remember their names?
I remember one of the detective names. I do not remember the other detective.
The one you remember, could you share the name?
It was Detective Buchnick, Yuri.
Detective Yuri Buchnick.
Yes,
At some point, was he allowed to download information from the surveillance system?
yes,
Did you watch him do that?
yes, I did.
At some point, have you been able to briefly look at some of that download?
Yes,
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the surveillance or the area of your bar?
yes.
Move to introduce.
Okay, there's no objection, Ms. Giannetti?
There is no objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 18, so marked.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I play just a small portion?
Sure.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just some random shots from this video, but I want to know if you recognize it. Is this the inside of CF McCarthy's?
Yes,
So this is the first place that Karen met John O'Keefe here. Karen met John O'Keefe here at the bar at CF McCarthy's. And then they went to another bar, restaurant, but I think the Waterfall is just a bar. I don't know if they serve food. But this place is like a bar restaurant. It's very Massachusetts. Like it's so it's so New England. It's so funny. Like the way where the door is, how it's set up, it's on the corner, the tiny little tables, everyone's squeezed in. It's so Massachusetts. I love it.
I'm not asking if you have any particular knowledge or
never
information
go.
about that night. I just want to know is this a fair and accurate depiction of what CF McCarthy's looks like?
yes,
Has there been any substantive, significant changes to the inside of that establishment
no,
since this video was taken?
no.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay.
I have no questions.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The quick witness, it's just laying the foundation that the video that we see of CF McCarthy's will be of CF McCarthy's.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Bridget Meehan.
Comes for the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Bridget Meehan.
Where do you work?
I work at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton.
The name maybe tells us a little bit about it, but could you just share a couple lines of what the Waterfall Bar and Grill is?
It's a small family-owned business in Canton. It's in a mixed condo complex.
Are you involved in the ownership of it?
Yes,
How long have you been involved with the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
we've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you help run the establishment?
Yes, I do.
And you were running the establishment back on January 28, 2022? At some point, were you asked or visited to see if your establishment had video surveillance of the inside?
I was.
Does your establishment have video surveillance of the inside?
It does.
Do you have a camera and a server?
Do you have, yes, I do.
Did you provide video surveillance to the Massachusetts State Police from that night, January 28, 2022?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'd like
Yes.
to move this in as an exhibit, please.
Okay. Ms. Giannetti?
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is the second place
the court
that
permission?
everyone went.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you just a brief clip.
And this is high top tables. High top table. Look at those
Okay,
high
stop,
top
please.
tables.
Do you see that video?
I do.
Does that depict the inside of McCarthy's?
No.
I'm sorry, the waterfall?
Yes.
I'm trying
I
to
don't.
switch establishments on you. Back on January 28, 2022, does that look the way it looked then?
Yes.
Has there been any significant changes inside since then?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
No questions.
All right, Ms. Meehan,
Thank you.
And I'll just set them down.
Again, just establishing the foundation that the videos that we see that
All
are
right, your
told
next witness, Mr. Brennan.
that are
Commonwealth
from
calls Mike
the
Cameron.
waterfall will be from the waterfall.
So just that one up. Take the breath, raise your hand.
You solemnly swear
Good morning.
May I?
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Camerano.
Mr. Camerano, can I ask how old you are? I'm sorry.
Spell your last name.
Camerano.
And so if you could either move the microphone down a little bit or speak up, or maybe a combination of both, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask you how old you are?
48,
Where do you live?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. We have 2 children.
How old are your children, sir?
My daughter is 17. My son is 14.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I met John for the first time at his sister's, they had a benefit for his sister in 2000.
This is going to be a tough one. So just, if you can't handle the emotions this morning, that's okay. This is going to be a tough
2013. I met John there for the first time. Then years later, our kids got involved with sports together and they became very close. As they became close, I became very close with John and his family.
Was your daughter close with John's niece?
Yes.
Was your son close with?
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time together through sports and socially?
Yes, we did.
I want to take you forward to January 28th of 2022.
Okay.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Had you, without any discussion of what might have been said, did you have any discussions with John that day?
Yes.
Did you have a plan?
Yes, we were communicating.
At some point, did you decide that you were going to spend some time or go meet John?
Yes. That Friday, my daughter and his daughter, they got acceptance letters to school. So we wanted to get them together so they could enjoy the time together. And, just, go over like how it'll be so much fun, something new, different. Yeah, so we were going to meet up after I got out of work.
Was your daughter planning to go to a new school?
Yes.
Where?
Bishop Fan,
And how about his niece?
same.
They both got accepted to
They
the
both
same
got
school?
accepted to the same school.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
Did you have a plan to bring the children together so they could celebrate?
Yes, we did.
And then separately, you were going to meet John and celebrate?
Correct.
Where did you drop your daughter off?
I dropped my daughter off at John. I went into John's. I was at the house with John and the girls, and we had a little celebration. Talked about how nice it's going to be, fun, change, different, meet new people.
And you celebrated at John's house before you went out?
Correct.
After the celebration with your children, did you and John leave?
Yes.
During that celebration, was there anybody there other than you, John, and your 2 daughters?
No. No. Karen was not there.
Was there anybody else there?
Nope. Just the 2 girls, myself and John.
What was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was not snowing yet.
Was there an expectation? for
Yes,
the
there's an
next morning?
expectation. Yes,
And what was that?
that there was going to be a big snowstorm coming in.
A storm was coming.
Yes.
When you left, did you leave in a separate car then, John, or did you leave together?
No, we left together. John got in my car and we were leaving. We were going to leave.
Where were the girls?
The girls are in the house, stayed in the house.
They were staying at John's house?
Yes, correct.
Where did you go?
We went to CF McCarthy's.
When you got there, did you know anybody who was there other than you and John?
At that time, no.
Did you spend time at CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Was John drinking?
Yes.
Alcohol?
Yes.
How long were you there for?
A couple hours.
While you were there, did anybody come and meet you that you knew?
Yes.
Who?
A friend. And then Karen came in.
The friend?
Yes.
What was the friend's name?
Kurt.
And then how long after you first got there was it that the defendant arrived?
I would like to say within an hour, so not 100% sure.
You said back home it was a celebratory mood. Was it still a celebratory mood at McCarthy's?
Yes.
When the defendant arrived, did she spend time with you and John?
I've talked briefly to her, and her and John were mostly talking.
Okay. You didn't see any issues?
No.
It was a normal night?
Seemed to be, yes.
As far as you could see?
Yes.
And you saw John drinking?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant drinking?
I saw her with a glass, yes.
Did you leave at the same time that John left?
No, I did not.
When you left, was John still at the establishment?
Yes.
When you left, was the defendant still with him?
Yes.
Why did you leave?
I left because I got a phone call. My son was playing hockey in the backyard, and he got hit with a stick and lost his tooth.
Oh. Where did you go?
It's not funny. That's a terrible situation, but like, that's such a kid move, you know? Like, that's such a kid move. I got a call. My son was playing hockey, someone's backyard. He got hit with a stick and he lost a damn tooth. So I had to go. Had to cut the night short because my damn kid got hit in the head with a hockey stick and lost a tooth. Like, that's such a kid thing to happen. Like, oh.
I went to my son's friend's house.
Do you know about what time that was when you went to see your son?
I would like to say 9:30, between 9:30 and 10.
You didn't go back to McCarthy's that night, did you?
No, I did not.
After you helped your son, where did you go next?
I went to pick up my daughter, Madeline,
Did you go?
at John's house.
Did you go in John's house?
No, I did not.
When you got to John's house, did your daughter come out?
No.
Really nice name.
We went to the
Madeline.
side door and rang the doorbell.
And then what happened?
And then my daughter came to the door.
Where'd you go?
From there, we left and went home.
When you went home, had the weather changed at all?
It was cool. It might have been flurrying at that time.
No accumulation?
No.
You got home?
Yes.
Did you do anything significant when you got home?
Put the kids to bed, my son, and no, I went to bed.
Probably.
What's the next thing you remember happening?
Waking up to, I missed some phone calls.
Who were the missed phone calls from?
From my wife and Karen.
What did you do?
I called my wife.
After speaking to your wife, what did you do?
I got in my car and drove to John's house.
About what time was this?
In between maybe 5 and 6 a.m.
What was your mood at that point?
I was panicked.
Why did you go to John's house?
Because I went to get Kaylee.
Did you know she was alone?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get to John's house?
Maybe 5-7 minutes.
When you get to John's house, what do you see?
I pull in the driveway. I see that the garage door is open. I go in through the garage door. I don't know if Kaylee was standing there. If the door, she came out the door, and I asked her, if she needed anything, she could get in my car and stay warm.
When you first saw Kaylee, what did she look like?
She looked distraught.
Did you try to help her?
Well, I think I just said everything will be okay.
Did she come with you?
Oh,
yes.
Poor thing.
Where are you going?
To my house.
So what happens?
So we go to my house, and my daughter's up, and the two girls they were hanging downstairs, just hanging out, just being kids. And then, I don't know, a couple hours later, maybe Paul called me and asked me to bring Kaylee home.
Did you know anything at that point?
I did, yes.
You did or didn't?
At that point, I did when Paul had told me.
So what do you do?
Asked Madeline and Kaylee if I'd say, Madeline, we come for the ride. I don't say anything to Kaylee, and we get in the car and I start heading back to John's house.
And you didn't say anything to Kaylee?
No,
Not his
I
place.
didn't. I just said everything will be all right. She had a feeling.
Why do you say that?
She didn't want to go home.
It's not, and it's not his place. It's not his place to do that. That belongs to a family member. You know, that's not his place. And he knew that. He could see that. He understood that. That's not his place. That's not his job. That's not what Kaylee needed in that moment. She needed her friend's very supportive dad, who probably has continued to play a massive role in her life, to just be there. And she can go home and have those conversations with the family, with her grandma, with her uncles, with her sibling. You know, she can have those conversations. That was not his job. And that hurts him in a lot of ways. And I get it. I get it.
So what happens next?
I get it.
So I pull in the driveway, and I remember Paul and Papa standing. I think they were standing at the side door, and we just embraced.
Did you stay?
No, not long. No.
Did you go back?
I was to the house. I went back to my house.
Did you go back to John's house?
I did the next day. Yes, I was there.
When you went back, were there people there?
Yes,
Many?
there was people coming and going.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning, Mr. Cameron.
Good morning.
This is quite painful for you to remember the events of January 28th, is it not?
Yes,
You were very close with your friend John O'Keefe, correct?
I was close with them. Yes,
Take it easy.
And you actually met Karen Reed through John, correct?
correct.
After meeting Karen, you spent a good amount of time with both Karen and John, correct?
Correct.
As of January 28th of 2022, you had known Karen for maybe about a year or so,
Sounds correct.
and you'd see them especially on Fridays, correct?
Correct.
That would be sort of the day that you get together with both of them often.
Yes,
And of course, your children spent a lot of time with John and Karen, right?
correct.
You entrusted both Karen and John with your kids.
Yes,
Sometimes your kids would even go on vacation with Karen and John, right?
they did go to the Cape. Yes,
Sometimes you'd see Karen without John at your house or on a ball field. And your daughter in particular would sometimes spend time with just Karen without John, correct?
correct.
Your daughter would sometimes go over to Karen's house in Mansfield when she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, when your daughter would go to Karen's house in Mansfield, Karen would be the one in charge of caring for her, correct?
Correct.
And you were fine with that because you liked and you trusted Karen, right?
Correct.
And in your view, Karen was very good with kids, right?
Correct.
But you also had the opportunity to see Karen and John together, right?
Yes,
You saw how they interacted with each other over that year period that you knew Karen.
yes,
You saw how they got along.
yes.
And you never observed any arguments or bickering, correct?
I mean, they argued and bickered.
You had previously testified that you wouldn't even call it arguing, you just call it banter, right?
Yes, I mean, he would. I mean, no, he would get upset or like over if she bought expensive things for the kids.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
we will get to that. That would be the one thing that John would complain about, Karen buying like very nice things for his niece and nephew, right?
Correct.
Or he'd complain if, Karen was taking his niece and other girls to get their nails done, like extravagances like that.
Correct.
And one specific memory you have is when Karen bought his niece a very
Extravagances,
expensive
like getting
sweater,
your nails
right?
done.
Correct.
And you recall John telling you that he wished that she hadn't done that because he considered that to be spoiling the girl, correct?
Yes.
But it was very clear to you from your observations that Karen really, really liked John. I'm sorry, John really, really liked Karen, right?
Sustained.
He certainly never told you or even suggested he was thinking about or planning to break up with Karen, right?
No.
Okay, so with regard to that Friday night, January 28th, sir, the plan was for you and John to go to McCarthy's to have some drinks because there was a storm coming in, correct? And because of the celebration of the girls getting into Bishop Fenton?
Well, yeah, we were going out. It wasn't continuing.
It's such a weird thing. It's like, oh yeah, they wanted to go out because a storm was coming. No, I don't think it was because a storm. I didn't want to go out because a storm was rolling in. Oh yeah, about to get a blizzard. Let's go get wasted. No, it was just they hang out and they're celebrating their daughters or their niece, and those two are together, and they deserve a
continuation of the
cheers
celebration
as well.
of the girls. We were going out to have a few beers as guys.
Okay. And when you were leaving the house, John asked you to move your car, right?
Correct.
Where was your car when John asked you to move it that night?
Actually, I backed up my car. We were leaving the driveway, and John asked me to stop so he could move his car.
I see. And he wanted you to move your car because of the storm coming in, and you wanted Karen to be able to pull her car into the garage, right?
Correct.
And that was really thoughtful of him, wasn't it?
Yes, extremely.
And it showed you that he was being chivalrous toward Karen that night, right?
Yes.
He didn't want Karen to be out in the heavy snow later when she returned to his house during the expected blizzard, right?
Sustained.
You took from that
Probably
that there was an
tracks a lot of
expectation that Karen
snow
would be coming
here.
back to his house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no inkling that day that anything was wrong between Karen and
I just have a feeling, as this is not a known truth or anything, but I just feel like Karen Reed's the type of person to continue to fight with him about wearing shoes in the house. Like when she was panicked, she did not take her shoes off to look for John. And I feel like she's probably like, I feel like she was the type of person to be like, John, it's okay. It's just shoes. So he's like, oh, no. You're not walking through the snow and bringing that into my house. You can at least get into the garage, tap your snowy boots off, and then you can go in. Because if she's parked outside, she's going to track all this snow into the damn house.
Karen and John, correct?
That's what I'm feeling. That's the vibe that I'm getting.
Everything seemed fine between the two of them, right?
Yes, he did mention though that night that he didn't understand why Karen had a plumber go to the house.
Because he had somebody that could have done that work instead of paying for the plumber, right?
Well, yes.
Okay.
And
but in any case, the plan was for Karen to meet up with the two of you, right?
yes,
And she did show up to McCarthy's at about 8:30 p.m. or so.
yes, I guess if that's the time.
And you saw an affectionate.
I'm sorry, what was the answer that you
If
said?
that was the time, I'm not sure about the timeline.
Okay. It was sometime after you
Yes.
gotten there. Right.
Correct.
But you do remember when Karen arrived, there was an affectionate greeting between John and Karen, right?
Yes.
You saw them kiss, right?
Yes.
You saw John put his arm around Karen.
Again, it was gross.
Correct.
And you saw that Karen sort of nestled into his embrace.
Correct.
And when she did that, that's when he kissed her, correct?
Yes.
And they seemed happy to see each other, did they not?
They did.
That night they were affectionate,
Yes.
laughing,
Yes.
happy,
Yes.
like a normal couple.
Yes.
No arguments.
No.
You witnessed no bickering, no tension, correct?
No.
And during the month before John's passing, that January of 2022, you observed their relationship in your presence to be normal, caring, and affectionate, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the relationship between John and Karen that night. Do you know what was going on behind closed doors other than what you saw?
I'll allow it.
No.
Do you know whether or not they texted each other that day?
No. That day, no.
Do you know whether
I
or
don't have
not
access
there
to
was
his
any
phone.
arguments that day?
I'll allow it.
Not to my. No. I don't know if they were. Well, I don't know if they were arguing over the plumber situation. I
Do you
don't
know if there's any vulgarities that day?
Not a vulgarity.
No.
Do you know if there's any vulgarities that night?
No, not to my knowledge.
Do you know whether or not John was trying to end the relationship with Miss Reed?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
No.
Next question.
Do you know if there was any jealousy in that relationship?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I mean, I mean, Karen wouldn't let, I mean, they did everything together, a lot of things together. And I thought at times, yeah, you could see, you know, she didn't want other women around John. I don't know, not at that, but.
Thank you.
You follow up?
All
All right, Mr. Cameron, you're all set, sir.
Whoa. She didn't want any women around John. That's fair. Okay. And I mean, women be crazy. I don't know. Like, that's not fair. I'm sure he also didn't want any men around her, right? Like, they're still in a new relationship. It's like a couple of years in. They're what, 1 or 2 years? I think that's fine. What do you? She didn't want any women around John.
I'll see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
But okay. That's normal. That's standard. That's basic. Is it not? All right. They had a little sidebar.
Or stand, however you're most comfortable today. Just do whatever you need to do. okay?
Guarino is back.
Good morning, everyone.
Sir, yesterday we talked about downloading phones and making what you called extractions.
Yes.
And from that data, you could create different types of
So
reports.
have Detective Guarino say his name again, please.
I'm sorry. Again, for the record, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned yesterday that you downloaded a number of phones, or you were involved in the process of downloading a number of phones.
That's correct.
You explained to us that after you have the data analyzed, you can pinpoint certain items that you may want to put in a document.
Yes. So we load the extractions into a program of our choosing. Cellbrite is the most commonly used, and then we can take call logs or text messages, any information that the investigator is looking for.
When you downloaded Mr. O'Keefe's phone and you downloaded the defendant's phone, did you try to create, or did you create a report through Cellbrite, the software, that would show you all of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs?
Yes, I did.
And when I use the term call logs, what does that mean?
The call logs are the calls that the phone receives.
Not the
How
ones
do you
that it
create a
goes
report
out.
from Cellbrite? Can you just
Wait, a call log is just the log of the phone calls that the phone receives? Not what is being called out, like what is being dialed?
How do you create a report from Cellbrite? Can you just walk us through that process briefly?
Yep. So in the program, you can go in and select the calls from it and export it into different formats, PDF, XML, HTML, or you can create a portable case and extract them all as a portable case that we would see on my computer.
May I approach
There's
Your Honor?
data
Yes.
in different forms, but it's all the same data.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is the call logs. Just want to make sure it's between John O'Keefe and the defendant from, just want to see the dates, the 28th, January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Would this contain all the phone calls from his phone data for the calls between those two parties that night?
Yes, that's what I created.
Thank you. Like to move this as an exhibit, please.
If I could, Your Honor, just want to compare to make sure you have the same.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
They just want to compare and make sure they have the same exact information on the same document. Just double checking, making sure.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Condemned.
And that's a lessee. It's like, So I'm going to be handling the experts, and I just want to double check your work. Just want to double check your work.
You captured all of the phone calls between two parties on that last document. Can you also do that with chats?
Yes, that is true.
With chat?
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
He's such a boomer.
Did you create a document of chats between the phones of the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe for after midnight, for the evening hours of January 29, 2002?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm good. You recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what that is?
These are the texts from the defendant to John O'Keefe. Yes.
For January 29, 2022?
Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry.
I move this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
624.
Did you identify or specify chat messages between John O'Keefe and a person named Jen McCabe?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a Cellbrite report?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
No. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Well,
Sir, handing you a document, do you recognize it?
Yes. This is the text messages between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe on 29th to on January 29th, 2022.
And this is to a search of Cellbrite, you match their data, pull up all of their conversations?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. I move into business, please, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
25.
Hi,
Similarly
Plus.
to the chats, did you do the same with calls between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I did.
This case is about this case is about the passing of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts is pointing the finger at Karen Reed for backing her oversized Lexus SUV into John, leaving him in a blizzard on the front lawn of another Boston police officer. Returning to the scene hours later, finding him well injured and on the very edge of passing away. John O'Keefe passed away, and Karen Reed is taking the defense for this crime. When the defense is saying, "Hey, Karen Reed did not do this. We have video evidence of her taillight being broken here. We have solid just proof of just bad policing in general. Someone else had to do this." Karen Reed was gone. There's data, there's evidence of her leaving the lawn, like leaving the house that she dropped him off at, and then he got injured, and his injuries are not consistent with a car hitting them. None of this is making sense. Bad policing. Everyone knows each other. Everyone grew up in the same town. Everyone's been friends forever. This is, someone did this and they are trying to blame Karen Reed for it. So that's really why we are here, because Karen Reed is Karen Reed is staying innocent. She is, I am innocent, and here's why I'm innocent. Because it was the Commonwealth is saying that Karen Reed, so they get out, like she pulls up to a house, drops him off. Karen Reed pulled forward. And mind you, it's late at night. It's like 1 or 2 in the morning. It's in the middle of a blizzard. Car pulls forward. She throws it into reverse, slams on the gas, backs up, and hits him. Hits John O'Keefe, a grown over 6 foot, 200 some pound man, throws him. He bounces his head off the frozen ground. This is what the Commonwealth is saying. So he has an injury to the back of the head, which creates, black eyes, and he is unable to stand or move. And so he just lays there as the blizzard rolls in, and he can't move. He's losing blood. His heart is slowing down. He's getting colder, every minute. And when they find him, he's covered in snow to where he had to be like dug out, like brushing the snow off of him. But he only has a couple of scratches on his right arm, around the elbow area, like in this little crook of your arm, and an injury, a head wound in the very back of the head, and like a scrape or two on the eye. At the time, he had like a big black eye, and all of that. So a lot of people do not agree with the being hit with a car theory. They can see that maybe blunt force trauma to the body, like a baseball bat or a hockey stick or fists, or a multiple people against one person, that would lead to marks on the eye. And maybe a dog could do the German Shepherd. There we'll hear about the German Shepherd that was owned by the homeowner of the lawn that he was found deceased on, who was also a Boston police officer, who had a German Shepherd, who had a documented history of biting. And after John was found a couple months later, that dog was rehomed to someone who lives in Vermont. So there's a lot of things that has made this case very curious. And I really like that word, curious, because it is a curious case of the passing of John O'Keefe. What exactly happened, because it's hard for anyone to really see how every theory could make sense, because there's a lot of holes in a lot of the theories. So yeah, so that's and now we're in the second one, because the first time this went into court, the first trial ended in a mistrial. So the jury themselves could not come to a decision. Now there's some other issues with that as well, but that's neither here nor there. It doesn't really matter about how and why the jury weren't able to make a decision, but it ended in a mistrial. So we're doing it all over again. And this second trial is completely different than the first trial. And we are only on day 3. We're a couple days behind just because I have a day job. So when I have time off, I can stream and we can catch up. But we're a couple days behind than IRL, but not that many. And it is already so different than the first one. It's insane. This is very wild, very wild. You might have a hernia. Did you just go to a doctor?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Where we just watch trials and true crime and stuff, and we talk. We just chit chat, pressure free, but we learn as we go, and I love it. I'm having a good time. Thanks for popping in. Subscribe, follow, I don't know, whatever the word is for Twitch.
Yes, this is the call log between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe for, just want to make sure I get all the dates correct.
And we're in a
Just for
little bit of a
January 29th,
lull
2022.
right now in trial. They're just going through
No objection, Your Honor.
different logs that Nicholas Guarino has gone through with Celebrate on the phones. And this is just how you have to get these documents in.
Did you do a file extraction
sloggy
and a report
process
on all chats between the phones of John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period
Okay,
of time?
pause. Wait. So you just went to the doctor and you have a hernia. Well, I mean, I feel like from what you just did, isn't that pretty common? I don't think that's very. I wouldn't. That's kind of common, right? Do you have to get it fixed? How bad? How bad is it? because you just did a thing which I'm you know, I just knowing how body is, knowing how body is, I'm an idiot. Knowing how body is, I could see different strokes for different folks. Well, wait, how bad is it? What's the level of hernia?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is it bad? What do you have to do?
Handing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Also, I'm sorry, that sucks. Does it
Yes,
hurt?
this
I hope it
is the
doesn't
text
hurt.
messages, text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant from January 28th to January 29th, 2022.
And then now that everything's
move
done
this
and
into
sort
evidence?
of.
Okay.
Go
Mr.
ahead. Oh my
Leslie?
God.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Wait, is that covered in the document that you signed for the pregnancy, though? Like effects of pregnancy on body?
Did you have an opportunity to make a report from some of the data from the defendant's phone from January 29, 2022?
What are you referring? I did make some reports from the defendant's phone.
Okay.
What's a call log report?
I'm sorry. that
Again, the call log
sucks.
report is the calls that the party makes to another phone. So it's going to show everyone they've called or attempted to call.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That sucks, Vicky.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
And could you tell the jury what it is?
it's the call log from the defendant's phone for January 29th, 2022. It looks like everyone she called.
Introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No, it doesn't hurt.
What we just introduced into evidence is the entire call log of calls to anybody and everybody to and from for that period of time.
Yes,
That's fair to say?
yes, that's correct.
And then can you further isolate calls between just two parties?
Yes, you can. You can search by phone number or name.
And did you do that with the defendant's records for some parties?
Yes, I did.
Did you isolate phone calls between the defendant and Ms. McCabe for the evening of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, I hate
This
that.
document, do you recognize it?
Yes,
He
I do.
looks like a dork.
It's the phone calls from
He is.
the defendant
He is a
and
dork.
Jennifer McCabe, January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
He is. We don't necessarily like him. We don't have. We have. I don't want to say we have a. I don't want to say that we have a solid history of being bad at your job, but we have history of moments of him being bad at his job. And also,
Did
that
you
he wants
isolate
to
calls
off
between
himself
the defendant and
on
Ms.
a hot
Roberts for the
mic
night of
in
January
last trial.
29, 22?
Yes, I did.
He sat there and it was like, you know, okay, take a little break. And he did a big exhale. He goes, kill me. On a hot mic. It like directly into the microphone. We heard you, bro. We heard you. Damn.
Can I see the last exhibit?
Damn.
Thank you, sir.
Damn.
I'd ask you to take a look at that document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Could you share with the jury what it is?
Yep. It's the call logs between the defendant and Carrie Roberts for January 29th, 2022.
Just waking
Yes.
up and
That's
choosing
what we
violence.
did.
Yes, it is.
Right.
Your Honor, I'd listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Exhibit 30.
Produce a report for all chats between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 2022.
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jury, what that is.
This is text messages between the defendant and Carrie Roberts on January 29th, 2022.
This is all just
Been in cases in
foundation.
Massachusetts. Okay.
She just said, like, this is how we have to do it. This is all just foundation to when he comes out and reads these messages between the defendant and someone else, John O'Keefe and someone else. You know, he is going to be reading these text messages in these monotone voices, you know, not giving any sort of energy towards one side or the other. That's his job. I don't care what side he's on. That's his job. And we will be able to, hold him to it as he's doing it. But they have to lay the foundation. It'll cut down on time when he comes in to read these text messages without saying, yes, I did all of this every single time. So he's going through and they're showing him all of these sets of messages, all of these sets of phone calls from Celebrite and saying, is this what you did? Is this what you did? Is this what you did? And he has to say yes. And then it's approved by both sides and it goes into evidence. Is this what, is this you? Do you recognize this? Do you recognize this? Do you recognize this? Yes, 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 yes. So that you don't have to do it every single time he comes back, because he's going to be coming back over and over and over again to read these messages, to go over these phone calls, to talk about the Celebrite, to do all this stuff. So do it now so that you don't have to keep doing it. So spend 10, 15 minutes now instead of spending 10, 15 minutes every single time he comes in. It's just laying the foundation. It has already been, signed, sealed, delivered, that these are his works and he's going to be talking about it. And it's truth as it's data. So Violence is my middle name. Thirsty hot mics.
So do you have an opportunity to identify a text message or a chat between the defendant and a person by the name of Ingrid on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes,
Who
I
was
did.
Ingrid?
Approach.
Yes.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
This document,
And then
you recognize it?
it's the same question
Yes.
over and over again.
Chat between Ingrid Curtis and Bill Curtis.
Did you
Ingrid
make that
Curtis
report?
and
Yes, and this is on January 29, 2022.
Thank you.
Ingrid Curtis and Bill Curtis. Those are new names to me. If you are knee deep into this case, it might not be new names.
If this is a good time, if the
It
honor would
doesn't
permit.
look very
What we're
well.
going to do is we will take our morning recess now, and we'll take 20 minutes to a half an hour, we'll see you then.
They go on break. They have a little bit of a side by before the jury comes back in. And then Nicholas Garino is back on the stand.
Good afternoon. Just a few more items I'd like you to recognize. Your Honor, may I
Yes,
approach?
Ingrid the murder.
Showing you an envelope. Do you know what's in that envelope?
Yes, it's the raw data extraction of John O'Keefe's cell phone.
All right, ask it to be marked simply for identification, please.
Okay.
Exhibit A, identification.
Thank you.
Second folder.
Yes, it's the raw data extraction of Jen McCabe's cell phone that I created.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, ask it to be marked for identification as well.
All right.
Exhibit B for identification.
Thank you.
Trooper, you shared with us that you downloaded the extraction of the phones that you identified and you made reports based on specific identified features. For example, a conversation between two people.
Yeah, so I didn't do the extraction of.
Yes. Well, only because today, so day 3, is a really short day because the Commonwealth did not prepare more witnesses. So they end really early. It basically got a forced half day, and Judge Beverly Cannoni was pissed about it. Usually the day is anywhere between 7 and 8 hours long. Today it is just over 3, and there was a getting ready. There was stuff on the without the jury in the morning as well. So yeah, very short day for
Jen's
the jury
phone, but I
this day.
Made
which
those
is
reports with the PDFs from the data
awesome
extraction.
for us.
Relative to Mr. O'Keefe and the
Not great for
defendant's
the whole
phones,
timeline.
you created a document that provided us the phone calls between them on January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
And separately, you also provided a document that included all of the chats or text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 29th, 2022.
Yes, I'd also included the 28th.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in that compilation, did you put together or do you create or review a PowerPoint of those?
Yes, I did.
And what was the point of that?
Just to show the texts and calls in a chronological order, because that way you're not looking at two different documents, trying to compare and contrast the calls to text messages when each is coming in.
And did you begin that
Okay, I
PowerPoint
like that.
presentation with a call at 2:16:10?
I like
January
having
28th,
a timeline
2022?
instead of
Yes, that's correct.
And other additional
so what he did was here's calls, here's texts, But instead of just having, here's a document of all the calls and the times, here's a document of all the texts and the times, he merged them all together in a PowerPoint and said, text, call, text, call, text. So that's awesome. I like that. I appreciate that. This just shows how much of a stretch it is to commit care. And they're working really hard. So hard. The Commonwealth is working so hard at keeping these charges pressed against Karen Reed. They hired a special district attorney. He's playing special district attorney. He's actually a defense attorney in his real life. $250,000.
Additional chat or text messages earlier that morning.
$250,000.
Yes, there's a handful starting around 9:45 a.m.
May I
Yes.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Special prosecutor, $250,000.
Sir, could you take a look at it? Let us know if you recognize a minute.
Yes. So this is the bulk of this is the PowerPoint calls and text messages, and at the beginning there's the messages from before 2:16 in the morning.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Great, thank you.
Binder.
Permission, I'd ask the
taxpayers have to
witness
pay
to
for it
read the
all.
text messages from the morning hours, and then we begin the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have a hard copy of those for me?
It was provided. I'll see if you have another copy if you don't have it.
All right, I have, it's in here, the pre-morning hours. The ones that we discussed at sidebar. If you don't have them,
The defense has a copy for you, Your Honor.
thank you.
Of course, the defense has a copy for you because Miss Little is top fucking tier. Because Miss Little is not the defense. It has a copy for you. Miss Little has a copy for you. She's such a baller. I'm obsessed. Yes, and this is one of the issues that is not being talked enough about, and I yell about it all the time. Where do we think that money that is paying Brennan to play special prosecutor to try this case for the second time against Karen Reed is coming from? Texas. Taxes. It's not coming from Judge Beverly Cannoni. It's not coming from the pockets of Karen Reed. Karen Reed is not paying for Brennan to try her case. That's not how that works. This is taxpayer money from the community. That all this is happening in for the second time. Taxpayer money.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Little.
See, I knew it. I knew it was Miss Little. I knew it was Miss Little. I knew it was Miss Little because she is on top of it. She says, "What do you want?" I have 18 copies of everything. Did you lose
May we begin, Your Honor?
everything?
Please.
Could you
Judge
first
Beverly
read the text
Cannoni,
messages
I'll
from
replace
that
it all.
morning to the jury?
Yes. Apologize
I
if
love
I
her.
misspelled things or state things. Start time.
No, you should not mistake anything. This is going to be okay. So when he reads, the point of him reading these text messages is to be monotone, is to be just completely flat. Give me nothing, sir. It's what's needed. It's hard to listen to because we, as the dramatics over here, we love energy. We love vibes. We love the drama, but we are not going to be getting drama. The people should sue the Commonwealth. The judge would not. Oh, excuse me. The judge would have a much better time with that case. Yeah. So talking about lawsuits outside of this trial, yes. John O'Keefe's mother does have a civil suit against Karen Reed. If Karen Reed comes out completely innocent from this case, do I think that her team will file a civil suit against, I don't know, someone? Maybe. Yeah, probably. This will not be over with a verdict. That is for sure. Karen Reed will not be done with her duties of being someone who was pointed out when it came to a cop dying. If this trial comes out with a verdict, it will not be over. Yeah, there will definitely be. I don't think Mr. Yannetti, Alan Jackson, Alessi, Miss Little will be able to just walk away and just tidy up any of the loose ends from any of the other civil cases against Karen Reed. I don't think they'll be able to do that. I think it'll be very much she was found innocent in court, and I would like to press, these civil charges on all of these people who caused her problems. So.
All right. It's a little different than the format I had before. All right. This is from Karen Reed to John O'Keefe. You've really hurt me this time. This was sent at 9:49:20 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy. This was sent at 10:02:56 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I'm not the same as everyone else. Most of the time I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you in what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I'm falling apart and trying to get answers and help. 10:09:49 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I am just your girlfriend. I am not a perfect parent. I'm trying very hard and sometimes treat them nothing like I used to. 10:46 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I know. I'm sorry for lashing out. I'm just hurting and struggle daily with them. Always feel like I'm failing at this parenting thing. I wasn't built for this. 10:12 a.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Kaylee isn't perfect, but everything wonderful about her is because of you. 12:21:36 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji is sent at 12:21:59 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. It's true. I know she's her mother's daughter.
Which emoji? Was it a red heart? Was it the double pink hearts? Was it the eye rolling face? Which emoji?
But she wouldn't be so bright and successful if she lived with anyone else. 12:22:51 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Wow, Kristen just sent 2 back-to-back messages to not lose your faith in the kids. 12:31:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or in yourself. 12:31:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, there's 2 emojis sent at 12:32:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, and there's 2 emojis. Life can pick you up sometimes. Please be happy with them and put away your frustrations for the rest of the day. And be so proud of yourself, JJ. And that's 12:33:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, that's what bothers me more than anything. Should have sent Peg's or Sarah's W-2s. We're all equal guardians. 1:18:21 p.m. on the 28th.
Green heart. No, not the green heart.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe you can call someone. 1:21:55 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like who? 1:46:42 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what time are you coming here? 1:47:38 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's another emoji sent. 2:05:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know what time. Feel kind of out of it. Just trying to clear my head. 2:06:07 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he writes, okay. 2:06:25 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, text me when you guys settle in later. 2:06:44 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, sure. 2:06:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to, and it's cut off here, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That must be where the. So, sorry.
Helpful if I take it out of the binder.
I believe it. Yeah, it goes to the next one. So I'll start. Yeah, sorry.
With the court's permission, we'll begin the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay. I very much would like to see this PowerPoint.
At your leisure.
Okay. The phone calls, text messages, and then we'll start with the first slide. So it's from the defendant to John O'Keefe. I feel pretty shitty about
I want to know
how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said. 2:16:10 p.m. on the 28th.
Okay. Whoa. Crying, laughing, tilted face, eyes. What are they? I know. We want the emojis. I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said. And this is from Karen Reed to John. This is from Karen to John. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said. What did John say? Now we're going to get a little insight into how the relationship was the day before, of the event that occurred. We're going to get we're going to get a little insight. And I definitely think it's worth having a conversation after we go through all these
Turning around,
messages.
just coming back over after everything you said. 2:16, 10 p.m. on the 28th.
So, keep an open mind.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not sure what you want me to do. I said, I'm sorry, and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. 2:17, 16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, things in my own life have been difficult too, 33 p.m. on the 28th.
Things in my own life have been difficult too, Like, okay. That is a really powerful statement, in my opinion. This really stands out to me.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I know. 2:17:40 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:17:45
I'll just give it like a 2-second pause, just so
p.m. the defendant calls John.
you didn't
Phone calls
have, like-
answered, and they speak for 2 minutes 22 seconds. 2:23:02 p.m. the
you
defendant
wanna
calls
just
John.
see it real
It's again
fast,
answered at 10, and they speak for 1 minute 2 seconds.
Moves quick.
At 2:24:17 p.m. the defendant calls John, and the call is rejected. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. 2:25:18 p.m. on the 28th.
Ooh.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, nope. 2:25:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? 2:26:03 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:28:40 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected.
Mr. Greeno, can you explain to us the difference between not answered and rejected?
Yes, so if the call is not answered, that means the call rang out and goes to voicemail. If the call is rejected, that is someone actively hitting the send to voicemail button to disable the call, to stop it from ringing. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, kids are here, not in the mood to talk. 2:29:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying, and you keep treating me like this. 2:29:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning, and you whack me in the face with a pillow. 2:29:59 p.m. on the 28th.
Let's just, from the defendant, Karen Reed, to John O'Keefe. I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning, and you whack me in the face with a
Kiss you this
pillow.
morning, and you whack me in the face with a pillow. 2:29:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, last night, you're basically like, yeah, what about when we talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not into so much anymore? 2:30:23 p.m. on the 28th.
Rejected.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not how it went down, but okay. 2:30:26 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? 2:30:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. 2:32:28 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:32:47 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected.
That's a fair
John O'Keefe to the
question.
defendant, OMG, stop calling. 2:32.
That's a fair question. We are here in this position, and everyone on the, I'm going to say maybe 17 out of 18 are saying, what did Johnny do? What did John O'Keefe do to what are you doing? What did you do? It's a fair question, and I don't consider that speaking ill of the dead. We're in this position, like we are thrown into the middle of a conversation a year and a half or 2 years into the relationship of two grown people who live lives that we will probably never even be able to comprehend. Like a grown man, Boston police officer, taking care of his niece and nephew because their mother and father tragically passed away, and the community is so tight knit. I could never relate, So we are just dropped into a universe that we aren't anywhere near familiar with.
32:54 p.m. on the
Questions
28th.
natural.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then why would you start with me this morning? 2:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you're setting me up to fail. 2:05 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you started a number of fights from your end. 2:26 p.m. on the 28th.
Damn.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again. 2:31 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into this anymore. 2:41 p.m. on the 28th. With John O'Keefe to the defendant, not into fighting all the time, correct. 2:34:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. 2:34:11 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he sends an emoji. 2:34.
Why is this emoji? Why is this emoji available? I have question.
4:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then stop starting with me. 2:34:20 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:29 p.m. The defendant calls John. He rejects the call.
Yes, cross-platform emoji for sure, because that was a what do they call it? That's a, oh my god, like a Samsung emoji, or like a but what I don't understand is that they call Vicky emoji. They waited to they have Karen Reed's phone because they put it into it looks like a Microsoft one in Teams. I see. That's so funny. It's like I'm looking at it right now and it's like this is traumatizing me in multiple ways. I knew it was going to be an eye roll. But they have Karen Reed's phone and they were able to put it into Gray Key. Why could they not get what emojis were being sent back and forth? And these are text messages. So these are text messages. This isn't from like Facebook Messenger. These are text messages. So give me the damn emojis. Android. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Android. I don't ever remember that word because I'll lose it. I'm just kidding.
John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant. I'm not answering. Stop calling. 2:34:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? 2:34:43 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:54 p.m. The defendant calls John. That's rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Kaylee is right here. 2:35:02 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe.
Gross. No, I'm just kidding. And there are some really good Android phones out there. But like I honestly I just like don't care anymore about phones. Like I don't have a single care in the world about phones. Like do not come at me and tell me that a new phone is going to cost me $1,700. No, it won't. Nope, it won't. Like I'm an Android loser. No. Yeah, Vicky be having those green bubbles. I can't get behind the whole why is everything so goddamn expensive when it does the same exact thing. All the phones do. And I'm very much a computer person. Like if I am taking notes on something, I'm opening up my computer. I am such a computer person. I will put my phone down and just go onto a computer, or I will handwrite notes. Like I'd rather do that than do funky, crazy things on a phone. I just can't. I'm old, my eyes, I can't do it. I tried and can't with Android. The glitching kills me. I had Androids. Your Cricket phone was free. I want a free phone. I'm my phone's getting up there, and yeah, I'm gonna be looking into where do I want to go? Where do I want to move to next? The Galaxy S7 was the greatest Android phone of all time. I had a Galaxy. Not the green bubbles.
You start a rager with me out of nowhere and then tell me you're sick of fighting with me. 2:35:41 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant, John O'Keefe, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. 2:38:14 p.m. on the 28th. 2:38:42 p.m. The defendant calls John. That call is
I
rejected.
also had a BlackBerry. I want my BlackBerry back with the heart, like the key. It's just a keyboard. I would take a BlackBerry. Remake the BlackBerry with a physical keyboard. Remake the BlackBerry. I want this. I want the BlackBerry.
The defendant, John O'Keefe, can you please answer? 2:38:52 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, no, Karen. Not sure why you need to announce that you're going. Not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun. 2:39:46 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, seeing if you want to meet me later. 2:40:22 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please call me? 2:40:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, have to take him to the doctor. He has practice. 2:40:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, 5 minutes. 2:41:17 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:43:01 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 2:43:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, my father just walked in. 2:43:58 p.m. on the 28th.
The BlackBerry style
The
keyboard.
defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes? 2:44:14 p.m. on the 28th.
Yes.
John O'Keefe to the defendant,
Yes.
not right now. 2:44:23 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm there when anyone else needs me. 2:44:26 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:45:32 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. The defendant calls Mr. O'Keefe. Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minute. 2:46:16 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into doing things, and you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail. 2:47:08 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm dealing with my own personal crisis over things I have zero control over. I'd like to lean on you too sometimes. Instead, I just hear everything I've done wrong. 2:48:34 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:56 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. At 2:51:13 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. 2:52:37 p.m., John calls the defendant. It's not answered. At 2:53:56, the defendant calls John. Again, not answered. The defendant, John O'Keefe, you seriously cannot pick up the phone for 2 seconds. 2:54:13 p.m. 2:58:05 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. At 2:59:13, John calls the defendant. The call is answered and they speak for 4 minutes, 59 seconds. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, why don't you meet me at Hillside at 4:30/5, 3:08:55 p.m. John O'Keefe to the defendant sends an emoji at 3:10:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or whenever you get everyone settled, 3:10:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like I said, doctor now, and he has practice till 6. If you want to go start drinking, then go for it. 3:36:21 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I didn't know the times of his practice. 3:36:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I just want to give you space at the house without me there. so rather meet you out than meet at the house. 3:37:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe, the defendant. Yeah, well, now there's a 72-year-old taking up shop on my couch. 3:37:36 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Yeah, that too. 3:37:46 p.m. 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is he going to Collins? 3:38:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not tonight. 3:38:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so do you plan on going out tonight? 3:39:01 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, I don't know. 3:39:17 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you're like jonesing to drink, so go. 3:39:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, after how this morning went down, I don't think I need to be back over there with you. Get frustrated at how I am with the kids. Has nothing to do with drinking. 3:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm paranoid now that everything I do with them is problematic. So rather see you for a minute without it, kids around. 3:40:24 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what's your plan? At 4:47:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, don't have one. 4:50:09 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so still home. 4:50:26 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yes. 4:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we just got home, waiting to see what Papa decides here, or else I have to get Patrick at 6. 4:59:45 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, okay. 5:01:55 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so are you staying home or coming here? 5:02:23 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, waiting to see what you end up doing. I don't want to hang out at the house too much, like I said. 5:03:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think it's clear me around with the kids around is slowly killing our relationship, and our relationship is much more important to me. 5:04:16 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, there's a blizzard coming, so we'll be inside all weekend. 5:04:19 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it will be over by noon tomorrow. 5:04:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't think so. 5:05:27 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to keep having this constant conflict of the dynamic of the four of us. The harder I try, the more it kills our relationship as a couple. It feels like utter shit to be in that position. Rather just meet you out for drinks when you figure out what your night looks like. 5:06:45 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, I have no idea what's going on, so do what you want. 5:07:34 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, need to figure out what everyone here is doing. All I know now is Madeline is coming over. No clue about Patrick yet, or if Papa is planning on hanging it for a few more hours. 5:09:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, when you know the story, and if you want me to come up, let me know. 5:12:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, no, Karen, you decide what you want to do. 5:13:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I know your heart isn't in this anymore. I felt it for a while, and especially lately. I'm willing to try more, but not if you approaching the point of indifference. If you want me to come up and you can head out for a while, then say so when you know what your father is doing. 5:14:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you come up and I head out, really? Emoji. 5:15:48. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've told you already, I don't bounce back as quickly as you do after we have a battle. 5:16:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, head out together with an emoji. 5:17:49 p.m. on the 28th.
Hey, Ray, what's going on? Oh. Sorry, I had to make a phone call. Hey, Ray, what's going on? How are you? How is your day going? Hi. Well, yeah. Maybe didn't want to see her, and he's just trying to come up with excuse. I think he's doing a good job of no inflection / bias in his reading. Yes, I think he's doing a great job too. And I don't want to be mean, but I don't think it's because he's trying to have no inflection, bias, sway in either way. I think he's just really focused on reading. And that's not me trying to be mean, but like I think he's just really focused on reading and not messing up, that it's just like, all right, and I just have to say words. Just say words. But he's doing a good job. He is doing
On
a
the
good job,
28th.
for sure.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe or meet out, 5/17/54 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, gonna send Patrick to Collins tonight. They're picking him up around 7. Mike may hang out too when he brings Matt over. So why don't you just come over? 5/19/42 p.m. on the 28th.
Yeah, my computer's working.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike doesn't want to go out for a bit. 5:20 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I would like to, in a shit day from the jump. 5:20:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, probably 5:20:39 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I just got sober an hour ago. 5:20:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll text you, hang with Mike for a few. I don't need to butt in. Text me if/when you think you may head out. 5:25:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the
Now-
defendant to John.
When Cameron Reed is at her own house during this. Like she's not like in John O'Keefe's house when this is all happening. She's in her own house, which is in Mansfield, not in Canton. So it's like she's like, hey, it's gonna start snowing. Like, where are you going? Like tell me where you're going so I can meet you there.
John O'Keefe, can you
And
send
like, I don't know. We don't have plan. Girl, just stay home.
me Tim Zoll's contact info, please? 5:26:38 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I paid the last bill. 5:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you didn't have to do that, thanks. 5:27:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, are you really not going to accept my friend request? 5:32:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji on what, FB?
What? Not the eye roll, but what?
5:33:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, we've been going out for 2 years. 5:33:20
you to
p.m.
bring that up
on the
now?
28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I haven't gone on. You defriended me over a year ago, I believe. 5:33:48.
Why? You've been going out for 2 years and you different. What happens in a relationship a year in that you unfriend your significant other, your boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever? What happens? And then you don't
48
friend them again?
p.m. on the 28th.
Like, to be fair, I don't post on Facebook. I go on Facebook to look at things. But I don't like post or anything. So if you can friend me all you want, I'm not gonna accept it. I don't even look at those. But like I don't unfriend people. That's so strange. Is that the only emoji we've seen? I wonder if the ones that can show up all show up like that for some reason. Some of these eye rolls seem out of context. Yeah, I don't understand this emoji thing. I too have questions. Or maybe that's just the only emoji he's using, which is a bad omen when it comes to a relationship. If the only emoji your boyfriend is sending you is the eye roll emoji. And sometimes just the emoji, no text, just the emoji. I don't know. I think that's definitely a fair question. What is going on with these emojis? Why do they look like that? Is this coming from an Android to an iPhone? Like we should know this information. And I'm pretty sure the defense team will get to it, hopefully, but I don't think that's like a cross-examination of all this. Maybe just like how you
From the
did
defendant
all
to John
this
O'Keefe,
work.
Kerry texted that they're headed out in a bit. 6:05:29 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, okay. 6:14:55 p.m. on the 28th.
The eye rolls are
From the
sending
defendant
me
to John
though.
O'Keefe, she's going to let me know where. 6:17:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. So you're going to meet them 6:18, 12 p.m. on the 28th.
Okay. So Carrie texted me and she said she's going to go out, and when she lands somewhere, she's going to tell me. So now you're going to go meet them, I think is what that is. So you're not going to come meet me out after I tell you where I am. You're going to go meet them out because we may not be at the same place. I think that's
From the
what
defendant to
that
John O'Keefe, just
energy
presenting it as an option. Wouldn't mind hanging out with them for a drink. 6:19 p.m. on the 28th. Sorry. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is Mike over? 6:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes. 6:45 p.m. on the 28th.
Mike who?
From the defendant to John O'Keefe,
With Mike.
sounds your like good with getting together tonight. 6:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, was hoping after this morning you'd be interested in smoothing things over with me. 6:24 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, told you to come over, but you insisted on meeting me out somewhere. 6:44 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike is a little off with me for a while now. I've said that multiple times. 6:34 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant, time to
What
get
the hell does that mean? Okay. John says, told you to come over, but you insisted on meeting me out somewhere. Okay. Then Karen says, Mike is a little off with me for a while now. I've said that multiple times. Mike who? You don't have a last name. But Mike who? Time to get over it, Karen.
time to get over it, Karen. He's fine. He was fine the other night when he came by. 6:09 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, wouldn't mind hanging out with other people, like another female too. 6:09 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the
She just said, I want to hang out with some girls. I'm so tired of your macho man guy friends. I want some girls. Like, can I also like have some girly talk, Like, that's okay too, It's like all like I don't want to be the only bun in a sausage fest.
the defendant, where are you meeting them? 6:28 p.m.
go.
on the 28th.
I have to go.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't have plans with them. She just said they're headed out in a bit and will text when they land somewhere. 6:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you want to go out with Mike solo, that's fine. Just let me know. 6:17 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I already told you what you should do. Not going to keep doing this. 6:07 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I asked to let me know if you guys are going to head out. I haven't been out for drinks this week and had a shit week and a shit day. And I dread Kaylee or Pat is going to get chatty with me the second I walk in, and that is going to irritate you. 6:43:21 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Pat is leaving. Kay is with Mad Cam. 6:44:02 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll text Chris then. 6:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed out shortly. What's your plan, Karen? 7:06:13 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, do you want to
Honestly, like, I hate this.
join?
I hate this entire conversation. I hate all of this. This is all really annoying. I could never. Hey, do you want me to meet up with you tonight or not? Like, I'm not doing hours of back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. I'm not doing that. You are not going to get that from me. Nope. What do you want? Tell me now. Do it. Make up your mind. Okay. Got it. It's going to, no, not happening.
Do you want me to
Not
join or no?
ever going to happen.
7:06:37 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, wasn't sure if you were meeting the Currans. 7:04 p.m. on the 28th.
But this gives me great insight right now. My brain just sparked. This gives me great insight. We are going to see people, witnesses, respond to direct questions in this way. Like, well, you told me that you were going da 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 da. Well, I'm asking you a direct question. Like, what is, I'll use the 2 plus 2. What is 2 plus 2? Well, last year when we were in math class, blah, 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 we had the conversation about 2 plus 2. It's like, I just need the answer. This is giving, like, this is just how they are. This is just like how these people in this area or in this age range or in this friend group are and respond to each other. Like, do you want me to meet you or not? Well, I thought you were meeting the currents. Bro, I just want a response. I don't like, it feels like it feels like both Karen Reed and John O'Keefe right now are being cross-examined by each other in this conversation.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, they are not out drinking yet.
It's giving high
7:07:40 p.m. on the
It's giving
28th.
immature. It's giving emotional immaturity.
From the defense to John
Emotional
O'Keefe,
immaturity.
where are you headed? 7:09:22 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, trying to decide maybe McCarthy's. 7:14:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, then let me know where you decide. I'm still down in Enfield.
It's making me want to roll my eyes.
7:21:50 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, text me when you leave. Still waiting on McKinney's. 7:22:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look. 7:24:11 p.m. on the 28th.
If I'm 5 hours into this conversation and this is the text message that I get from my girlfriend, boyfriend, significant other, what have you, if I'm 5 hours into where are we going tonight? Where are we having alcohol tonight and with who conversation 5 hours in, and this is the text message I get, I'm done. Phone, airplane mode. I'm done. I'm absolutely done. I'm having issues with my hot water. So I had to text someone to come take a look. It's 7:24 p.m. Not a shot. Not a shot. Okay, then that is how you're going to be spending the rest of your night. I'm done. I will no longer respond. This conversation is muted. I will not see or hear when these messages come in. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Done. Done so. Like, because it just happened. Did it just happen? Did it just happen? Okay, great. So I'm having someone come look at my hot water heater. It just went out. I want to get on it before the snow rolls in. I have someone, 2 doors down. They're going to run over and take a look at it. Great. That's how I'm going to spend my night. You're done. I don't know why this pissed me off so bad.
So had to text someone to take a look. 7:24:11 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant.
I roll.
Emoji, you're trying to piss me off.
Wait, no, that's so real because that's such a real response. That's such a real response. Are you trying to piss me off?
7:25:35 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot. 7:26:24 p.m. on the 28th.
Oh, see, he took it to a different level than what I took it as. That's crazy. I very much took it as like, you know what? Screw it. My hot water. I need more attention. Like the attention, it's the attention seeking. I need the attention. I need the, oh my God, are you okay? I want someone, John, you need to fight over, you coming out here to fix my plumbing. Like, don't even go out to drinks. Just come over here, bring the kids or whatever, fix the plumbing, like be my man is like, that's like, no, you don't need to tell anybody to come over. Like, we'll just all come over. We'll spend the night at your house and I'll fix the plumbing and make sure you have hot water or whatever. Or looking for the response of, well, then just come here. Don't worry about your hot water. Just get here now and don't worry about the hot water. And he took it. I hope your plumber's hot.
To John O'Keefe, nope, my shower only got lukewarm and now my sink won't run hot at all. The plumber I used is right down the road. 7:26:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I turned that temp thing in the basement all the way up. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, check the hot water heater and see if it's leaking. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it's not. 7:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't do that. 7:27:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, is the pilot lit? 7:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe, I was trying to get my shower hot. 7:27:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes. 7:27:14 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't turn it up. Don't turn it all the way up. 7:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, it will burn out. 7:27:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I had this issue twice before and it wasn't a disaster. I just can't remember what the cause was. 7:27.
Okay, so if you have a house and something happens twice and you need someone to come fix the same issue twice, I'm going to need you to write it down. I'm going to need you to write down what the issue is because
7:41 on the 28th.
whoever fixed it the first time and the second time did not actually fix
From
it.
John
then.
O'Keefe to the defendant, just turn it back to where it was and get over here. 7:28.
And that's what she wanted. That is the message that she wanted. Just turn it back to where it was and get here. Come to me. That's
8:08
what she
p.m.
wanted.
on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to come home in a blizzard and then really be up shit creek. 7:28:53 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going home tonight. 7:29:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or tomorrow or whenever. I've had a chill all day since my shower. 7:29.
And there's the message that says that she didn't just get out of the shower and it was cold. She didn't just get out of the shower and it was cold. When she took a shower this morning, and then she decides, oh, now it's 7:15, I'm going to text someone to take a look at the shower, even though I'm actively making plans on what we're doing tonight. There is a blizzard. We are going to be getting a shit ton of snow. Temperatures will be dropping dramatically. Now's the time I'm going to text the plumber. Now's the time I'm going to tell the person I've been making plans with for 5 hours and fighting with, and and you kissed me and you hit me in the face with a pillow, and and blah 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 blah, all the back and forth nonsense that I would never put up with from either side of these people. You wouldn't catch me in this relationship in a freaking heartbeat. Not a chance. Not a chance. No way. No way. Nope. Absolutely not. This is pissing me off. And now I'm going to text my plumber at 7:15 and he's going to make my boyfriend upset that I have a plumber and he's going to think I'm I hope he's hot. Like, nope, not doing that.
29:45 p.m. on the 28th.
Not doing all that. That's too much. That's what
John
I like
O'Keefe
to
to the
call
defendant,
too much.
it's going to snow all day tomorrow. No driving. 7:30:05 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed to McCarthy's. 7:41:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. 7:41:57 p.m. on the 28th.
7:41 p.m.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, why? Now you're not coming. 7:42:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway.
Exclamation mark.
7:42:56 p.m. on the 28th.
Oh, he rushed over to you.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. 7:43:10 p.m.
Is the pressure. And there is the you no longer have a choice. That is the moment where she no longer has a choice, where she could decide to not go out or not. And yes, she does still have a choice. Yes, she does still have a choice. The choice is always there. But this is the moment where it has been decided for her by someone else that she has to go out because John O'Keefe does not have a car and he will need a way home. And it is now up to her to be that ride to wherever he wants to go. We're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves.
On the 28th.
Powerful. That's powerful.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not going home after 7:43:27 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, 8 o'clock on a Friday, emoji, 7:43:31 p.m.
New emoji. New emoji. Winky face. Winky face.
on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, he may have to get Michael, 7:43:46 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you have a plumber coming over at 8, knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. 7:44:36 p.m. on the 28th.
What is this nonsense?
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I have always told you I will not put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this guy, Richie, fixed it last time, whatever it was. He was supposed to be here at 5, 7:48.
Yo, she withheld information. She texted him earlier in the day. He said, I'll be there at 5. She's telling John O'Keefe for the first time at like 7:20 p.m. because he's running late and he's just getting there. Wow.
1 p.m. on the 28th.
This makes both of them.
I'm going to defend
look
to John O'Keefe. If it's not a quick
bad,
fix, I'll tell him
in
to
my
forget
opinion.
it. 7:48:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. If you need a new water heater, don't let him do it.
Oh.
7:55:04 p.m. on the 28th.
John doesn't like you, plumber.
The defendant is from the defendant to John O'Keefe. He's here now. If it's not quick, I'm not doing it. I just want to make sure nothing is wrong / will go wrong with when I'm not home. 7:55:44 on the 28th.
Damn, he's like 3 hours late.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe. He's
That's
not
annoying.
a scammer. Half the quick stuff he doesn't even charge me for.
Because he likes
7:56:06 p.m. on the 28th.
Some people are just kind like that.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe. He just put the toilet seats on crooked.
Oh, damn.
7:56:28 p.m.
Karen, John. Come on. Have to, most of the small stuff he doesn't even charge me for, but he did put the toilet seats on crooked. Oh, how do you put toilet seats on crooked? How do you do that? How do you, nope. We're not
p.m.
doing that.
on the 28th.
No.
John O'Keefe to the defendant. Status 8:09:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Still
Another
here with
eye
an
roll.
emoji.
We've hit- we've seen two
8:09:18
emojis.
p.m. on the 28th.
Eye roll, winky face.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Said he's got to go to HD and probably be back mañana. 8:23:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. So 8:24:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji. 8:25:02 p.m.
I don't
on the
know.
28th.
Emoji.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just trying to figure out if I need to be here. 8:25:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what does it need? 8:26:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know. You showed me some pieces that was all rusted with an emoji. I don't understand half this stuff. 8:26:42 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant on the water heater. 8:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 8:27:08 p.m. on the 28th.
Yeah, he probably needed a new water
From John
heater.
O'Keefe to the defendant, tell him to leave it. I'll take care of it Sunday or Monday. 8:28:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, it's okay. I can either meet him here or just shut off the alarm. 8:28:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he used to work here while I was at work. 8:29:02 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, does he realize it will be whiteout conditions tomorrow a.m.? 8:29:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, but he lives right down the road. 8:29:47 p.m. on the 28th.
It doesn't matter.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, the storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. 8:30:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. 8:30:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll do it Monday. 8:30:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe,
They have been going back and forth for hours. And I get having conversations and, we're talking about the water heater and but oh my God. Oh my God. That's so much back and forth.
I better not still have this problem on Monday. 8:31, 22 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, you plan on being there. 8:31, 43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I too know I can take a hot shower there here if I need to. 8:32, 14 p.m. on the 28th. Figured you'd be, from John O'Keefe to the defendant, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday. 8:32, 32 p.m. on the 28th.
Sounds like you're
From John O'Keefe to the defendant,
weekend here.
I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. 8:32, 54 p.m. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. 8:30.
Oh, whoa. Red flag. Hello, let's stop and look. I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. The four of us, as in Karen, John, and the niece and nephew.
8:33, 16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you said so yourself for probably a year now. 8:33, 52 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere. 8:33, 56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early a.m. 8:35, 14 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll head up there in a few min. Let me know if you leave. 8:35, 26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji. He says, sure. 8:35, 34 p.m. on the 28th. And that was the last of them.
Wow. That was a lot. That was a lot of information. And that was just.
And you can feel free to stand.
Okay, thank you, Howard.
So that presentation is a compilation of text messages and phone calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 28, 2022.
Yes, that was.
Aside from that compilation, are there other text messages and phone calls that you've reviewed between John O'Keefe and the defendant that evening, January 28, 2002, going into past midnight, January 29, 2022?
Yes, there's more text messages.
And those text messages and phone calls, are they a separate compilation from this?
Yes, that's correct.
Sure, at this time, I'd ask us to release Trooper Gagarino and recall him at a later date.
Yes. All right. There's no objection, Mr. Alessi, correct?
No objection, he's subject to eventual
Yes.
trial.
All right. Thank you very much, Trooper. We'll see you another time.
Thank you, Your Honor. You can leave it there. Thanks.
I'm going to introduce exhibits or clips 10 through 11.
Thank you.
With the court permission, could I begin with clip 7?
Yes.
All right. Here we go. Some clips.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I have had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
Is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's,
You had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say, I have like a normal amount. Let's say, like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a
Yeah,
sense.
buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
I do love vodka tonics. If I'm going to drink, I'm going to have a vodka tonic.
The final
With some
count,
lime.
the final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like all soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. But frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around the shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of items, like just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been like the 6th and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I did black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that? I mean, when you got in the car, did you feel like you could ride, and did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. We've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
I hate it.
Yes.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate that she did all these interviews. I hate it so much. They're going up to side bar.
All rise for the court, please.
And we'll see you tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow's a holiday.
All right. And they do stuff outside the jury's presence for a quick second. And then they end the day because the Commonwealth had no other witnesses prepared for the day. They had no other witnesses ready to go. So what we're going to do is take a little break and then we will start day 4. Let me just get it queued up. And day 4 also is a half a day. That has just been scheduled as such. Let me just get that ready to go. Okay. All right. We'll take a break. Let's see. It's 12:30. We'll get back 12:50. Take 20 minutes. Let's take 20 minutes. Okay. Break until 3 p.m. All right, we will be back at 12:50. Alrighty, I'm back a little early, but that's okay. I'm back a little early. We are going to start day 4. Taking a break after those text messages gave me a minute to sort of like think about what just happened. We just watched a conversation between Karen and John. Oh, I had a sniffle. We just watched a conversation between Karen and John. Oh, that's a cute ship name. Karen and John. And wow, I did not enjoy it. I didn't enjoy it. I cannot relate to a relationship like that. I can't relate to it. I'm sure there are members on the jury who could, but I can't. I can't relate to having conversation with my significant other in that fashion. I don't know. And not because I think that's not how you're supposed to talk to people. I just don't see the benefit in speaking to someone like that. And it's not like they were necessarily mean or crude to one another, but it was just so trying to like out like it it felt so unnecessary, like emotionally immature. It felt they both were needing each other's attention. There was a lack of actually caring about just getting details down. She didn't tell him that the plumber was coming, and then the plumber's coming, and he's, oh, I hope the plumber's hot for you, and all of that, and over and over and over again. It just felt, I don't know. It was uncomfortable for me. It was uncomfortable for me. And I can't judge someone's relationship from a couple hours of text messages. You can't do that. The jury is going to have to, essentially, but I can't. But I do have a feeling that is usually how their conversations went. There was using the kids, for vantage points within the conversation, toxic with the 4 of us, wanting girls in the group. I don't know. It was very not it for me. It was not it for me. Not it for me. I don't like that. It made me uncomfortable. It made me frustrated. Me trying to put myself in the shoes of having that conversation, of being a party in that conversation, would not have lasted that long. It would not have lasted that long. And I don't know why they were okay with that. I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's get into day.
The record before the court is Cromwell versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. When we leave you out with questions, are you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did any of you happen to see, hear, or read?
All right, folks, as you know, this morning we are going on a view. And a view is simply, we're going to a place that you've heard about and that you will continue to hear about during the course of the trial. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the course of the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. So the view that we're going on is part of the case, and it means that the observations that you make there can be used and considered by you in your deliberations on this case in reaching a verdict. So we're going to, you've heard 34 Fairview Road in Canton. The lawyers and I will accompany you. For the Commonwealth, we'll be accompanied by Attorney Brennan, and ADA Lally, ADA Schillinger, and for the defense, Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Little. The lawyers will have the opportunity, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Brennan, have the opportunity to point out various things that they may want you to direct your attention to. Otherwise, There's no conversation between the lawyers and the jurors. So it's simply in a few minutes, you'll hear a little bit from each Mr. Brennan and Ms. Giannetti about what they want you to look at. And then when we get there, they'll direct you, look in this direction. They won't be able to testify to you, but they'll direct you on what they want you to look at. While you're in the view, you're not to take any notes, you're not to take any pictures, you're not to conduct any independent investigation at all during the view or any time during the trial. You're not to return to this scene or ask anybody to go back there for you. Today's your chance. You'll see photographs during the course of the trial, I bet, but today's your chance to really look at everything. So the best way to summarize a view is that your job is to simply stop and look. It's really no more complicated than that. So your responsibility is to see the place, observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. Now, during the trip to and from the view, and while at the view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it with other jurors. We'll be accompanied by court officers who will direct you, and the court officers are there for all of us. So you'll be under their supervision until you're returned back here. So that's basically it. We'll be leaving in a few minutes, but first, before Madam Clerk swears the court officers in, Mr. Brennan, do you want to make a view opening?
May I?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Her Honor explained to you, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. We have some exhibits that are already in evidence. You haven't had a long time to look at them and study them. But essentially, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. I ask you to pay attention.
Okay, so this is the view opening statement. So Brennan and someone from the defense, I don't know who it is exactly, they're going to be doing a view opening statement. They're going to be telling you what you're going to see, what you should look at. We are not going on a view. We're back. We are not going on a view, but the jurors are. They're not. They're going on a view. We're not. So yeah, so we're just going to get a little bit of what they're going to be told by the attorneys, what they're going to look at, what they're going to see, what they want them to sort of pay attention to.
The street, the front
And they
yard
got to
of
be
the
jurors
home.
out there.
And you'll see to the
Karen's
left side,
vehicle
the front yard in the
is
corner,
going to
will
be there.
a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is. And you'll see on the street before the grass, a little firm concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that when you go there. One thing I'd suggest is April 25th, 2025, not January 27th, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different. We're going to go there probably at 10 o'clock. It won't be the same visibility. It won't be the same elements and the same colors. Keep that in mind when you're looking around. When you look at the Lexus, a couple things that actually you look at. There is some evidence already in photographs of the right rear tail light. When you look at that tail light, it will be different in the photograph than as evidence. It has been removed, so it will appear differently, and you'll later get testimony explaining that process. Also, I'd ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper. I'd ask you to make note of the height of the right rear tail light. And I'd also ask you to take note of, on the top of the hatchback, there is a part that protrudes. I'd ask you to look at that as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. As I told you at the start of the trial, my name is David Giannetti. I have an office in Boston and in Dedham. And on behalf of
Mr. Yannetti stays promoting. Mr. Yannetti, David Yannetti, stays self-promoting. He says, well, I don't know if you guys remember, I have an office in Boston and Denham. I am a defense attorney. If you need me, call me. I love that. I love that. I love it. I love it. I just think it's so silly. He's also good.
Of my co-counsel, we will be accompanying you on the view that you will take today. Although the view is not evidence, I suggest to you that you will find it to be helpful, important, even necessary as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom. You've already received in evidence, some photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own two eyes. As we all know, photos and videos sometimes can be misleading in terms of relative distances, depending upon the perspective from which the photo is taken. But your eyes are the best computer that you could bring to the view. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, second floor window to that house, the 3 front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, the street, the front lawn, and the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn, the distance between the driveway to the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus, to stand next to it, to size it up, to take it in.
The Lexus will be there.
As jurors, because the parties entrusted to do a proper investigation of
Look at
this case
Leslie.
within this.
Look at him.
On behalf of Ms. Reed, we have every confidence that you will do a proper investigation. Thank you.
All right, jurors, I have to make something very clear. So the purpose of this view is to help you better to understand the evidence that you'll hear during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view you'll take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So at the end of the trial, when I explain to you what is evidence and what is not, I'll remind you that your observations on this view can be used by you in your deliberations. Also, while you're in the view, the same way you're not to take any notes or photographs, you're not to conduct any investigation on this case. You really are simply to stop and look, okay? Those are the instructions. We will see you in a few minutes, all right? Thank you. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk has to swear in the court officers.
If you could all raise your right hand, please. Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take the jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in the trial as the parties may think necessary, that you will not permit the parties to enter into a debate in the hearing of the jury, nor any person to speak to them unless it be the attorneys of record, then only to point out such places or things as they may deem expedient for the determination of the issues, that you will keep the jury together until they shall return to court, unless the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, please, jurors, follow me.
All right. So the jurors
Goodbye.
leave to go to the scene.
Who is your next witness?
So they went on a view. They came back. And before we actually, hold on, before we go on to the next witness, let me share this. So this super super quick video. Did we go to the scene of the crime? No, we did not, but the jurors did. No cameras follow the jurors to the scene of the crime because it is way too much of a risk to catch. We don't want to catch any jurors on film. So yeah, Legally Blonde fans, anyone scene of the crime? So this is a video of a newsman, I think, I don't know. I'm probably gonna turn it down a little bit because it's loud. He is also out there, and everyone was informed to not film, the jurors because that's wrong.
Karen Reed's Lexus is now being.
That there is Karen Reed's Lexus, her actual Lexus, the actual Lexus. I have a staff meeting, but you'll be my background content. Okay, good. So that's her actual Lexus, the IRL one.
Being loaded back onto a tow truck to take it away. It was parked here in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road just a short time ago where jurors were able to see it. This time, compared to the first trial last year, it was at a different location. Last year, it was parked up closer to the end of the driveway. This time, the Lexus was parked near here, the flagpole, where John O'Keefe's body was found.
And that's it. That's all that I wanted to oh, stop.
I want to remind everyone in the gallery.
I can't. That's what I want. That's a nice car. Yeah. Very nice car. Very nice car. Very what? Come on. Very nice car. So let's get back into our next witness. The flagpole looks suspiciously far away. Should I have left it up for a minute? Okay. You know what? Let's hold on. History. Where's history? Oh, wait. No. Now. Okay, hold on. Hold. Maybe, is it still pastable? Okay. Hold, please. Hold, please. Hold, please. Okay. Let's play it one more time.
Aaron Reed's Lexus is now being loaded back onto a tow truck to take it away. It was parked here in front of the house at 34.
Okay, so over there, here's the flagpole. John O'Keefe was found right around here near the flagpole. Let's go back just a little bit more.
Away. It was parked here in front of the house at 34.
Now, like she was doing donuts on the wall. Now, do we think watching this, if she pulled forward from where she is, from where the car is now, if she pulled forward, say about 20 feet, and then she threw it in reverse, bumped John, and threw him over here if he was right on the curb. Also, why would he still be on the curb? If he gets out of the car and he walks to the house, this way. If he gets out of the car and walks to the house, whichever door, there's a door. There's a door right here, directly like in line with the flagpole. So this here is the garage. I know it's hard to see, but my mouse, I think you can see my mouse. There's the garage here, and then there's a door tucked in perpendicular to the garage doors, like the direction facing this way, going towards the WC way. That's a little side door that Jen wanted, not Jen, the homeowner wanted people to go through. Or there's the front door, which is right behind this tree right here, right? This little white frame. That's the front door. It's questions, and we'll see more pictures. We'll see more pictures to get a better idea. But yeah, that's what they saw.
You're on the call with call. Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Sure. So I'm numbering him as witness number 10.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
I'm numbering him witness number 10 because I'm going to add a number every time Garino comes out. So if Garino comes out next, he's witness number 11, and then someone else comes out and Garino comes back out again, he's the next number in line. That's how I'm numbering witnesses.
Mhm.
So it may not be the way that everyone else is numbering witnesses, but that's what I'm doing. I just need to keep going with the numbers.
Hey, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Because Garino's going to come out a lot, so I'm just going to keep going.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Dr. Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And what is your occupation?
I am a physician pathologist.
And where do you work?
I work currently at Signature Healthcare in Brockton.
And how long have you worked at Signature and in what capacity, sir?
Signature, I started, it's probably 6 months. I took a new job 6 months ago. I am the chief of pathology and the laboratory medical director at Signature.
And where did you work prior to your work at Signature about 6 months ago?
Prior to that, I was at Good
Is this Lally? I think this is Lally.
Samaritan Medical Center in the same capacity.
And how long did you work at Good Samaritan for?
Since 2015, late 2015.
This is Lally.
And did you work in any capacity similar to that prior to working at Good Samaritan?
Prior to Good Samaritan, I worked at the Kearney Hospital, which is in Dorchester. Started that job in 1996. So I stayed on staff at Kearney Hospital up until actually closed 6 months ago. So I've been on staff at Kearney for quite a long time.
Where did you go to school and what degrees did you receive?
I went to college at Tufts University in Medford, graduated in 87. From there, I went to Tufts Medical School and graduated in 1991.
And following your graduation, where did you go from there?
After medical school, I did a residency at Tufts Medical Center in 1991 to 1996.
And then where did you go following your residency?
And right from residency, I started my first job was at Kearney Hospital, which I previously mentioned. So 1996.
And doctor, are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
And what is a board certification?
Board certification is something we need to show that we are actually qualified to perform our the job that we need to do both in anatomic and clinical pathology. It's a written exam that we take and we need to pass to demonstrate that we're competent and know what we're doing.
First, in just general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is pathology?
Pathology is, well, there are two basic branches of pathology: anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically, an anatomic pathologist is a physician or MD or a DO trained to make diagnoses on patients via looking at tissue biopsies, organs, tissue fluids, and we're also trained in autopsy pathology as well. So basically, an anatomic pathologist, we look at tissues via glass slides. Slides are made, and we every day make the diagnosis of, somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer, benign. Look at colon polyps, breast biopsies, pretty much anything that comes out of the operating room or a physician's office, any sort of biopsy. Clinical pathology, on the other hand, is basically a clinical pathologist is a physician, an MD or a DO, who specializes in the clinical lab, which basically is any fluid specimen, including blood specimens. When you go to the hospital and you have your blood test and it gets sent to the lab, the clinical pathologist is ultimately responsible for the quality of your lab tests and quality, and basically that's it.
And so the time that you worked
That's
at
it?
Good Samaritan, did that
That's
cover the
it?
date of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And again, what was your
He's like, yeah, that's it. No, I mean, that's important stuff. That is important stuff. That's important stuff.
title and what was your job at Good Samaritan in the month of January 2022?
I was the chief of pathology at the time and laboratory medical director.
What did you do as a laboratory medical director?
Laboratory medical director, basically, the laboratory medical director is responsible for the ultimate quality of any, either whether it's a biopsy, somebody's biopsy, or lab result. The laboratory medical director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many, there are policies for competency for all the lab techs and phlebotomists and even pathologists. So basically, the laboratory medical director, if something goes wrong, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered a preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
Accreditation is basically something that says that your laboratory is following guidelines and providing excellent quality. To be accredited with the CAP, every 2 years we have a laboratory inspection. They don't tell you when they're coming. They will give you a 3-month window, and they'll come and inspect you to make sure we have a good quality lab. Each section of the lab, pathology, the clinical lab, microbiology, chemistry, hematology. The CIP has a checklist with numerous requirements that one needs to fulfill. There are probably over 3,000 items that they look at.
And was your laboratory a Good Samaritan? Was the accreditation up to date on January 29, 2022?
We were accredited, still are.
Now, in Good Samaritan Medical Center, when a blood test is ordered, what types of things is the lab testing for?
I think the most common tests that are performed when you go and you have your blood test is one is chemistry, a chemistry test where we sodium, potassium, chloride, glucose. We also a common test is a CBC or a complete blood count, where we look at your red blood cells and your white blood cells and your platelets. Those are the two most common tests.
And why is blood testing ordered in the course of medical treatment at a hospital?
When you're admitted to the hospital, usually you're sick, so the physician is usually a standard, ordering chemistry and CBC to see if there are any clues in those tests that could help the doctor take care of you. If they look at a BUN and creatinine, maybe if they're elevated, you either could be dehydrated or have renal failure. If you look at liver function tests, maybe there's something wrong with your liver. So it's just a general, a good look at the patients to see if there are any clues that could help.
You got to
them.
start somewhere.
And as far as the
With a
blood
puzzle.
testing results are concerned, how does that assist either a doctor or a clinician in treatment and diagnosis?
Basically, what I just said. If there's nothing, if the results are normal, that sometimes helps too. Rules things out if they're normal. If they do a CBC and look at the hemoglobin and it's low and patient's anemic, maybe the patient might need a transfusion. So there are many different case scenarios where the results can help the provider, the clinician.
Now, with reference to alcohol, does the Good Samaritan Medical Center, do they also test alcohol within the blood?
Yes, we do.
And why would that assist medical treatment and diagnosis?
I think if a physician is wanting to know if somebody's been drinking or has alcohol on board, or maybe not, maybe that patient has ingested maybe drugs of abuse, so they'll test for alcohol to see if it's positive, and if it is, then it helps confirm that the patient has been drinking.
Now,
and if there is alcohol in their system and the patient has not been drinking, 100% confirmed, they might have that thing where gluten or wheat turns into alcohol inside of their body. I forgot what it's called. Let me look it up because now I need to know, because I love all the medical shows that always said oh my God, this wild thing have randomly happened and no one ever has this, but all the medical shows have it. Turns into alcohol. Auto brewery syndrome. That's always in a medical drama. Always. But it's pretty
now,
rare.
Are there any policies and protocols at Good Samaritan Medical Center with reference to how blood is taken and how blood is tested?
It's a terrible thing that
Yes, we
happens
have
to people,
numerous
but-
policies. We have one policy specifically for phlebotomists. Those are laboratory technicians who draw the blood. So we have a policy for them to explain exactly what they need to do. And also in the laboratory, we have numerous policies basically for any tests that we provide. And so we have a policy for alcohol testing as well.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm placing before you 2 sets of documents.
Lally,
Just have to review those generally.
It's so wild how similar Lally and Brennan actually sound to me. They sound pretty similar. But Lally is his voice is ingrained inside of many of our brains. But yeah, Lally is here. So we have what? Two more witnesses? Two witnesses? Nice. Very cool. Very, very cool.
And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what is contained within each of those two sets of documents?
Okay. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection. This is the policy that I was mentioning, specifically designed for our phlebotomist to detail the procedure of the blood draw. Basically goes through one of the most important parts of the process is correct patient identification, where we need to correctly identify the patient. We have the patient state his or her first and last name and state it out loud to make sure it matches which the patient that we're trying to draw. And then we also match up the bracelet to the medical record number on the patient's bracelet. So one of the most important things is the correct patient identification. The rest of this policy goes on and just pretty much details what to do next, including finding the veins, cleaning the site. It has some information on if there are any complications. So it's basically the entire process of the blood draw. The second one is our alcohol policy, which pretty much details in detail what goes on behind the scenes for an alcohol blood test in our hospital.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, call off, please introduce in the minutes the next two exhibits.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, it would be the patient preparation for specimen collection, the next exhibit in line.
All right. Exhibit 35.
And the ETOH policy would be the next exhibit number 37.
That's
Okay. Now, doctor, what types of precautions are in place at Good Samaritan with respect specifically to alcohol testing in the blood? Or I should say taking the blood sample from the patient.
Yes, one of the...
Lally's back, everyone. Lally is back. That is his style of questions. Like, that is just how he asked all the questions. It was da 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 da. As people are like, I'm gonna answer. Oh. He's back. He's back. He's back. Do we think he's nervous, or do we think he hates this?
Major things we need to do with taking somebody's blood for alcohol is to obviously not use an alcohol swab. Normally, when you have your blood test, they cleanse the area with a swab that contains alcohol. So in our policy is a specific statement that says, do not use alcohol swab, because potentially when you're drawing the blood, if you suck up some of that residual alcohol, you could cause a false positive. So we have in our policy, and it's every hospital should have the same policy, where we use a swab that has no alcohol. We call them a moist towelette. That's what we refer them to. Also, in the emergency room, my supervisor pretty much removed probably 95% of all the alcohol swabs. So just in case a phlebotomist forgets to not use an alcohol swab, they are hard to find. We need to keep a few there because we need to use alcohol wipes on certain tests like blood cultures and stuff like that. So
when were the alcohol swabs removed?
The director said, "You ain't making no mistakes on our watch." So you have one small box of hidden alcohol swabs because no, we're not doing this whole false positive nonsense. And that's, if you rub alcohol on something and then you stick a needle in there, you're going to get a little bit of that alcohol. And their tests are so good. Their tests are so precise that it could, if someone had absolutely nothing to drink, it could come up as a positive for alcohol within the bloodstream because of the alcohol swab. That's really crazy.
Moved from the emergency department.
It was before my time.
Fair to say prior to January 29th, 2022?
Correct.
What is a phlebotomist and what do they do?
So a phlebotomist is a healthcare professional who specializes in drawing blood. So they're the ones who are trained, competent, and know what to do when they draw the patient's blood.
And note, phlebotomists make a good chunk of money. So if that's something that you guys, if you're like good with blood, good with needles, I would look into it because there's really not that much training comparatively to becoming a doctor, or even like a nurse. I think like phlebotomy training is like maybe like a year, but you gotta be good at it.
What kind of training do phlebotomists receive at Good Samaritan?
We try to hire phlebotomists who have been trained. It's just easier. So they can have a high school background, but if we train on site, they just need to be trained on the proper protocol, proper procedures, and demonstrate competency.
Is there any sort of proficiency testing related to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan?
There's no proficiency testing for phlebotomists, but there's competency assessments. So with phlebotomists or any laboratory technician or even pathologists, there are strict guidelines for competency. We have to always make sure people know what they're doing, and it's a CLIA or a federal government regulation or requirement. So when anybody first starts in a hospital, the requirements are, one, initial training. You can't let anybody come in on their own, without not knowing what they're doing. So we have to document that they have the initial training and they're competent. And then the law says 6 months from that, we do another competency assessment where we look at 6 elements of competency defined by CLIA. And 6 months from that, 1 year from the start date, is another competency. And then after that, it's annual thereafter. And that goes for phlebotomists, and then it goes for any laboratory technician.
Doctor, once the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, what happens then?
So the phlebotomist will draw it at the time. They need to have the specimens labeled in the patient's room, because you don't want the phlebotomist to mislabel. So everything gets labeled at the patient's bedside with an initial and with the phlebotomist's initial and date and time. That blood test will then be sent to the lab. In this case, the blood was drawn in the emergency room. So it gets packaged into a plastic bag and sent in a pneumatic tube up to the laboratory.
And once it's sent to the laboratory, what happens with the sample from there?
Once we receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. There will be a technician who then goes into the computer, enters the phlebotomist's name from the tube into the computer system, enters the time, and the technologist will look and see what was ordered, and then do the appropriate next step based on what was ordered.
And in a case in which alcohol is one of the items that are ordered, what is the next?
I couldn't find my mouse. A pneumatic tube is like those tubes at banks that have like the drive-throughs. So you put your withdrawal slip in and you sucks it out. They have those in hospitals and stuff like that. So
The next step as far as the testing goes.
So the next step with alcohol testing, we use a specific tube, so the phlebotomist would know what tube to use. It would be a light green tube that has lithium heparin in it. It's an anticoagulant. We don't want the blood to clot, so that's why we use an anticoagulant. So the first step when testing for alcohol is that the test is designed to be performed on serum or plasma. And to get that, the next step would be to centrifuge the blood. The centrifuge is a machine that spins the blood rapidly. We spin it at around 3,300 RPMs, which is pretty fast, rotations per minute. And the reason why we spin it,
which is pretty fast,
will allow us to separate the blood components based on the density.
It is pretty fast.
So heavier stuff like the red blood cells will go to the bottom, and the lighter stuff like the watery component of the blood will go to the top, and some of the white cells go into the middle. But for alcohol testing, we are targeting the top part of the blood component, which would be plasma.
And then once it goes through the centrifuge process, what happens then?
So once it's centrifuged, we have the separation of the blood components. We have the plasma ready to be tested. So that technologist will walk the specimen over, it's probably 10 feet from there, and put it onto our Roche Cobas machine. That's our machine that performs our chemistries. as well as alcohol testing. It goes onto a machine. All the testing is basically inside of a black box. And the label present on the blood tube will dictate what the Roche machine will test. So based on the barcode label, once it's on our machine, it knows what test to do, and it will perform an alcohol test.
And Doctor, for our stenographer, do you know how to spell that Roche Cobas machine that you were just referencing?
So ROCHE, Roche, and Cobas, COBAS.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Dr. Showing you another series of documents again. If you could just look at that and look up on your page.
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the medical records of Karen Reed.
And sir, is there an indication within those records as far as the date of treatment for Ms. Reed?
Yes, there's a bunch of dates in here.
As far as the treatment is concerned, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date of treatment?
Oh, 1/9/22.
Sorry, is that 29/22?
That's what it says on this.
Uh-oh. Was it misdated?
Admit date, it says 1/29/22.
Thank you, sir. That's fine. Doctor, if I could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as a result for alcohol testing?
Did y'all know that he's blind? And
yes, I do.
Did you print this up in the smallest font possible? Could y'all have printed a large font menu for this gentleman who I like? I think his way of explaining things is a mixture of like professional terms and layman terms, and I really like that. I really like how he is sitting here and explaining things to me right now. I'm like intrigued. I'm like, do I want to be a phlebotomist? No, I don't. Never could. Sight of blood, I go, ugh. I pass out when I get shots. I can't. Just the thought of getting a tattoo sends chills down my spine. I want a tattoo, but just the thought of it, I go, oh, I can't. So like mad props to y'all with tattoos. Oh, also Raylene has a new tattoo. Raylene also has a new job. I forgot. I meant to brag about her when she was in here. So she heard me bragging about her. But when she watches this, she's gonna be like, oh my God, Raylene has a new job. She started on Monday and she's so happy. And I love that for her. She also got a new tattoo. So good for her. Raylene is thriving right now, which I'm so here for.
And
I love seeing my friends.
With respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood sample as far as let's start with first when it was ordered.
This poor man is holding this paper within 4 inches of his eyes. Y'all couldn't have printed this out in larger font. Y'all are out here using toner after toner cartridge for all of this nonsense for the second goddamn trial. And y'all couldn't have printed this out in a larger font for this gentleman. I'm mad about this. This is making me sad that you can't see it.
So when it was ordered, it was 9:03 in the morning.
And when was it taken, sir?
The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, so 9:08.
And then what happened, or what is the next time that something of any significance happened with it?
5 minutes from that, 9:13, we received it, and 9:53 in the morning, the result was entered into the computer. So it was ordered at 9:03. And I believe it was 9:53. The results were in the computer.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did I miss the
I'm also
result?
introduce the minutes next exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little? All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's fine.
Sorry, I have
Doctor,
to go back.
if I could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood.
Received the 53. The results were in the computer.
I just needed to make sure I
And,
didn't.
may I
get the
approach again, Your
results,
Honor?
'cause-
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. Doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
93 milligrams per deciliter. Okay, whatever the hell that means. Let's get some science. Miss Little is cross-examining him.
Good afternoon, Dr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating an individual's blood alcohol concentration. Is that right?
I would say 99.9% of the time we are not in the legal business. We are testing alcohol for the diagnosis of alcohol intoxication. But occasionally a case may come, very rare, to a hospital and it ends up being a legal case. It's not common, I think uncommon.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
The purpose of testing in a clinical setting is to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, right?
Correct.
And physicians need to analyze blood quickly. They need to get the results so they can see what's in a patient's system and then effectively and efficiently treat that patient, right?
Correct.
Whereas in a forensic setting, tests for blood alcohol concentration are designed to produce results that are reliable and credible for use in court, correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today that your lab is accredited by CAP, which is the College of American Pathologists. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
But CAP is a clinical laboratory accreditation, not a forensic accreditation, right?
We don't have the forensic accreditation for Good Samaritan.
In fact, Good Samaritan has never been investigated or accredited by any forensic accreditation team to ensure that you perform all of your tests with the.
Okay, we will get back to that, Miss Little. I wanted to just say out loud. So I just put BAC 93 milligrams per deciliter into Google. AI overview gave me information. Is it correct? I don't know, but I think it's close enough to correct to share on the internet. So a BAC of 93 milligrams per deciliter is slightly above the legal limit in many jurisdictions, which is typically 80 milligrams per deciliter, which equates to 0.08. That 0.08 that we all know and love. At this level, it says individuals may experience some impairment in judgment and motor skills, as well as potential mood changes. And we don't need to get into anything else. So she's she's at a 0.09 essentially, instead of a 0.08 at the time of the blood draw.
With the integrity necessary to support results in court, right?
We've never had the forensic accreditation, but we have very good quality lab results, which I could go into further.
But you've never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team, right?
No.
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
No.
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body that in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Sustained.
Now, the most
already said he
reliable
wasn't
method
familiar.
of forensic ethanol testing is called headspace gas chromatography, or HSGC. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
And HSGC is the method that's used by forensic labs to test for blood alcohol content, right?
Correct.
And that's because forensic tests require the testing of whole blood for the presence of alcohol, right?
Correct.
Can you briefly, just for the jury, describe sort of the difference between a whole blood test and a serum test?
Sure. So whole blood, to put it simply, when you have your blood drawn, you see the fluid coming out all red. That's whole blood. We don't do anything to it. We don't spin it down. We don't centrifuge it. That is whole blood. That is the specimen of choice for forensic blood ethanol testing. Hospitals, on the other hand, our methodology, which is just as good as the forensic headspace gas chromatography, is based on looking at the serum or the plasma. So we don't, that's when I explained that we need to centrifuge it, take the liquid portion off the top. So in the hospital, we test it on the serum or the plasma. Now, did you ask me the difference? You want me to go into the difference?
That's enough, Doctor. I'll ask some additional questions to kind of clarify. And in a forensic lab, they actually require the testing of whole blood.
I loved that interaction. He's like, yeah, I know what it is, and this is what it is. And he's like, do you want me to go into the difference? I'm happy. I'm happy to go into the difference because I know the difference and I know why they do this and I know why we do this and da 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 da. She says, that's it. I'll ask some clarifying questions. That's all good. And he's like, okay, cool. Like, nah, don't worry about it. We'll get there. Sweet. Instead of, well, let me ask you again. Like Yannetti, I don't know. Miss Little, she's top tier.
Correct.
And HSGC directly measures ethanol in the blood.
Correct.
And this method is designed to be accurate and reliable for forensic purposes for use in legal proceedings, correct?
Correct.
But the testing in this case was performed using the hospital's clinical chemistry machine instead of a forensically defensible method like HSGC, right?
Correct.
And that clinical chemistry machine performs what you just testified to, a serum test, right?
Serum or plasma.
Serum or plasma. And hospitals use serum or plasma testing because it's actually quicker and more efficient than HSGC, right?
Yes, it's less labor intensive. It's easy to automate, but at the same time, very, very good and very accurate.
But serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. It instead measures the presence of what's called NADH, right? Yes, I'll repeat that. That was my fault. Serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. Instead, it measures the presence of NADH. Is that right?
Almost.
Well, NADH is a byproduct of alcohol, right?
Correct. I can go into the testing how methodology that we use to explain it if you want me to.
Well, serum testing measures the presence of NADH, correct?
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail on that.
I'm actually
alcohol
interested.
testing in the lab is correct.
I'll ask you some additional
Okay,
questions
sure.
about NADH, and we'll
Sure.
get there.
Yeah.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer his question fully. Next question, okay? And the following questions.
Doctor,
I am furious at Judge Beverly Canoni. He asked, if you want me to, I can go into greater detail. I don't want you to. No, thank you. We've already had this interaction time and time again. This is like the 5th time. No, that's okay. I just, can just answer the question and stop talking, and then I'll ask you another question. It's good. No harm, no foul. No harm, no foul. Just back and forth, back and forth. No one's upset. No one's mad. No one's frustrated. Just back and forth, back and forth. He was done answering the question. This man could go on and on and on and on and on for 6 hours. You have to stop him at some point. He's answering questions that weren't asked. Oh, I don't like that.
the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct, no. It's a rate of change of NADH production based on our methodology. I can go into that. So our test system is a little bit different than the forensic testing system, but it's also very good and very accurate, and almost when we compare our methodology to the headspace, we get the exact same results, and when we compare and with peer laboratory comparisons. But what we do is and I think the jury needs to know this, maybe some of you might understand the chemistry behind it, but
I'd be
we
pissed.
do we take the patient's sample, and it's based on.
I would be so upset if I was Miss Little. Like, how is this okay? How is this okay? How is this okay? Like, I just want the answer to this question. I just want the answer to the question. And he's going on and on and on and on and on. I just want the answer to the question. I get that this is his answer to the question. I get that. But that's not the answer that they're looking for. So, like, I can see why Judge Beverly Cannoli is like, he's answering the question. This was his answer to the question. It's long-winded, and it's basically doing a full circle back, and it's definitely not what you wanted to talk about right now. It's definitely not part of the plan, but let him answer the question.
We add, because there's
eye
when there's
roll
alcohol
emoji.
in the specimen, we add actually in the test system alcohol dehydrogenase. It's the same enzyme that's in the patient's body. In addition, we add a surplus of NAD to it. NAD is similar to NADH. They get converted back and forth. So when we put it on our test system, it's alcohol dehydrogenase is in there. And what happens is when there's alcohol, it combines with NAD that we add to it. It creates NADH. And then in our machine, there's a spectrophotometer, which can monitor the rate of NADH production over baseline. And we use, there's a something that measures, a photometer that measures the NADH production. It looks at light in this physics and looks at 340 nanometers. And it's pretty accurate. It will monitor, it will tell you, it will tell the system how much NADH is produced. And that amount is directly proportional to the alcohol in the patient sample. So it's a very, very accurate test, but there are some limitations that I can go into.
So wait for another question.
Okay.
Next question, Ms. Little.
Yes, so serum testing can.
Wow. Did it all just come back and bite Beverly Cannoli in the butt? Excuse me, respectfully, Judge Beverly Cannoli in the butt? Well, and I can go on. And yeah, so let me go on, because to explain this, I need to explain this, and then to explain that, I need to explain this, and to make sure I explain this, I need to explain this, and then I need to explain this, and I can explain this. And I'm sure Miss Little was just sitting there staring off into space like, this is not just our jury. This is your jury, and they're lost. They're done. They're not listening anymore. There's only so much the jury is going to be able to be like, all right, okay. You know, they just had a day outside. They're probably tired. They're sleepy. You know, I think this is their Friday. So like, they're like ready to go. You know, they're like, it's supposed to be a half day. This is so much. Like from they had a high of going to the View, and now they have this low of, I don't want to say the low of the boringness of science, but it's a low of the boringness of science when you're sitting in a courtroom.
Can be subject to errors, right?
And Miss Little's like,
and there are
just
limitations.
going to keep going. Yeah,
There are some limitations that I can explain, just like head-space gas chromatography may have some limitations too, but I can go into them.
Yeah, next question.
What are some of the limitations of?
Now she's saying next question. Now she's saying next question. Yeah, maybe you should just let them work. Let them work. Let them work. Did you realize that he's a talker?
Of the
serum testing.
Okay. So the serum test, as with many tests in the laboratory, different things can interfere with our laboratory tests. And the three most common ones, which are unlikely to affect ethanol testing, is we abbreviated HIL. We want to look at those three things. One is hemolysis, which is H, and the other one is I, icterus, which is high bilirubin, and the third is L for lipids. High lipids will interfere with alcohol testing or with any testing based on that same methodology. Our machine, the Rose-Kobash machine, and all the machines out in the market today are very sophisticated. If we have elevated levels of any H or I or L, it will flag it and raise the potential for a problem. The next thing on the list is that our alcohol testing is not absolutely specific for ethanol. There are two possible other alcohols that can cross-react. One is propanol and butanol. but then it goes clinical history. Did the patient ingest those 2 alcohols? And third is there's some unusual hematologic malignancies like Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia that can interfere. So it's always have to correlate with the clinical situation. The next one, sometimes there can be patients who make endogenous make their own alcohol. So very rarely, some patients may truly have a positive result. That could be from our test or Headspace. They make their own, so we have to rule that out. It's a rare condition. And the next one is one that's in the literature, which is LDH and lactic acid. If a patient has a markedly elevated LDH or lactic acid, those one is an enzyme, and the other one is an acid, that can cause false positives. Now,
if I can stop you there, doctor, I think those were the 4 that you identified, the 4 limitations: the lactic acid, the hematology. If I could just
Go ahead and ask your next question.
If I could ask you a few more questions about LDH and lactic acid.
Sure.
You're aware, Dr. Fowler, of the medical literature establishing that the presence of LDH and lactic acid can lead to falsely elevated serum readings, correct?
Correct.
And that's because lactic acid or LDH actually forms in ADH.
Lactic acid, I'll have to go into a little bit of chemistry. Lactic acid and LDH, lactate dehydrogenase, they both act on each other. And LDH and lactic acid needs NAD plus to break it down. So in theory, when you're testing a serum, a plasma for blood alcohol, if there's extra LDH or high levels of LDH, high levels of lactic acid, you add it to the test system, and then Roche throws in, or Siemens throws in the NAD, it will form NADH. That was first documented, I think, back in the older versions of these ethanol testings back in the 1990s, when they stumbled on, they were looking for biomarkers or reasons in kids with SIDS, little babies, and they found that two of these babies had a positive alcohol. But
Doctor, if I could just ask the next question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, NADH, studies have found, can actually be formed by certain biomechanical processes other than the presence of alcohol, right?
Yes.
Are you aware?
The problem here is Judge Beverly Cannoni gave him the space to just go. Let him answer. And all future questions, let him answer, right? And it came around and, yeah, maybe not the right one to give space to answer, only because you are losing the jury. He will keep going. He will not. She gave him a mention. He took him out. He took the entire planet Earth. He took all of the lactic acids, NADHs. He took all of them. He took it all. And he's getting a little sassy face, which stops him. But Miss Little, she's being nice. If I could just stop you there, I'm gonna ask you my next question. I love it because the jury's not mad at her. The jury's not annoyed at Miss Little. She said she tried to cut him off. I think this is there's no way that the jury could be like, oh my gosh, she keeps asking him these questions and he just keeps going on and on and on. It's like, no, yeah, she keeps asking him a question and he just keeps going on and on and on and on and on. And now I'm sleepy and it's the middle of the day and we just had, a snack and I want to take a nap. And the judge let him do it. I think this, even though this witness may be technically great, like when it comes down to evidence for the Commonwealth, I think this moment in time right here is doing really well for the defense.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Health has found that liver diseases, kidney diseases, muscle injury, trauma, and even anemia are some of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum
on
LDH
a
levels?
personable level, Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Reed was severely anemic in January of 2022?
Sustained.
Ooh.
Are you aware that the medical literature has also found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a 2-fold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'm going to allow that.
I haven't read anything specifically related to the NADH level, but but I want to go back to the point where our laboratory, our testing is not based.
Let him finish his answer.
It's not. It's the rate of change of NADH. So if somebody has NADH on board, I believe it's not going to affect the result. It's the rate of change, and it basically, back to the anemia. I haven't read or heard of that.
That was stricken. That was not allowed.
It all goes back to the lactic acid and the LDH. The NADH doesnn matter. So looking at.
And back to the anemia. No. You don't do that.
Yeah. Multiple sclerosis patients, they can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it's not to the extent that it can interfere with the alcohol levels. There was a study maybe 7-10 years ago.
Your Honor, there's no question pending.
You asked him about a study, if he was aware of the studies.
I asked, and that's a yes or no question. And he's.
All right, Doctor, we're going to hold that there for you and ask the next question.
Doctor.
Fair. I love that she stood her ground. She said, "Are you aware of the studies?" Well, there's a study. Judge Canoio. Well, you asked him if he knows about the studies. Telling you about the studies. No, I asked him if he was aware. Not, can you tell me about the studies that you may or may not be aware of? Are you aware? Have you heard about it? Come on. Like, Judge, your bias is kind of showing. You know the defense is asking closed-ended questions. They don't want him to keep going on and on and on and put the jury to sleep. Come on.
Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales? Which,
Do that again and slow down, please.
sure. Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
No, I'm not, to be honest, no.
Dr. Fowler, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol test on January 29, 2022?
No, we don't. No.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Dr. you did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And all of those results were negative.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Doctor, are you aware? I know your lab at Good Samaritan.
That was really tough. That was tough. But Miss Little got through it. I think she did really good. I think she got through it. I think she came on top. I think this was a great moment for Judge Beverly Cannoni to take a look at when she interrupts the defense team to say, let them answer. Don't do that. Like, don't do that. You just got the consequences of you overstepping, right? You just got it. You just saw it. So hopefully that energy shifts a little bit. Hopefully a little more power is taken back by the defense team where they can say, that's not my question. here's my question again. Like, let's stick to answering the questions, not what you want to say. This is not about what you want to say. This is about my questions, your answers. Answer my question, not the question you want to answer.
Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration of whole blood?
I'm going to allow it. The door was open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
Okay, who's ever coughing or sneezing, take a Claritin. Let's listen to that again.
I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration of whole blood?
I'm going to allow it. The door was open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
And please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
Well, with blood alcohol concentrates goes to, when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier, whole blood is before we spin it. And when we test the plasma, which is specifically testing the watery component. Now, people have done studies like how much percentage of water is a serum versus whole blood. Basically, to put it simple, there's a higher percentage of water in the serum versus whole blood. So a hospital result will always be a little bit higher than a test on whole blood. It can be
Okay. Hospital result will always be higher than a whole blood result. Because the concentration of the liquid material in blood is higher in the serum of the blood versus all of the blood. So if you have
the ratio.
So if you have a cup of blood, I don't know why you have a cup of blood, but if you have a cup of blood and you centrifuge it, and now you have 1/3 of a cup of serum, which is all of the liquidy parts, and then you have thick, not serumy, liquidy blood, plasma on top, not plasma on the bottom, all the liquidy parts, the concentration. So say you have a cup of liquid just total within a full cup of blood, all of that liquid is going to be a higher concentrate within the 1/3 cup of plasma. So okay, I get it.
The conversion factor is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.18. It's always could be 18% or 11% higher in serum versus whole blood. But we don't do it. That's what I read. I will defer that to the experts.
Now, doctor, you were referencing in your cross-examination about a study that you were aware of about 10 years ago or so regarding MS and alcohol testing. Is that correct?
It was more on MS, looking at the results of lactic acid and LDH to see how high the levels of lactic acid can go in a group of multiple sclerosis patients.
So you are familiar with it?
When reviewing that, we found that the range went from...
So you are familiar with it? Didn't you just say you weren't familiar with the article that you were asked about by Miss Little? You're like, to be fair, no. But now you're going to sit here on redirect examination and summarize it for us? I am confused.
From some normal range, 16% of the multiple sclerosis patients had normal lactic acids.
Wait.
But the remainder had elevated levels. But those levels were not anywhere near the required levels to produce a false positive. Our package inserts and for the Roche testing system, the Roche has it's an FDA approved test, and they have to do in-depth, detailed testing before they allow any hospital to do a test. And they have listed levels of lactic acid beyond which the test would not be reliable. But the results, based on this study of 600 multiple sclerosis patients, 2 big centers in Italy and 1 in the Netherlands, show that the highest level of lactic acid in the MS patients didn't get.
I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like my lactic acid levels are rising right now. What did he just Miss Little asked him about an article and he said, to be honest, no, I don't know about it. And then is that the same peer-reviewed article, medical, whatever that he's talking about now? So if you're familiar with it, then you're familiar with it. If you're not familiar with it, then you're not familiar with it. But you can't say that you're not familiar with it to the defense and then be super familiar with it to the Commonwealth.
And get close. Usually patients with MS that are asymptomatic.
I feel like I'm confused on because Lally is asking the questions,
normal
but
levels,
that's
slightly
just
elevated.
mean.
It was the ones that had more symptoms that had elevated levels up to, I think the highest was 6.5 millimoles per deciliter, which is not high enough to interfere with our result.
Now, with respect to the lab at Good Samaritan Medical Center, the interference that you were speaking about earlier on cross-examination, what would happen if any of those types of interference were to occur during the course of the testing?
No, I'll allow it.
The three main ones, which I detailed earlier, is the hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia. Our machines are sophisticated. It will detect it and say, it will flag it and say, please do not result it, or we'll have a disclaimer saying, interpret this result with caution. The results may not be accurate. It hardly ever happens with alcohol testing. But if it did, we would get a result like that and we probably wouldn't report it.
And from your review of the defendant's medical record, specifically her testing from January 29th, did you notice any interference or any reports like that in her record?
No.
Now, the testing that you're doing at Good Samaritan is in relation to patients such as that might have cancer or heart disease or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were talking or started to speak on cross-examination about the good quality lab results that you have from your lab, and you wanted to go into that further. Could you please expound upon that for the jury now?
We have you mentioned proficiency testing before. So all hospital laboratories accredited by the CAP or have to participate in proficiency testing. What that means is that every 3 times a year, and they give us 5 unknown samples. And we have to test it, report it back to CAP, which also reports back to the government. And we have to basically get the correct answers. And with alcohol testing, it's probably one of the best tests in the laboratory. Always have right on the money results. But at the same time, we're also able to look at results of all the other labs that participated in this proficiency testing. So we can look at different methods. We can look at labs that had the same method as us to see how we're doing. And usually with this proficiency testing, we have 3,000 labs across the nation that have the same methodology as us, so we can compare to them. And also, interestingly, we can see the labs that are using headspace gas chromatography. And out of interest, we can see, how do we compare? And we have exactly the same results on these proficiency testings. We also look at some statistics as well, not going into them, but we can look at some stats like standard deviations and STs. And actually, the hospitals with enzymatic testing have slightly better stats with that compared to Headspace. Pretty close, but a little bit better.
And doctor, from your review of the defendant's medical records and the blood testing in this case, was that done in conformity with the policies and protocols at Good Samaritan?
We have policies in place to be followed, and there's no reason not to think that somebody didn't follow policy.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Little?
No questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
I do.
Okay.
The Commonwealth calls Jason Becker.
Let's just go on a quick 2-minute break. Okay, we're back. We have one more witness for the day who looks like to be another paramedic.
So I also hit.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Good afternoon, sir.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Becker.
How old are you?
I am 36 years old.
Do you live in the area?
I do. I live in Canton.
Tell us a little bit about your education.
My education, high school and college UMass. And I went to EMT school a little over 10 years ago and paramedic school.
Tell me a little bit about EMT school. How old were you when you started EMT school?
When I started EMT school, roughly 21 years old.
Why did you decide to go to EMT school?
I wanted to save some lives.
Tell us a little bit about EMT school. What did it require?
EMT school is a couple months of classroom stuff, and then you do some ride time on the ambulance. Paramedic school is a little different. It's about a little extended. 2 years worth of training. You're doing hospital.
Interesting. Give me 1 second. That was weird. I don't know what happened.
Hundreds of calls you were on during that time?
Hundreds.
Why did you decide then to go get paramedic training?
I wanted to be in the fire department, and it was a prerequisite.
Did you complete paramedic school successfully?
I did.
Were you still working as an EMT at the time?
I was.
And inevitably, did you seek to have a different job? Did you try to be a firefighter?
I wanted to be a firefighter, correct.
Were you successful in doing that?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that, sir.
On the Canton Fire Department. So I got on the Canton Fire Department, and then they send you to the fire academy, where you train to be a firefighter.
So you had EMT training, paramedic training, and then firefighter training.
That's correct.
On the Canton Police Department, did you serve dual roles as a paramedic and as a firefighter?
Fire department?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Firefighter and as a paramedic.
You served as a firefighter and a paramedic.
Correct.
In the Canton Fire Department, does it have more than one station?
There's two.
Is there one station that's larger or smaller than the other?
Station 1 is the headquarters, which is larger.
Had you ever spent time in Station 1 as a firefighter or a paramedic?
Oh, yeah, we rotate through both stations.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
What station were you assigned to?
Canton Station 2.
Canton Fire Station 2?
Correct.
And that's the smaller of the two stations?
It is.
Were you working with anybody at Fire Station 2 that night?
My ambulance partner at the time was firefighter Dan Whitley.
Was there anybody else who was working at Fire Station 2 in addition to you and Dan Whitley?
Correct. There was an engine company with 3 guys on it.
3 people were assigned to the
engine, correct.
Were you and Dan Whitley?
Something's happening. Something's happening. I don't know. I'm hitting mute and everything disappears. Okay, so give me 1 second. Let me give me 1 moment. Oh my God. I have no idea why that happened, but it did. But we shall overcome. That was so weird. Yeah, something weird is going on, and I don't understand what it is. That's okay.
Sir.
The week.
So for the entire week, you're partners with a person, and does that rotate on other assignments?
It does. It rotates.
So on this particular week, you were assigned as partners with Dan Whitley.
I was.
What were your roles between the two of you?
Well, at the time, he was my preceptor. I was a new paramedic at the time. So I was more or less the lead tech on all the calls as part of my training. And Dan's been a paramedic for a long time. So he, he was there to teach me.
So would Dan Whitley be the lead on the call and he would help you?
I would be the lead.
You would be the lead.
Correct.
Did you get a call that early morning hours of January 29, 2022?
We did.
What was the call assigned for?
It was a call for Section 12 psych eval.
Very briefly, can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
Sure. It's a transportation order filled out by police, doctor, basically for us on the ambulance that we have to take the patient, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, because they're a threat to themselves or someone else.
When you received the call for a Section 12, were you aware that there were other calls that Fire Station 1 had responded to that morning?
We were aware. You can hear the calls going out each station.
Okay, and who wrote the Section 12?
Any part of that earlier call that Fire Station 1 responded to before you got the call for the Section 12?
We were not.
So your efforts were after?
We were after, correct.
After you got the call to respond to a Section 12, did you head towards Fairview Road?
We did.
Tell us a little bit about the trip to Fairview Road.
It was a little extended because of the weather conditions at the time. Snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
Okay. How long did it take to get from Fire Station 2 to Fairview Road?
Approximately 8 to 10 minutes.
Who drove?
Firefighter Whitley.
Now, on the way to Fairview Road, do you sit in the front of the ambulance?
We do.
Take us to when you arrived to Fairview Road. What do you see?
You see a bunch of police lights. Canton Engine 3 was already on scene, so we parked behind them.
Did you have it, without talking about what you spoke about, did you have a chance to speak to anybody at the scene?
We briefly spoke to the Canton police, and they briefed us and sent us to where the defendant was at the time.
Why do you have a conversation with other first responders at the scene before you do anything?
They're making sure the scene is safe to begin with info.
They get the lowdown.
What our dispatch would have.
After you had that debriefing with colleagues, were you directed to approach any certain person?
I was.
Where did you go?
Karen Reed.
I went
with the Section
that was
12
the
on
defendant who was sitting in a black
Like
SUV
eval time.
Type car.
Were there other persons inside the car with the defendant?
From my understanding, it was one person in the driver's seat.
And what seat was the defendant in?
She was in the front passenger seat.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did.
And the person you spoke
What did you
to
say?
in the passenger seat of that car, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Miss Reed right there, she's in the blue, navy blue.
How long was your conversation with the defendant while she was still seated
I
inside?
feel like we've seen this a couple of times. There's like this immediate anxiety when witnesses in particular are asked to describe the defendant. Like, can you describe her? Where is she? She's over there. That's great. There are so many women in this room. Could you describe an article of her clothing? Blue. Boy, if you don't, it's not a trick question. It's not a trick question.
Inside the vehicle.
Approximately 5,
Boy, if you don't just say
5
that
to 8
she's
minutes.
wearing a blue blouse,
At some point, did you
Like,
and
come
the defendant
on.
move to another location?
We did.
Where did you go?
So we went back in the ambulance.
After having a conversation with her, was she cooperative going back to the ambulance with you?
She was.
And did you ask her to be seated in the ambulance?
I did.
Was she cooperative with that as well?
She was.
After she was seated in the ambulance, did you close the doors and get in?
We did.
When you say we, who was with you?
Me and firefighter Whitley.
So you and firefighter Whitley were in the back of the ambulance with Miss Reed. Who was going to drive the ambulance?
Firefighter Sam Park.
Where did he come from?
He was on the fire engine that was already on scene.
I want to ask you questions now about what you did in the back of the ambulance and some of the conversations that you had. Tell us what your role is once you have a patient in the back of the ambulance. What do you do next?
I mean, each patient's different. Depends on what the call is for. In this specific situation, it was more a psych eval, because that's what we're called for. Initial triage questions: is the patient cooperative, uncooperative, combative? I asked her name, her mental status, where she was. I asked her if she was suicidal, and if she was, did she have a plan? Did she want to hurt anyone else? Those are some of the initial triage questions that I would ask.
how do you ask someone who you are currently doing a psych evaluation on, taking them to a hospital to have a psych eval done, and you are the ambulance, you picked her up, you're their Uber to get that psych eval, they're psyching out right now, and you ask them, so are you suicidal? Yeah, you got a plan? How you going to do it? I really hope. Do you have a plan? Is that really like, are you suicidal? I feel like that should just I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm not a paramedic. I'm not a firefighter. I'm not an EMT. But if I was in that state and someone was like, you got a plan, I'd be like, well, I can make one up right now. If I really want to do it, I can make one up right now. Obviously, it's not going to help the psych evaluation, but I don't know if asking him, you got a plan? It's crazy. That seems a little
Why do you
crazy
ask
to
those
me.
questions?
Just to get a kind of a judgment on the patient, reading the patient.
What's your role at that point? Are you an investigator?
I'm not.
Are you in any way law enforcement?
I'm not.
So what's your focus when you're speaking to
Law
a patient?
enforcement?
It's basically hearing them speak in their story. In this specific situation, we didn't know circumstances. We just knew that
It's almost like, well, you better have a plan, because you're already, they're gonna ask you even worse questions in the hospital. Like, I don't know, maybe you should just be like, hey, did you want juice box or something? Like, how are we feeling? How are we, like, maybe, I don't know. I just feel like if they're already going to the hospital for a psych evaluation, maybe the EMTs, for safety of everyone, for ease of transport, maybe you just don't bring up if they want to kill themselves. I don't know. I feel like keeping that to the professionals who are doing the psych evaluation, if they bring it up, definitely something to note. But I don't think that it should be the EMT paramedics, the people in the ambulance being like, hey, so can you, what pills were you going to take? I don't know.
Miss Reed had found her husband, which she was calling dead on the side of the road.
Again,
so it was
second paramedic who has said John O'Keefe husband. John O'Keefe was Karen Reed's husband, right? This is because I think Karen Reed was in the ambulance talking to all these paramedics. My husband. Did it just roll off the tongue easier than my boyfriend of 2 years? I don't know if he's my boyfriend. We might be breaking up. We might have broken up. I'm not quite sure. My really close, my friend with benefit, I don't know if they actually had like a legit title to their relationship. Like, I don't think it was set in stone where they were. I mean, she unfriended him on Facebook. So clearly it's complicated. I don't know. I
It's a
don't
traumatic
know.
call.
But
So
this is
when
the
you were
second
there,
one who
you knew
said
nothing
husband
about
when
what
referring
had
to
happened
Karen Reed,
before you
referring
got there.
to
We did not.
John.
And your role had nothing to do with any of that investigation?
We did not.
You were solely focused on caring for the patient?
Correct.
Did you have any other role other than caring for the patient?
Just making sure she got to the hospital safely. She didn't hurt herself.
During those conversations, are
But you wanted to know how she
and
was going to
firefighter
hurt
Whitley doing
herself.
the same thing or different things?
Again, it depends on the call. I was the lead tech, so I'm the one documented, giving a report to the nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Miss Reed. And
Were you writing down information, technical information about status and health on a report?
I was, yes.
While you were doing that, was your colleague speaking to Miss Reed?
He was.
Did you have a chance at times to hear what they were speaking about?
Yeah, and no,
At other times, did you speak directly to Miss Reed?
I have.
Can you describe her demeanor or temperament?
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. She said the statement she made, she didn't mean. She just kind of said it in jest because of the events that she went through. So she, but then there'd be periods of which she'd be calm, and then it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive, but all in all, she was cooperative.
At some point, did you have a chance to speak to her directly about her mood?
About her mood?
One thing that I've noticed from watching Karen's interviews, from watching the docuseries, from watching trials, from watching people talk, from watching the behind the scenes, the from the cutting room floor pieces of interviews, she does repeat herself a lot. She's very repetitive. She wants to make her point very clear, and if that means she's saying, it's like, well, when I walked into the bar, when I walked into the bar, I had one drink, and when I had this one drink, it was really weak, and she kept pouring weak drinks. So every drink I had a weak drink, like she's very repetitive. And so I feel like in an agitated state, in a state of shock, it might be quite dramatized how repetitive she actually is. We keep hearing, I hit him 3 times. Did I hit him? There's all these moments of her repeating herself. Carrie, Jen, he's dead. He's dead, and hanging up and calling like these repetitive, like, start and stop moments within her brain due to like shock and fear and all that stuff. I think, is that like too crazy to sort of nail down as like that just being her? That's just how she is. I don't know.
Her mood.
I don't
Weird
know
to
if I understand
some,
the
but
question.
it might be
Did she
baseline
say
for her.
anything to you about her last interaction with what she referred to as her husband?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did she make any statements to you when you were giving her treatment or speaking to her about her husband?
Objection.
I'll allow that. It came in.
One of the reasons why she was saying suicidal stuff is because the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said. But that's what she said to me.
That the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Miss Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring her to the psychiatric section.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you all.
Cross-examination by Ellen Jackson.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
When you first arrived at the scene, there was at least two Canton police officers there still.
Correct.
Time for my cross.
Do you remember their names?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulvaney.
Okay. Their cruiser was there. You said that an engine was still there?
Correct.
And was there another ambulance there, or the other ambulance had already left the scene? They'd cleared?
They had already transported to the hospital.
Remind me, you were in ambulance 2?
2. I was ambulance 2.
Got it. You parked behind the SUV where you ultimately made contact with Miss Reed, correct?
I think it was more in front of the SUV because the way the SUV was parked.
Got it. Got out of the ambulance, ultimately made contact with Miss Reed through the passenger door.
Correct.
Had a short conversation with her there.
I did.
You said it was maybe 5 to 8 minutes?
More like 5 minutes because of the weather conditions.
Okay, nothing of great consequence. I'm guessing just an initial, I think you called it sort of a triage assessment?
Well, it's more of just introducing myself and asking her how she was doing.
Got it. And then there was one other person in the cab of the vehicle as well.
There was.
Female, male?
Female.
So there are 2 females, one Miss Reed, one another female. Did you see any other civilian females out there?
I didn't see.
Okay,
But
so at least where you were, the contact that you had with Miss Reed and this other female, there was just 2 of them, not a third one.
from what I saw, correct.
Did you get the other female's name?
Not at the time. I did not.
Okay. Have you, by the way, have you since gotten her name?
Could be Carrie.
Based on a conversation Firefighter Whitley and Miss Reed had back in the ambulance.
Got it. Okay. And who is that other person?
Miss Carrie Roberts.
Okay.
Carrie was in the driver's seat.
When you first observed Miss Reed, did you note whether or not there was anything unusual about her physical appearance, meaning anything on her?
She did, yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
She had some blood around her mouth, her neck area.
At that point, were you concerned about, obviously you're concerned mainly about her safety and getting her safely to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Were you worried that that might be her blood?
She had said that she had given CPR to her husband.
Okay, you jumped a question ahead. I was going to say, did she tell you that it was in fact not her blood?
She did, so that kind of, in a way, ruled it out.
Okay.
No injury for me.
And you didn't indicate, you didn't notice anything about her that looked like she was physically injured or physically in harm?
I did not.
Okay. She indicated that she had given CPR, mouth-to-mouth, attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
She did.
And that would account for the blood on her face and in her hair and on her neck?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And based on your observations of her, you didn't have any reason.
He's like, I don't know. I wasn't there, but she said she did. I'm not. He's like, look, if she doesn't have an injury on her, I'm not digging deep into why you're covered in blood. I'm not doing that. Like, he's like, if you are not physically hurt, we are just taking you to the hospital. He started writing up his paperwork and he wasn't even listening to the damn conversation. So why did he ask her, do you have a plan? Bro, you drew the line. I think you need to draw it a little sooner. Got a plan?
With that.
Crazy.
Correct.
Okay.
Crazy question.
You indicated that her tone was somewhat rapid and repetitive. Is that right?
It fluctuated. So at times it was, yes.
Did it appear to you at that time that she had gone through a pretty significant trauma as best you were trained at the time? Objection.
A little bit more of a foundation. I'll give it to you.
Sure. Have you ever, in your course of training, seen individuals who have gone through some sort of a traumatic event?
Frequently.
Frequently.
Everyone's different though.
Understood. Obviously, everybody's got their own personalities and the way of dealing with those things, right?
Sure.
Have you been able to, through your training, assess whether, at least in your belief, your observations, if someone has gone through a relatively traumatic event, as opposed to just someone whistling down the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear at that time when you're interacting with Miss Reed that she was showing the signs consistent of having gone through a trauma?
At the time, yes.
Okay, so hence the rapid speech, the repetitive speech, things of that nature.
Correct. For her. For the defendant, some people don't have rapid, repetitive
Understood.
speech.
I'm just talking about your observations of her at that time.
Yes, sir.
Her demeanor was consistent with having gone through a significant trauma.
For the situation, sure. Yes.
Okay. You said that she went
Hard
from
to say.
calmness to agitation. The agitation you accounted for.
It's hard. So there is no right or wrong way to respond to a situation like this. There is no right or wrong way to mourn. There is no right or wrong way to respond to when you are traveling down the highway and you see a car coming at you at 90 miles per hour head on, and you're like, oh my God, what do I do? There's no right or wrong way. There is fight, flight, and freeze. And many small little sectors in between, and the way your mentality and your psyche reacts to traumatic incidents is just the way it does. You cannot control it. You can try to mask it, but you will feel something. There is a right and wrong way to go right on a green light when the car is coming from the other direction. Do not have the right of way. Did you have a traumatic experience today? Spoiler alert, I'm right. Like there's no right or wrong way to have like the car thing. If someone's coming at you dead on and you're, if you veer right, if you veer left, if you slam your brakes, if you just completely free, you can't be held accountable for the immediate, like your immediate, like heartbeat reaction. The person who's in the wrong is held accountable in that very situation. But, coming up on a scene, you're finding, a dead body, that or you don't know, those types of situations, you have no idea how your body is going to react. You have no idea how you are actually going to grieve a loss. And this is a very unusual situation that many of us will never experience. I mean, the majority of us will never experience anything like this. Thank God, don't wish this on anybody. But at the same time, it is still going to be looked at by people who may or may not react that way, may or may not understand why you're reacting that way, and be judged. Like, you will always be judged for everything that you do by someone. If you're skipping down the halls of a mall, someone's going to look at you and be like, ew, gross, but you're having a great time. Them judging you doesn't change you having a great time in that very moment. I don't know. It's really hard it's a hard question for him to answer. Did she look like she was experiencing a trauma? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know her baseline. I don't know how she's like every day. I don't know. Because he could have sat there and said, no, it looked like she was strung out on meth. He could have found memories of meth heads from, 911 calls. Like, yeah, we got 6 of them and they all acted the same exact way she just did. That's a thing. I'm not saying that happened, but like that could have happened on the stand right now. There is no way for unless you're like a psychological professional, like unless you are the person who did the psych eval, to sit there and be like, yeah, she was definitely traumatized. Like, she was experiencing trauma and this is just how she reacted to trauma. That's just how some people react. Florida drivers suck. Florida drivers do suck. All right, let's get back into it.
I don't necessarily want to go to the hospital. I don't want to be sectioned, correct?
She felt like she didn't, she didn't need to.
Go to the hospital.
It wasn't, she wasn't going to act on her comments about wanting to harm herself.
You called it, I think in a report, it's SI, suicidal ideation.
Correct.
That's obviously of great concern to you and your partners when you're assessing a patient, correct?
That's right.
You don't want to leave someone on their own if they're going to self-harm, correct?
That's correct.
You pretty quickly assessed, I'm guessing, Firefighter Becker, that she was not, in fact, in the position to self-harm, that I think you said that the statements that she originally made, if John dies, I don't want to live, were not necessarily at the level of actual suicidal ideation. Is that right?
Yeah, at the time I believed her because of what the information we got and what she went through.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand.
Lead you in
your-
what
your
way?
answer.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Of
I just
course.
wanna-
It's probably my fault. At the time that you assessed her, even though she had made some comments about if John doesn't live, I don't want to live either, you did not elevate that to the level of her being suicidal at that moment.
So I couldn't rule it out, but
Okay.
I didn't think it was a huge threat at the time.
Understood.
But
That's
we
what I was trying to get at.
couldn't rule it out, so that's why we had to take her to the hospital.
And that's a very mature and professional way of answering that question, because they're at that very point, he is already directed to go get her and take her to the hospital for a psych evaluation on a section 12. He cannot fully rule it out just by like mandate, just by rules. He cannot fully rule out her being suicidal. He has to take that seriously, but he can get her in the back of the ambulance and he can talk to her and have some conversation and be like, she's not actually suicidal. Like man, like, come on, like, I hate when I have to do these section 12s on people that don't actually need it and they're just experiencing something, that type of thing. But it is what it is. We still have to make sure that you are taken care of and you are not a harm to yourself. I
Understood. I mean, you had a section 12. You had to take her irrespective of what you ruled in or out, right?
Right.
Okay. Firefighter Whitley was with you in the back of the ambulance the entire time you were with Miss Reed, correct?
Not the entire time. He was before we started transporting. He was kind of in and out, trying to find more of, talking to the police officers, find more of a story of, what happened, why we're taking the defendant on a section 12.
Once you and Miss Reed were in the back of the ambulance, Firefighter Whitley then joined you in the back of the ambulance?
He did.
How much time lapsed?
It was a couple minutes at the most.
Okay, so it wasn't a lengthy amount of time.
It wasn't lengthy.
And he was with you during the transport, along with Miss Reed, for the whole transport back to Good Sam.
It's a good, yes.
And you said on direct examination, I think your phrase was, all in all, she was cooperative with us.
For the majority of the transport, yes.
Okay. Never became combative, never got physical, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband or her spouse.
That's correct.
You're aware of HIPAA rules, obviously. You're in the medical field, correct?
Correct.
You're aware at the time that HIPAA rules would demand or dictate that unless you're a spouse or a parent or a child, there's certain rules against getting or providing information to someone who isn't one of those close family members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You previously indicated on direct examination that, I think your words were, that Ms. Reed indicated that her last conversation she had with her husband was an argument, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified about that statement in other particulars, right? Other hearings.
I have.
You're paraphrasing. You didn't write down what she said about her previous interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, and you didn't record those on a tape recorder, correct?
I wrote down in my report that she said she had an argument.
Right. You didn't write it down at the time. That was a bad question on my part. You weren't taking notes as she was speaking.
Yeah, could have been. I mean, it's kind of for every call, we jot down notes on a notepad, just so, when we give the staff a report, we can read off it.
Do you have those notes?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think you took notes or no?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I could have been typing them on the computer. That's what we typed the report on at the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of taking notes, either handwritten or on a computer as you sit here right now?
I couldn't tell you if I did one or the other. Sometimes I write on the computer, sometimes I don't.
Or you might not have written anything down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in any event, you weren't taking down, even if you were taking notes, you weren't taking down verbatim quotes of what she was saying. You were paraphrasing the information that was coming to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You had previously said or testified that the last time, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You previously indicated in recounting what it was that Ms. Reed actually said to you was something along the lines of she was upset because her last words to him were, because of her last words to him being in anger.
Okay.
I'm going to allow the question.
Yeah, you brought it up,
Well,
Brennan.
I phrased it a little wrongly. The last words, it was the last conversation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is a simple one. In a previous hearing, did you use the phrase "her last words to him"?
Yes,
Were
I did.
they?
I did.
And that was at a hearing where you're under oath, just like you are now, correct?
Correct.
That was a little closer in time than we are now. It was maybe a year ago, correct?
Correct.
Actually, my mistake. It was about 2.5 years ago. It was a grand jury, correct?
Grand jury was, yes.
Okay. And the phrase that you used was, and I want to concentrate on that for just a quick second, Firefighter Becker.
Sure.
The phrase that you used at that time was that she said, quote, like her last words to him. She was upset about her, quote, last words to him. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Brennan opened the door to the last words nonsense. It was indirect examination. It was indirect. He opened the doors to it. He brought it up. They had the conversation. People are getting up and stretching. There's Paul O'Keefe. He's there. Pam, she is allowed to watch the trial. IRL. There are sequestration orders for witnesses, but there is some leniency when it comes to family. And also, she was not there when the event happened. So,
may I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were recounting the conversation that Ms. Reed indicated that she was upset about, you also indicated, in addition to using the phrase her last words to him, you also said that it was earlier in the night, correct? They had an argument earlier in the night.
I don't recall.
Bro.
Now, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Paragraph, very, very small print. Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
Great. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
When you wrote your report, you indicated that when she was describing the argument that you testified to on direct, it was about an argument that was, quote, earlier in the night.
Earlier in the night, correct.
Okay. And then you recounted that statement, that same statement, in the grand jury later on as at least including, quote, her last words. Is that right?
Her last words.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset, and you were paraphrasing her. And one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her, what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
There's no other details. There was no other details other than what she said.
Okay.
Was that
but
a
she did,
knuckle
when
crack?
she was having this conversation with you,
What she said.
last words to him?
There's no other details. There was no other details other than what she said.
Okay.
Interesting. Does he have rings on his fingers? Because I think he knocked his rings together. That's what that noise was. Sorry.
But
It
she
caught my
did,
attention.
when she was having
I
this
was writing
conversation with you about her last words to him, she did actually.
Wait, let's watch it
She
again.
was having this
Nikki says
conversation.
clap.
And what she said.
Okay.
Wait.
but she-
How? He's over here like this, like how? If that was a clap, that he is a very talented individual because that's a magic clap. Wait, sorry. Wait, no, we're slowing it down. We're going into normal speed. I slow it down to 0.25. One more.
Say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him.
There's no other details. There was no other details other than what she said.
Okay. But
the science behind whatever just happened was weird. If that was a clap, I have no idea how he's able to make that noise with his hands. I think he might be right. I know he's wearing one ring. I don't know. Did it knock on something? Does he have like a water bottle down there that it knocked? Oh my gosh. You think it's a clap? You think it's a clap? That is the clap of the century.
she did received her last words to him.
There's no other details. There was no other details other than what she said.
I see his pause. I see his pause. That cannot be a clap. That cannot be a clap. We have to go. We have to continue.
Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
There's no other details there was no other details other than what she said.
Okay.
No, that
But
cannot be
she
a clap.
did.
That cannot. How do you? You have to like. His arms are resting, and you have to like get. But he's leaning. He just does this. And the microphone is so far away. That was such an echo. No, it's not a clap. That cannot be a clap. I'm dead. I'm done with you. That
When she
cannot
was
be a
having
clap.
this
It's not a
conversation
clap.
with you about her last
cannot be a
words to
clap.
him, she did actually
No, one more time.
take out her phone
No, we're done. We're moving
and
on.
show you a
You
bunch
can't
of
do it
missed
anymore.
calls at the same time.
One more
didn't you?
time.
She tried to, yes.
Okay.
No.
In your mind, did you put
Please.
two and two
We'll go back
together?
once we're done.
What she was actually talking about were the missed calls and her
3:40,
being upset about her
3:45.
last words to him, being very angry on those missed calls, those voicemails. Did you put those two things together?
I didn't.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Terrible stuff.
Hey, Mr. Brennan.
Look at his
So
fingers
when
when he
Miss
puts his
Reed
hands
told
up.
you
Does he
that
have
she
any other rings
was
on the
sad
right
because her
right hand?
last conversation, or her last thing that she had said to him was an argument, did she ever suggest that was in a voicemail?
Objection.
Oh,
Did she ever suggest it was in a voicemail?
She did not.
Did she ever suggest that she didn't actually speak to him, but instead it was some type of message?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Did she ever suggest that?
She did not.
In fact, you wrote a report saying that there was an argument earlier in the night, didn't you?
Objection. Your argument is
Sustained.
You then were interviewed, weren't you? Were you
Yes.
interviewed on February 14th, 2022?
Yes.
And you referred to the fact that she told you there was an argument earlier in the night?
Argument early in the night.
And she was telling you this when you were speaking to her that morning?
Correct. Around 6 a.m. Yes.
And earlier in the night, do you know if she was referring to 12:30
I did not know.
or 12:15
No.
or midnight?
I didn't know the time.
So his answer is he doesn't know.
That's a great question. That's a fantastic question. Sustained means that the question stops there. So if I say, hey, what did you eat for breakfast? Objection. And the judge says sustained, moving on, next question, no answer. The question does not exist. Does not exist. Overruled means I'm overruling the objection. The witness can answer the question and we continue on. The question stays. It's fine. There's no issues with it. And we get to continue on. Interesting thing about this case. Typically we hear objection, and then a legal basis, asked and answered, relevance, argumentative, whatever the reason for the objection is. Then we hear the judge's ruling. But there is nothing that the attorneys can say other than objection. I mean, or maybe approach sidebar. They can ask that, and Beverly Canoni can say yes or no. But that is there's no legal basis for the objection. There's no speaking objection, so there's no arguing objection, so there's no objection, relevant, and then then Brennan goes, well, it's relevant because in front of the jury. She doesn't want any of that in front of the jury, so she has ruled before the trial started that you will object, and I will decide and I will decide. So they don't even get a legal basis of the objection on the record, which is very annoying to me. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Because, and I think why, because there was such an issue last trial with slipping up between the attorneys of arguing objections within the purview of the jury. It can give things away to a point before necessary when the jury is there. It could quite possibly sway the jury's opinion and all that stuff. So taking all of that into account, last trial, appeals and whatnot, objection. That's it. So
You
sustained means
testified
stop.
in the grand jury, and
Overruled
Attorney
means keep
Jackson just asked you
answering.
some questions about part of the statement you made to the grand jury when he said, like her last words. Would you like to put that in context of the whole statement you made? Do you remember
her last words?
Do you remember the entire statement that you made?
This guy is not. I don't want to be rude, but he's not following any of y'all. He's having a hard time on the stand. He's having a hard time. We're also having a hard time paying attention as well because he clapped and it sent us into a tizzy. Well, me especially, and Vicky. But I mean, like, that's a bad sign when someone makes a noise and we're like, "Whoa, biggest moment of the day."
Made in
Not
the
a good
grand
sign.
jury
Not a good
about
sign.
the statement that was made to you?
I'd have to.
Let me put the.
May I approach?
Yes.
These back. I think that's a good spot for closed captioning, right?
This is page 81, lines 1 through 4. Please read it to yourself.
Right here.
Now, when you made that statement you were asked about in the grand jury, you didn't just say, like her last words, did you?
No.
You explained your memory to the grand jury?
Objection. Ask him what he told the grand jury.
Okay. The grand jury, do you know it was on April 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell the grand jury? So she
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
The uncles are fighting. Sidebar.
So I'm showing you that statement that you made. That includes last words, but there's more to the statement, isn't there?
She was upset.
I'd like you to read
Oh,
your
sorry.
entire
Sure.
statement, 1 through 5. You can read it out loud.
So she was also she was upset also because she said they had, the last time they had talked, she had gotten into an argument. So she was upset that that was like her last words to him.
Why are you letting him read it word for word? What is going on here?
And so when you were speaking about her
Well, based on memory.
last words,
What's
were you
happening?
referring to the argument?
Correct.
You testified again regarding this issue, didn't you, in May 3rd, 2024?
Correct.
I guess he did testify. I must have missed
And
it.
at that point, did you think or believe that the conversation she was relating to you was about a voicemail?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you use the word again on May 3rd, 2024, argument?
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
I used argument.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I ask you to read your prior statement on page 10, lines 9 through 13?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar again and bring these documents, please. Bring all of it.
Okay. Another sidebar. Karen goes up. She wants to know. She's allowed to know. It's not weird. It may seem weird for Karen to go up to sidebar. Not weird, not unless she is allowed to know. This is a trial that decides her fate. She is allowed to know what happens at sidebar. She doesn't need to wait for her attorneys to come back and do a 30-second, 10-second, 15-second debrief of what happened at sidebar. I don't know why Brennan is expecting it to be okay for this witness to just directly, word for word, read from his prior testimony. My ass would be in the sidebar always. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on there. And is this really that pertinent? Yes, I think the defense did a good job of making their point. Sidebar. T-shirt idea. Sidebar. I might do that. What you chewing on back there? Is that a mint? Is that an Altoid? What's going on? What type of mint was that? Look at this tin. That's not an Altoid. I don't know. I'm so nosy. No. Come on. This guy here, did we talk about him? He is their tech guy. He's their legal nerd, which he's their legal tech nerd. Alessi is their legal nerd. I don't know his name, but Alessi is their legal nerd, and that gentleman who stays seated is their legal tech nerd. He's running all the tech for the defense team.
Sir, when you wrote the report of your notes,
and I watched an interview of the guy who did it last trial, and he was super cool. He also was like crazy tall. He was like 7.5 feet tall or something. No, it was like 7.5. He was like super tall. It was like 6'9" or something. I don't know. He was like, yeah, these shows were really uncomfortable. He was a cool guy.
do you remember the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her actually saying the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her ever saying any word about voice messages?
I did not.
You said that there was somebody in the front seat.
Is it because she said voicemails and not voice messages? I'm just saying, boomers out here calling voicemail voice messages, or say, or an audio recording, like you have to call it the right thing, because if you stand in front of me and say, did someone talk to you about voice messages? And I say, no. And then you come back at me and say, well, they left you 6 voicemails. Did someone talk to you about the voicemails? Yeah, they talked to me about voicemails. They didn't talk to me about voice messages. Like that's 2 different things.
Seat of the car with the defendant.
It was.
And you later learned from the defendant it was a person by the name of Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
Can you share with us the context? How did you learn that?
Message me my mails.
The defendant and my partner, firefighter Whitley, had a conversation.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
You're gonna let him say
the defendant
about what?
brought up how.
Whoa! You are allowing him to tell the jury what Karen Reed said to somebody else that you were not there for? Didn't we have this problem with Carrie? Didn't we have this issue with Carrie Reed? He is going to see, he was not in the space. He was not in the ambulance, and Whitley and Karen are having this conversation. And the only person to tell this guy, Jason, about this conversation is Whitley. Okay.
If her husband had died at the time, she didn't know how she was going to take care of his kids.
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
And firefighter Whitley mentioned that she had like a strong support system.
Is it because they have to, as a job, get together and write the report? Probably. And that has to be taken as this is what the current defendant has said to both of them. And that's just how it's done. But I don't like
all the
it.
friends are on Canton and
Objection, and reproach.
Yes.
Ellen Jackson had enough. That is his 3rd objection for this. I object to the question. I object to the first part of the answer. And she said, I'm going to allow this. And he said, objection, may we approach? What the hell is going on? You're letting him take the stand and tell the jury what the defendant said to somebody else. This is testimony that comes in from that witness, from Whitley, not from this one. I understand, and this is all my opinion. This is all my opinion. This is not, oh, he can say this just because they had to write he wrote the report, so he had to get what so and so said. Well, let him say what Karen Reed said to him, and let Jason say what Karen Reed said to him, and then together they have the report, and the jury hears both sides, both of the conversations. I get Alan Jackson's frustration right now. He's pissed. I would be too. Well, I am. And we're gonna skedaddle. And we're gonna boot, scoot, and boogie. And we're gonna get going. We're gonna keep tapping, tap, 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 tap. Holy shit. Oh, look at what Miss Little is wearing. She looks so good. Oh my God, I love that outfit. Look at it. Look. She's got the button up, like little sweater piece and the skirt. I love that. I love that. That looks really good. I'm just such a fangirl of like women crushing it. Like I've like dime.
When you spoke to the defendant,
I just
and
love
she
it.
shared with you that her last words were,
People can say I'm not a girl's girl, but at the end of the day, I am such a girl's girl. Like I'm such a girl's girl. Like if you walk by me and you're looking fly, I'm gonna tell you, sorry, period. Like slay. Slay. I'm such a girl's girl. But at the same time, there are plenty of moments in my life where I'm like, I just cannot be a girl's girl right now because we need to look at this with the truthful light. And so so maybe someone could say I'm not a girl's girl. I'm not a girl's girl all the time. I'm not a girl's girl. I'm not always a girl's girl. But there are a lot of moments in my life where I'm like, you know what? It's just the girls are the best. We love girls. We love girls.
with her.
Because honestly, what are they going to do without us? You know, like imagine. Sorry. Imagine them without us.
Her husband
I
were
can't
an argument. Why
imagine.
didn't you ask
boys
for more detail about that?
I didn't feel it was
without us.
At the time we went about the call as that we didn't think we would be witnesses in a murder trial.
Didn't think I was gonna be a witness in a murder trial. I just wanted to use a big hose and put fires out. Didn't think I'd be testifying in a murder trial for the second time. I've spoken to FBI about this. Objection. Holy shit. Bro is done. He is so over this. He's like, look, he said, you know what? I'm done. I didn't think I was going to be witnessing in the goddamn murder trial. So I didn't write shit down. I don't remember shit. My bad. All right, we're gonna have to go back because one, I was talking, but also like Sarah Boone's crazy. I'm not a girl's girl when it comes to Sarah Boone. Like she's a crazy bitch. But like also prove to me Karen Reed did it. That's all I'm asking.
Shared with you that her last words with
He's so
her husband were an argument. Why didn't you ask for more detail about that?
I didn't feel it was at the time we went about the call as that we didn't think we would be witnesses in a murder trial.
Okay.
You know,
Now that I gather the context, because I was talking and I missed it. Now that I gather the context, he's explaining why he didn't dig deeper into the things Karen Reed was saying. I was like, I didn't think I was going to be a witness in a murder trial. Like I didn't know that I was going to have to take the stand and I remember every single thing the way I had to, like the way I said it and the way she said it and what Whitley said. We don't work like that. You know, we don't work like we're going to end up testifying about this. We can't work like that. So that's okay. Now that I get the context, I still think I didn't think I'd be a witness in a goddamn murder trial is a fantastic t-shirt.
We were there to support Karen and ultimately get to the hospital safely.
And you were asked about trauma, and you said that you observed that the person may be in trauma, Ms. Reed.
A traumatic event, like
traumatic event.
Right.
Do you have any idea what caused that traumatic event?
I did not.
Bro.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
Very briefly, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan whether earlier in the night could have been 12 or 12:15 a.m., correct?
That's what he asked, yes.
And earlier in the night could have been 6 o'clock p.m.
Early in the night, yeah, correct.
Could have been 5 o'clock p.m.
Could have been.
Could have been 7 o'clock p.m.
Sure.
You were also asked whether or not Ms. Reed actually specifically mentioned voicemails when she talked about those last words. And you said she didn't.
That I remember, correct.
But she did show you her phone.
She tried to.
And she did show you a bunch of missed calls to John Keefe, correct?
I wasn't going to look through her phone. I don't know who she called.
Thank you. That's all.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words.
Why are we
The
doing
argument,
rereads?
right?
Why
That's
are we
correct.
doing rereads? Why are we doing rereads? Why are we out here doing recross, redirect, redirect, recross? Why are we doing this? What are we doing? Hold on. Golly.
Who she called.
Thank you. That's all.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words. The argument, right?
That's correct.
Sustained. All right. Jurors disregard that last statement. All right, you are all set.
All right. Thank you. You guys.
Is this a good place to stop for the day?
If the court pleases, yes.
Jurors, we could do 6 minutes, but I think this is probably a good place to stop. Why don't you? So, as I understand it, folks, we're on schedule, right where we thought we would be. We're going to release you for today. Now, when I told you this morning, and I've told you other times too, that when you're out in that room waiting for us, we're in here getting work done to make things more efficient for the trial, especially a trial this long. We've decided that we're going to spend Monday afternoon again trying to streamline this trial and deal with issues that we have to deal with. So Monday for you will be a half a day. All right, so I just wanted to tell you that before you left today.
Monday is their third half day. And I would be so pissed if I was a juror.
Please, again, those three
And I'll tell you
cautions,
why
do
in a
not
second.
discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case,
Okay, they're done for the day. Let me talk to y'all that are here right now. Do you want to start day 5, which was Monday? Or do you want to wait till Thursday and do Monday, Tuesday? You want to start day 5? Say less. I'm on it. I'm already pulling it up. Okay. So let me stop that. Okay, stop. I hit pause. Goddamn. Let's go. Day 5. Now, it was a full day in court. Day 5 was a full. Me and the cat are here for the vibes in this goddamn murder trial. So yeah, that's cool. We'll take like a little breather, like a tenor, and then we'll hop on to day 5. I was planning to be here all day, so that was completely up to y'all. If you didn't want to, that was fine. But I'm here for it. I'm not right. So it was kind of like a surprise day off, essentially, kind of thing. So I'm here. I'm chilling. I'm vibing. Now, the question is day 5, which was yesterday. We're pretty, like, we're not far behind, you know. Day 5, which was yesterday, Monday, was a half day for the start of the day. And then they have like a midday break, and then they have another witness. Now, this witness, I want to prep you, technical witness, expert witness, phone witness. It's not going to be explosive Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts. So just prep you for that. And then at the second half of the day, they are doing a voir dire with the ARCA witnesses who did the crash reconstruction that was basically done by the FBI. I think I am going to watch it. We probably won't today, just time wise. We probably won't get to it. I mean, we have a couple of hours of a really cool accent. But yeah, but the voir dire is outside of the jury's presence. So the jury is not there. So we can have the conversation at the end of the day if we want to watch that or not. That's totally up to y'all, because I'm gonna watch it anyway. But yeah, so let's take I've changed my title. Let's take like a 10-minute break. Maybe 50. Let's take a 15 because I gotta go pee. Back at 3:30. And then we will start day 5. All right. Break is on. All right, are we ready? Let's get on to day 5. I have to change my title.
Please face up clerk and raise your right hand. The evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I did.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Ian Whiffin. I'm a digital forensics examiner and decoding product manager for Cellbrite.
You just mentioned Cellbrite. Is that where you work?
It is, yes.
And you're a forensic examiner?
I am.
Can you tell us a little bit about Cellbrite, where you work?
Yes, Cellbrite provides digital forensic solutions to customers globally for access and decoding of digital artifacts from devices.
Where would you find a digital system? Is that designed to a phone or is it all systems?
Typically, Cellbrite focuses on phones or iPads, but we do have some additional devices that we can also interrogate: computers, vehicles, things like that.
So simply, what is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is a digital intelligence company.
Do they use a certain type of software? Do they brand a certain type of software?
Yeah, we create our own software to access devices and to decode the data that we pull from devices.
So essentially, does that software help you look into the data on a phone and analyze it?
It does, yes.
What is the role of a digital forensic analyst?
Typically, the analyst would take the data that's been extracted from a device such as a cell phone, process that in software such as a physical analyzer that Cellbrite create, and use that information to filter, to search, and to create a report for the investigator that would allow them to see what happened on the device at the time being investigated.
How long have you been involved in analyzing data, sir?
I started my career in digital forensics in 2013.
Can you take us back to the beginning of your career and tell us a little bit about how you became involved in learning about analyzing data?
Certainly. I spent 5 years as a frontline police officer in the UK during the 2000s. In 2009, emigrated to Canada and continued policing frontline officer in Calgary before joining the digital forensics team in 2013. Pursued several qualifications related to digital forensics and just continued in that role until 2019, 2020, when I left the police agency and began working for Cellbrite.
While you were working at the police agency and began your career analyzing data, were there special classes that you took?
There were. In order to be a forensic examiner in Canada, you have to take a 3-week foundational course in Ottawa, basically covering the basics of digital forensics. And then from there, other courses are available that would focus on things like cell phones, would focus on how to get data from different types of
With
devices.
the closed
And then there's
captions on,
industry,
just in
qualifications that can be
case
sought as well.
anyone has an issue with the accent. I don't know why you would, but you know, people have accent things.
Where you can focus on particular types of device or particular types of data.
Does software in this field continually change?
It does. Every time an update is released to an application or to an operating system, there's the opportunity for the foundation of that software to change. And from a forensics point of view, you have to re-understand what has changed, make sure you understand what is now happening on that device, and provide that information to the users.
Okay. Cellbrite, the piece of machinery that pulls the phone, that pulls the phone. It remakes it creates a digital remake of the phone with all of the metadata in it for everything. So if I just open my phone right now, it's open. There is going to be information, and it tried to do Face ID, but it didn't because I wasn't looking at it. There's going to be information stored on my phone about that. From all of that down to the time phone calls were made, received, how long they were, what apps are being used, how long they're being used, when they're open, when they're closed, all of that information. And we're going to get into, sorry, my chair is rubbing on the table. We're going to get into Google searches and internet tabs as well when it comes to the Haslong to die in the cold. But we
As
have
you progress through the
for this, we have a lot of background, a lot of foundation that we need to build with his expertise, with the Cellbrite, the science. So this can be a little sloggy. If you want me to speed it up even more, I can.
field, do you
So you
continue
just
to take classes?
I've not taken a class now since I actually joined Cellbrite and did the basic foundational courses that Cellbrite offer. But prior to that, I was doing courses across the industry.
Do you teach courses?
I do teach webinars. I don't teach any actual courses, although some of my research and some of my tools are taught to examiners in many of the industry.
I don't take classes. I make the things that classes are taught on.
Standard qualifications which users seek.
Do you ever
Bit of a
write
mic
papers
drop.
about the subject that are published?
I do. So I have a blog where I publish my research. Sometimes some of those become papers which get peer reviewed and distributed in more academic channels.
So when one of your papers is peer reviewed, can you tell us what that means?
Yeah, essentially, other forensics examiners would read over the paper that I've written, do their own testing, compare their testing and research to what I've conducted, and make sure that what I've said is consistent with their findings. And presuming that what they find is the same as what I found, then they would agree that it's a valid document and it gets shared.
Take us now to Cellbrite. When you began working at Cellbrite, what did you do?
When I started there, I was considered the senior digital intelligence analyst. My role was to help the developers of the software understand the role of a digital forensics examiner, what an examiner needs from the tool, what an examiner wants to do with the tool, and how they want to use it. And then since then, I've progressed to the decoding product manager, where I can manage the backlog of software applications that we support, decide how we should support those applications, and how that information should look to the users.
Do you do research?
I do still do research, yes. It's not my primary function within Cellbrite, but it's something that I've continued to do throughout my career.
Have you ever done any programming?
Yes, again, I'm not an official programmer with Cellbrite, but I do program as well. And I have several tools which I've written myself for the last few years, since around 2015, tools that I wrote to do the things that the vendor tools didn't do, and to offer examiners things that the vendor tools didn't offer. And I continue to maintain those tools as a learning opportunity for myself, and also because other examiners can make use of these same features.
Mr. Whiffen, have you ever testified in court regarding forensic examination of data?
I have, yes.
And can you share a little bit about that?
I've been qualified as an expert in Canada, Australia, the UK, in total around 20 times.
I want you to take us now to
And
the
America.
Cellbrite software. We talked a little bit about it. I don't want to go
year.
into too much detail, but can you help us explain how software works like Cellbrite software?
Yes, so fundamentally, when we've got data from a device, it's a series of files, a series of databases, property lists, or all manner of different structured data. The software that we create knows where these files exist, knows how to read these files, and what the data inside them means, and provides a clear view for the user to view that data. As an example, if you were to look at the SMS database on a device, all you would see is a long list of messages that don't really have an easy way to interpret or to read them. Our software takes that information, converts it into a conversational view, so that as a user, you can read the data, you can see who sent what message, what time it was sent. We can do decoding and decryption of various different types of security to give the user as much information as possible.
Is there other software available in addition to Cellbrite?
There's multiple vendor supply tools and multiple tools available that are maintained by users in the community, like myself.
Does a forensic examiner, should they rely simply on the software program, or is there more to do other than the program itself?
The software program is great at finding the data and displaying the data, but I always maintain it's the role of the examiner to actually understand what that data means and provide context and validation for what that data means, making sure that the end user of the report, whether that's the investigator, a judge, or a jury, can understand what that data actually means, rather than just taking it at face value from the software.
Does the software create a report that you can look at that manages or arranges some of the data that you can see?
It does. It just creates a list of all of the results that the examiner wants to include in the report.
So the software can produce a report, but the examiner goes beyond the report and looks into the data itself?
The examiner can and should go beyond what the program provides.
Let's turn now to your involvement in this case. Can you share with us when you first became aware of the data in this case and how that came about?
Yes, it was actually one of the public relations managers at Cellbrite who reached out to me or to my team because he'd heard about this case and about the confusion regarding a timestamp and requested if we could look into it and find out what the confusion was and how we could respond to it. At that point, I contacted the investigators to get more details.
Okay. So he just said, hold on, I need to get this down before I forget it. So the public relations office person for Cellbrite reached out to Mr. Ian Whiffen, and said, have you seen this debacle on Haas Long to die in the cold when a search was made? Can you look into this? And he said, sure. Let me contact the investigators. That's not usually how this is done.
Did you learn that a consumer had called about a question relative to a report produced by the software?
Yes, there was both the troopers who had requested information about this particular artifact and also a private forensics examiner, Richard Green.
And when Richard Green reached out to your company, what specifically was the question or issue?
He reached out to the tech support team, asking basically, there's a timestamp that doesn't make sense. I need to understand what this timestamp means.
What is a timestamp?
Essentially, it is the time which is attributed to an artifact. So it should intentionally be when something happened on that device, we would show a timestamp associated to it.
Can you tell us what an artifact is?
I was just going to explain what an artifact is. Listening to the things may be difficult, but when you see it up on the screen, it will sort of like if you're not used to it, which I mean, we're not Cellbrite experts. You can see it. It's like this happened, and then the time, beginning, and this happened, and when this thing happened, that's the artifact.
An artifact would be any piece of data that we pull from that device. So it could be a text message, it could be a location point, it could be a photograph.
So if I had photographs on my phone, would each photograph be considered an artifact?
It would, yes.
Would the date and time I took the photograph be considered an artifact?
I'd consider that a property of the artifact.
And if I had a phone call or a text message, those would be considered artifacts?
Yes.
When I look at my phone and I see a call log or a name, does that tell me all the information about that call?
When you look on the phone itself?
Yes.
No, there's usually a lot more information in the background of the phone that's available to the forensics examiner, which the user wouldn't necessarily see on the device.
And so when you're looking at
how do I find
an
it if I
artifact,
want to see
a
it?
phone call, a text message, whatever it may be, and you see it on a report, if you want to know more detail, where it came from, when it was developed, when it started, is that what a forensic examiner would do, to look into the data to try to identify that other information?
Yes, you can see what other information is available. You can see if there's any information that's been deleted that can be recovered. You can validate the information that's there and make sure that the timestamps are being interpreted correctly and that they mean what you think they mean.
You told us you got a call from a consumer or a forensic examiner, Richard Green, about a timestamp. What type of timestamp? For what type of artifact was this timestamp?
It was related to an internet query.
And so there was an internet query on a phone that had a timestamp, and this gentleman, Mr. Green, had a question about it.
He did. He wanted to know how accurate the timestamp was in relation to when the internet query was made.
Did you look into
someone
the
was on
query
Reddit.
that was made?
In response.
So someone was on Reddit and was like, whoa, hey, beep, boop, 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 Cellbrite, what? Can we get some more information? Oh my God. When I say internet query, I'm just assuming Reddit. It could have been maybe Twitter or some other forum, but I get Reddit vibes.
Response to Richard Green at that time, I wasn't aware that Richard Green had made this request until several months later, but it was an almost identical question that had been asked by the troopers here, and that's the question that I was able to look into and to answer.
And can you share with us, what was the issue? What was the question that you were actually looking into?
The question was related to a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. And an internet query that appeared to have occurred at that time. There was no other information on the device that suggested that that internet query had occurred at that time. So we wanted to know how relevant is that timestamp to when the query happened. So I was able to take test devices, recreate test data to find out exactly what this timestamp meant, and discovered that it was actually the timestamp that the tab within the browser was brought into focus and had no relevance to when the actual web query had been made.
And so after you looked into the issue and came to a determination or opinion, did you?
Okay. There's so much. So this witness, this expert witness, is telling us and the jury and the entire world, again for the second time. I got these Lifesaver gummies, the sour ones. Yum. This witness is telling the world, the jury, that Haas long to die in the cold search that looks as if was done at 2:27 and 40 seconds a.m. was when the tab within the browser was first used, not when the search was done. Back. Hey, girly. Hey. So the search was not, he's saying, Whiffen is saying that the search, that it was not at 2:27, 40 seconds a.m. when Jen McCabe typed into Safari or Google, Haas long to die in the cold, and then hit send. 2:27, 40 seconds a.m. is when the tab that was used for the Google search later on was first created. Does that make sense? So when you open, say, your Internet Explorer, Safari, Google Chrome, whatever it is, and you have all these tabs, the information of when those tabs were first, he says, came into focus, like first created, is marked as stored as data in the phone. And then she went back onto her phone later in the day and used that tab, most likely the last tab that was created, and then did the search. That's where the confusion lies. Does that make sense?
Reach back out to Mr. Green?
Sorry.
Eventually, yes, I did. After I provided information to the troopers, I wrote a blog that covered this information because there was another examiner in Europe who had a very similar question, and I realized that this is a relatively common point of confusion. And then eventually I reached out to Richard Green, offering to speak to him about this issue and clear up any confusion, but never received a response.
So to summarize, there was an inquiry about a phone that made a Google or a internet search. And the question is, what time was that search made?
Correct.
And relative to that inquiry, there was a timestamp on some of the data that said 2:27 a.m.
Correct.
Sustained.
So at some point, did you have an opportunity to forensically examine a telephone that was attributed to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
I did have the opportunity to look at the data that was extracted from that device. I never saw the device itself.
I'm putting that aside for a second. Secondly, were you asked to look at any other phone to examine data in this case, aside from the phone attributed to Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I was also sent the extraction of data from John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you look through the data and analyze some of the data in John O'Keefe's phone?
I did, yes.
So I want to walk through both your analysis of Jennifer McCabe's phone, but also of John O'Keefe's phone. So if we can first start with
Jonathan, we've been
Ms.
calling him
McCabe's phone.
John.
Yes.
Did you actually receive her phone?
I didn't know. It was just a download of the extraction.
So how does that work?
The examiners here had done the extraction of the device, resulted in a large zip file, which is a container containing all of the files extracted from the phone. And they uploaded it to Cellbright's secure portal, where I was able to download it and verify what the data was in the extraction.
It's a massive
When
ass
you
server that they
received
got.
the download of the extraction for Jennifer McCabe's phone, was it similar process for John O'Keefe's phone?
With John O'Keefe's phone, I actually received the data on a USB thumb drive through the mail.
And before we begin, can you summarize briefly the issue, what you were looking for, and what the scope was as far as Jennifer McCabe's phone?
For Jennifer McCabe's phone, it was related to the internet search that occurred, or that allegedly occurred at 2:27:40.
Okay. And as part of your effort and analysis, did you put together a PowerPoint that would help educate us on how a timestamp works and what happened in this case regarding a search?
I did, yes.
And have you seen that PowerPoint recently?
I did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
PowerPoint time, baby. PowerPoint
handing you a
time,
binder.
it's time
I'd
for
ask
the
you to take a look at it. Do you know or
PowerPoint.
do you recognize what's in that binder?
Yes, this is the PowerPoint presentation I created related to GEMS phone.
And with that presentation, do you have it downloaded on your computer?
I do, yes.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
To walk us through the PowerPoint and explain it to the jury.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Whiffen.
All right, I'm gonna hop off, but I'm still here because you guys are gonna watch our PowerPoint. And by watch, I mean we're reading a lot of stuff.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, if you would walk us through and explain the PowerPoint and explain this issue to the jury, what the question was and how you resolved it.
Of course. Okay. The query revolved around a database called browserstate.db. Browserstate stores information about Safari internet browser and about the tabs that the user has either had open or has open. Fundamentally, in this presentation, I wanted to include information from iOS 14 and earlier. iOS 14 is not the version of iOS that was on Jen McCabe's phone, but iOS 14 has an easier way to understand how this database works. And then I can move on to iOS 15, which was the device or was the version installed on Jen McCabe's phone. And hopefully by that point, it will be clearer how this information is being populated on the device.
Could you tell us what iOS means?
iOS is Apple's proprietary operating system available on iPhones.
Thank you.
Fundamentally, the browserstate.db tabs table is shown. Hopefully I can show this on here, in the top here. The real database has many more fields, but these are the fields which are important for the demonstration to just see the row ID, the timestamp that's recorded, the URL or the web address, and the title of the page. And the example at the side there, you can see there's the browser is open, but there is no tab actually in focus at this time.
Can I take us just a little bit back so we can put this in context?
Yes.
When you are doing internet searches on your phone and you hit Safari or Google or whatever search engine you're going to use, does it create a tab?
It doesn't create a tab just by opening the application, but there may be tabs already open in the background when you start the application, and then you can tell it to create further tabs.
So if I have a phone, can I have a number of different tabs?
Guys, open your internet browser. How many tabs do you have open right now? How many tabs? I have on Safari 14. I'm not embarrassed. And on Google Chrome, I have 29. That's it. That is embarrassing. Now I am embarrassed. Tell me how many you have.
On my phone at the same time if I search for different things throughout the day?
Correct. You can have hundreds of tabs open.
Do tabs stay open forever or can you close them?
They stay open until you close them.
So if you look at your phone and you have a number of different tabs, and say, for example, I start with one tab, I'm looking for the local football score. Can I reuse that same tab for some other search, or do I have to use a new tab to start a new search?
You could use that tab for as long as you wanted, or create a new tab to do additional searches while maintaining the original tab in its current state.
And so what you're trying to demonstrate to the jury is identifying a time on one of these tabs where a particular search was made.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Could you explain this demonstration as it relates to tabs on?
Damn, girl, 40 tabs? Your shit can be running slow. I mean, my phone runs slow too, but dang, 40 tabs? That's a lot.
On these internet searches, what are we actually trying to learn?
She just wants to know things.
As I
Lots of-
showed, there's a field in this table called timestamp.
Educational purposes.
It's actually called last viewed timestamp. And I wanted to prove or to demonstrate what that timestamp means, how that timestamp gets populated, and how it's relevant or irrelevant to a case.
So if I have one or many tabs open on my phone, each tab will have its own timestamp?
Correct.
And the URL, that's whatever I look up, what I search on the search engine?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that. Is that what's looked at?
That's correct. The URL is the address of the page that's being viewed.
So if I have a tab open and I use it continuously, 3, 4, 5, 10 times, will the timestamp change?
No, it will not.
And is that what you're explaining to us now?
Correct. That's part of the demonstration and presentation.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay. So in this instance, at 10 a.m., which is shown in...
We just had a full reverse. Yeah, if you just let me continue with my presentation that you asked me to present, then we'll get there. Completely opposite from, I would like you to stop talking so we could just answer my question. Yeah, that's part of my presentation. Did you not want me to do my presentation? You want to keep jumping ahead? Great.
Shown in the top of the device there. We can see I visit firstpage.com as an example website. At that time, a row is created in the database that shows row ID 1 with the timestamp 10 a.m. when the page was opened. The URL and the title are relevant to the page that was visited, so firstpage.com. A minute later, excuse me, I now use the same tab to visit secondpage.com. What actually happens in the database at this point in time is the first record is updated with new information. So we continue to see row ID 1. We continue to see the timestamp that the tab was opened at 10 a.m. And we now see the URL and the title that are related to the secondpage.com website. So I've shown it here. The first one is red to show that's no longer a live record. It's been replaced by the new record that's underneath it in black. A minute later again, I can visit thirdpage.com. And at that point, the record's updated a further time. So we still see that it's row ID 1 because no new rows are being created. We're just simply updating the existing rows. So we still have row ID 1. We still have 10 a.m. as the timestamp. And we have the URL and the title that show thirdpage.com instead.
Mr. Whiffen, so in the URL column, there are 3 different searches?
Yes, this is 3 different pages that have been visited within the same tab.
And in the data, it has 3 timestamps, but they're all the same.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
This database is not monitoring web navigation events. It's purely monitoring the tab events. So when the tab's brought into focus or when the tab's created is the only timestamp that's relevant here.
Thank you.
From a non-forensic point of view, if I was looking at this database in a regular database viewing tool, all I would see is the black record at the bottom. I wouldn't see the other 2 records because they've been essentially overwritten by the third record. If I was to use a forensic tool, though, then I would see all of these records because the forensic tool is designed to find the older versions of these records that have been replaced. So again, from a forensic point of view, I would see all of these records, I would see all the different URLs, and I would see the same timestamp and the same row ID for all of them. This fundamentally changed in iOS 15, and I've tested this on multiple versions of iOS 15, 16, 17, and 18, including iOS 15.2.1, which is the same version of iOS installed on Jen McCabe's phone. In this case, the data is not written to the database immediately. So I've tried to show here that we have some in-memory variables, so essentially a short-term memory that the device knows exist, but aren't written to the database yet. So they're not written long-term. So in this,
I have some questions. I wish I could ask this man some questions. I have questions. How do we know for sure? Okay. I have questions. Now, stay with me. I may not use the right words, but I have questions. It's hot. Okay. Question number 1. Question number 1. Do we know for sure that Jen McCabe's phone was running iOS, what was it, 15.2.1 when she did the Google search? Because what if she updated her phone or it did a self-update like right before or right after? You know, like what if she was using 14 and then the phone updated to 15.2.1 that day? Do we have that information? Are we going to learn that information? Also, other question. Why? Why can't it just always be, this is when the tab was started, this is the time the first web page was reached, this is the time that the second web page was reached? Why can't that be all just one thing?
which is the same version. Some in-memory variables, so essentially a short-term memory that the device knows exist, but aren't written to the database yet, so they're not written long-term. So in this case, if at 10 a.m. I go to firstpage.com, we see that the in-memory variable for timestamp, URL, and title are updated to show a 10 a.m. timestamp and the firstpage.com information. But you can see at the bottom, I still have the browser state tables, tabs.
Oh, sorry.
Table,
and nothing has been written to that database at this time.
So can I ask you a question about this browser state DB? What does that mean? What does that tell us?
It's like, no.
The browser state.db is just the name of the database that Apple are using to monitor the tab activity on the device.
Will a cell phone have a number of different databases it will send information to, or is it all one database?
There are hundreds or thousands of databases.
I don't like that.
Applications are installed on the device. Each
I don't like
database
that.
typically targets a different application or a different feature.
Can information from a URL or a Google search or a Safari search, can it leave data on different databases, or does it always go to one database?
It can leave on different databases, for sure.
Thank you.
Okay,
So
so are we
again, to
going to get Safari? Okay, so if she searches Safari, it's like, you know, when you open Safari and you just type it in, you're not actually typing in like a web address. You're just typing in words, and it will come up with like a Google search result. You're not going to like yahoo.com. You're not typing in yahoo.com. You're typing in Haslong to die in the cold, and it comes up as a Google search result. Are we going to see when it was typed? When the hit send happened? I need that information.
Continue this example. If I now go to secondpage.com a minute later, we can see that now the in-memory variable is updated. So the timestamp still remains 10 a.m., the same as it did previously on iOS 14, but the URL and the title are updated to reflect the current web page that's being viewed. Again, nothing has been written to the browser state database. I can go to thirdpage.com. Again, we see the in-memory variables for the URL and the title are updated, but the timestamp still remains the time that this tab was brought into focus or created, not the time that the navigational event occurred. Still, nothing's been written to the browser state database. And it's not until you actually close the tab that the information gets removed from the in-memory variables and written into the database. And at that point, the information written to the database is whatever was in the in-memory variable. So right now, all we have is a single record in the database that shows the 10 a.m. timestamp. That's when the tab was opened. And we have the thirdpage.com URL and title information, which is the most recent web page visited in that tab. It wouldn't matter whether I was looking at this data using a regular database tool or a forensic database tool. The only record that I will see is this particular record. There may be multiple versions of this record, but still would only show me this timestamp and this URL information because this is the only information that was ever committed to the database. Okay, moving on from that, there was multiple databases or multiple data sources on Jen McCabe's phone that could be used to see what actually happened on the device at this time of day that was of interest. So the analysis I did looked at the browser state database that we've just described, the history database, which is what is tracking the navigational events. So every time you visit a website and the website fully loads, it gets written to the history database to say this URL was visited at this time. And that's the information that as a user you can see when you look at the internet history in your device. It will list all of the web pages that have been visited. com.apple-mobile-safari.plist is a property list file, so essentially a list of values and information, keys and values that would describe various settings on the device typically, but it also stores information such as the last searches that were conducted using the Safari search feature. And then finally here we've got knowledgec.db, which is a massive database at the heart of iOS that stores lots of types of information. It can tell you what web page was actually on the screen at any given time. It can tell you when the backlight came on, when the backlight went off, when the device was locked or unlocked, the battery level, lots of different types of information, but useful here for the web pages that were being viewed. So using the combination of all those sources, I could see that at 2:27:29 a.m., Safari was opened from the application library on the device. At 2:27:29 a.m., when Safari opened, there was already numerous tabs open in the background. The browser would show in the foreground whatever browser tab was opened when Safari was previously minimized. In this case, we can see, looking at knowledgec.db, that the web page that was being viewed was related to Hockomock Sports, Friday's schedule scoreboard. At around 2:27:30, that tab would have been closed. Now, we don't actually have a time that the tab was closed, but based on other activity, this timestamp can be inferred. But essentially, when this tab was closed, a record is created in the browser state database that shows the timestamp 1:59:44 a.m. That would have been the tab at the time that the tab took focus, and then the Hockomock Sports Friday schedule scoreboard URL. At 2:27:31, there was a browser switch occurred, and the last visited timestamp that's held in memory would have taken the time that this occurred, so 2:27:31. This URL was PayPal. There was no navigational event listed in history, so this wasn't a page that was visited from a bookmark or from typing in a URL. It was whatever was currently shown in that tab when the tab was brought into focus. And we know that this exact URL was last visited at 7:40 a.m. on the 28th of January. This is evidenced in browser state and in knowledge C. Around a second later, that tab gets closed, and that record gets written to the database with a time of 2:27:31, because that's the time the tab was brought back into focus. It gets written with the URL and the title information related to PayPal. At 2:27:33, another tab is brought into focus from the background, this one related to Eastern Bank. Again, the last visited timestamp would be updated because this tab has now been brought into focus, causing the timestamp to change. We know that this particular website was visited at 8:02 on the 27th of January, and there's no new navigational events at this time. So we know it's just brought into focus and visible on screen according to knowledge C and browser state databases. That tab gets closed and it gets written to the database. This again is going to show, and I've just noticed there's a typo on here and the timestamp at the top is showing incorrectly. But essentially it's closed around this time. And the Eastern Bank URL is written to the browser state database with the 2:27:33 timestamp. At 2:27:35, we see that there's a YouTube video shown on screen related to It's Raining Men. This shows in knowledge C. There's no new navigational event for it, but there's also no timestamp in the browser state database at this point. This is because this page is actually, or this tab is brought back into focus a second time. And when it gets brought into focus the second time, the timestamp that's attributed to it overwrites the timestamp that would have been written at this point. Sounds convoluted, but essentially, if you imagine that the in-memory timestamp here would have said 2:27:35, but then there's another tab that's brought into focus related to Hockomock Sports at 2:27:36.
Mr. Whitman, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes.
This timestamp 2:27:36, does that indicate the time when this tab was actually opened?
Yes. The time that the tab was brought into focus or opened.
What does it mean brought into focus?
If you imagine you could have 5 or 6 or however many tabs in the background, you select one of those tabs to view, it makes it full screen, that would be considered in focus, and that would cause the timestamp to be updated.
So if someone had an open tab that had a timestamp, and then they put it in the background to look at a different tab, but then went back to an earlier tab and opened it, would it create a new timestamp?
It would update the timestamp.
If somebody had an open tab and they didn't put it in the background, but they used other functions or shut off the phone, and when they came back, that tab was still open, would that create a new timestamp?
As long as Safari doesn't close, then the timestamp will remain the same. So if I just minimize Safari, put it into the background and start to do other things on my phone, the timestamp won't get updated. If I completely close Safari or turn the phone off, when Safari reloads, then that tab does get a new timestamp when it opens up again.
Thank you.
Okay.
It gets a new timestamp when it opens up again? I could never do this guy's job. Not in a million years. There's not enough money or time because it gets a new timestamp. That doesn't make any sense. So whenever I open Safari, after I fully close it or turn my phone off, which you should regularly do to restart your phone, especially after you've updated things, you want to make sure you do a good restart. All of these tabs get a new timestamp for being open. Interesting.
At 2:27:36, we've got Hockomock Sports, Gallery Shoots, Canton Girls, Basketball to Important Win at Mansfield is the page that is visible on screen. Again, we know that there's no navigational event at this time, so the page is not being loaded as a result of a bookmark or typing the URL in. It's just showing what was on screen previously, and we know that this page was previously viewed at 22:55 on the 27th of January. This tab gets closed and gets written to the database as well, and we see it's written with the timestamp 2:27:36 when the tab was brought into focus. And then we go back to the YouTube video tab. So at this point, the timestamp that had been written there gets overwritten again with 2:27:38, and it shows the YouTube video is the active page that's on the screen.
Let's do a little something. Shall we? Shoot. I think that's a mobile. This cat is being stubborn. I'm putting this URL in. I think M means mobile. I'm putting the URL in. Because I want to, yeah, I think M means mobile. Watch. But I can't tell if that is a 1. I don't think that's a 1. Is that a lowercase L? Maybe. And then we have Z, J, B, L, A, U. Okay. Sorry if that was an awkward break on my point. It is literally the Weather Girls It's Raining Men video. And I just why was she watching this so early in the morning? Was she drunk? Yes, very. Yes, very.
And it shows the YouTube video is the active page that's on the screen. At around 2:27:39, that tab gets closed and the record is written to the database showing a timestamp of 2:27:38 when the tab took focus and the YouTube video URL. Then we move to 2:27:40, which was the time of interest. And we see that a browser switch occurs, causing the last visited timestamp to take on the time of 2:27:40.
That's fair.
This is the tab that was ultimately used to search Hoss long to die in cold, which is the query that started all of the confusion. At this point in time, there is no navigational events recorded anywhere. All we see is that the web page that was brought into view is ozonebasketball.com/teams. This web page was last visited at 14 minutes after midnight on the 26th of January. We know that this is on screen because it tells us that in Knowledge C, and we know that the time is 2:27:40 based on Knowledge C timestamps and based on the browser state database timestamp. At 2:27:42,
jury is sitting there like, just tell me. I know the jury's sitting there, just tell me, when was it? Just tell me when was it? Are they losing the jury? It's hard with these experts, right? I mean, if I was in the jury room, it would be like, because then I'd have you'll have this information when you deliberate, but you will also have your notes as well. You don't get to take your notes home, but I'd be like, my brain needs to know these things. I need to become an expert as well to deliberate in this case.
Web navigation event. Whether this is loaded from a bookmark or whether it's typed in, I can't say, but a web navigation event occurs using the same tab that's just been loaded. And now the user is loading the web page hockenmocksports.com/standings. This is logged in the history database that shows what web page is visited when, and it also shows in the Knowledge C database to show what web page is on screen at this time.
Mr. Whiffen, in the slide before 2:27:40, you mentioned that was the tab in question.
Yes.
Do the following pages that you show us in the PowerPoint follow that one specific tab?
Yes.
Thank you.
So at 2:27:47, there's another web navigation event as the webpage hockenlocksports.com/schedules is loaded. Again, this is evidenced in the history database to show that a navigation event occurred and completed, and in Knowledge C to show that this is the webpage that was viewable on screen. At 2:27:53, there's a further web navigation event where we're now loading the page hockenlocksports.com/schedules/girls hockey. Again, this is evidenced in the history database and the Knowledge C database to show what page loaded and what page was visible on screen.
Okay.
At 2:27:58, there's a further navigation event for girls hockey Franklin 21-22. Again, this is logged as a navigational event in the history database and shown on screen according to the Knowledge C database.
So I understand these are all subsequent searches on the same open tab.
Correct.
Are these
Sustained as to full.
Are these all subsequent searches on the same single open tab?
There is no tab switch event listed. We see the tab switch event occur at 2:27:40, and then we see lots of navigational events occur.
Thank you.
At 2:28:06, Safari is minimized, so it's removed from focus so that something else could be viewed, or the phone is locked.
Is removed from focus different than closing?
Correct. If you remove it from focus, it's essentially going into the background, but it's still open. It's in its current state, just in the background, versus if you close it completely and have to reload it later on. So in this particular state, the timestamp doesn't get changed. The timestamp remains 2:27:40 as it was earlier. Safari is then not used again until 6:23:37, when it's opened from the background using the icon in the app library. At this point, when it loads up, the same page that was open when Safari was minimized is shown. So we still see hockenlocksports.com/schedules/girls hockey/franklin/2021-2022. There's no navigational event at this point, so we know that it wasn't completely reloaded. It's just showing what was on screen previously, and it's evidenced in the Knowledge C database. At 6:23:49, there's a cache file created. The cache file is related to how long to digest food. Now, these particular cache files show up as suggestions in Safari. So as you're typing in a query or a word or a URL, for example, Safari tries to take that information and make suggestions based on what it thinks you might be searching for. So if, for example, you were to type in how long to die with the word spelled just DI, Safari can mistake that for how long to digest food, and it could present this information. And up until about 12 months ago, this is the information that was provided by Safari if you were to do this search. If you were to type in how long to DI, you would get the result that's shown at the top of the screen with an image of somebody eating a plate of food. And this is the image that was cached onto Jen McCabe's phone at 6:23:49.
Eating a plate of food.
What does cache mean?
Essentially downloaded now for use later. It will download it, it will save it in case it's required again. If it is, it doesn't need to download it, it's already there. If it's not required again, eventually it will be deleted.
So is it stored information from prior events that's available in case the device thinks you're looking for it?
Yes, so at this point in time, at 6:23:49, when it downloaded it, that's the first time that it's downloaded this image, and it stores it. If an hour later, for example, I did the same search a second time, it wouldn't need to re-download the image because it's already got it in cache. So this, the creation time of this image shows that this is the first time that this cache file was downloaded.
And how much space does that cache file take up on your phone? How much space? What's that size?
At 6:23:51, the blue button at the bottom of the keyboard is used to submit a search for the term "How long tid I in CIKD?" CIKD. This creates a specific URL in Safari, which is shown on screen here. So google.com/search "How long tid I in CIKD?" IE UTF-8, OE UTF-8. Client Safari is the important part of this string that tells us that it's a query that's made using Safari. This is different. So if I visited Google, for example, and just typed in the search text box in Google, it wouldn't necessarily have this same structure of the URL. So we know that this is the query created by submitting a search using the search bar here and pressing the blue button at the bottom. We know that search was conducted at 6:23:51 according to the information in mobile Safari.plist. And Knowledge C also shows that this page was visible. Importantly, there is no history record made that shows that the navigation actually occurred to this website. several reasons why that might happen. One could be if the device was in private browsing mode. However, it can't have been in private browsing mode because if it was, we wouldn't have the search recorded in the mobile Safari plist either. So we know it wasn't in private browsing. It could have been deleted
forever.
at some point after the fact. That would leave a gap in the number.
Private browsing forever. You can use a private browser. It's super simple. You just choose private browser. Also VPN as well. Highly suggest. Let's see. Okay.
Numbering. Every time a record is written, it would be consistent numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And to delete a number would leave a gap there. So you would see 1, 2, 4, 5, and that number will pretty much never be reused. So if you don't see a gap, then you can be confident that nothing was deleted, and there are no gaps on this device. The third reason, and the one that I believe is the reason why it wasn't recorded in the database, is that the page never completely loaded. If I go to a web page and cancel the navigation prior to it completing the load, it will never get written to the history database. At 6:24:18, there's a second search submitted using the same method, so still using the Safari search bar, this time searching for host long to die in cold. This is evidenced in the mobile Safari.p list. Again, there is no record made in the history database that to me suggests that the page never successfully loaded. At 6:24:24, Safari is minimized again. It gets reopened at 10:33:33 a.m., again loaded from the app library and brought into focus. And at that point, the previous page is shown to the user. That previous page is related to the search host long to die in cold. This is evidence in knowledge C to show that this is the page that's visible on screen, but there is still no history event that shows that the page completely loaded. And at around that time, so around 10:33:34, that tab would have been closed, resulting in the record being written to the browser state database with the timestamp 2:27:40, when that tab was originally brought into focus several hours earlier, but it shows the most recent URL information, which is the Google search for host long to die in the cold. It doesn't have any of the other URL information that was visited during that time period. It doesn't have the previous Google search for how long to die in the Kikti, because all it records is the most recent URL that's visited alongside the original time that the tab took focus. Importantly here, there is no title information. The title information is included within the page itself. So if you do a Google search, the title of the page that showed up would show Google search, and then it would show the query that you typed in to search for. The fact that this doesn't have a title also suggests that the page never loaded. So again, it kind of ties back to the fact that it's not written in the history database. We have no title. It's both indicative that the page never successfully loaded.
Mr. Whiffen, when a tab is ultimately closed, does the URL always have the last search, or could it show an earlier search?
It will always be whatever URL is visible in the tab at the time.
Thank you.
To overview again the data sources used here, com.apple mobile Safari.p list is known to be a reliable location to get search timestamps from. We know that it's good to show the time that a search was conducted and what search was conducted. It doesn't record if the device is in private browsing mode. The only time it shows how long to die in the Kikti is at 6:23:51, and the only time it shows host long to die in the cold is at 6:24:18. There's no other mentions of either of these searches anywhere else in this file. The history database, again, is known to be a good source of data for visited web pages and timestamps for the pages that completely loaded. Again, in this case, neither of these searches or neither of these URLs was in the history database, but there are no missing records, which indicates that nothing was deleted. And again, the only reason that I can come up with for why that is the case is that the page didn't load. There must be an entry within this database to allow the user to delete it. Obviously, if the page doesn't load, it doesn't get written to the history. As a user, you can't see that item in your internet history list, so you can't delete it. And then knowledge C, which shows the page that's on the screen when the browser is in.
My butt is tired from sitting. I had to stand up and do some dances, do a little jigga-boo. Whew, butt's tired from sitting. I had to do a little dance around.
Is in use. Again, we know that this is a good timestamp, and we see the only times that web pages related to these web searches were open is at 6:23 and at 10:33.
I don't have a big butt.
There were
to be
multiple
sitting
deleted
on.
records in the browser state database. It wasn't just the record for Hostline Dine the Cold.
She's got
When you
a
say there's multiple
flat
deleted records, can you go into a database and see what URL searches have been deleted from the actual item?
Yeah, so from a forensic examiner point of view and using forensic software, I can look at the database and see the records that have been deleted and recovered. There does become a time when you're unable to recover any more records and they're now just purely deleted and unable to get back. But at this point, I was able to recover a good number of records. And these were the 5 that I thought it was important to focus on for here. You can see that 3 of them occur at 227. So at 227.36, 227.38, 227.40. And these are the web pages that we've just seen in the presentation. So Hockomock Sports, the YouTube video, Hostelong to Dine the Cold. And then 2 additional pages for cantonma.org and Ozone Basketball. The way that we're able to recover these records forensically is because of how databases work. What I've tried to display here is that when you first create a record, in this case, creating record 4025, a new page is created in the database. A page is simply a block of binary data that's organized in a way that can be understood by the database as a page of data, much like it would be a ledger with a list of records. So it creates frame 181 with page 2752 and the record 4025. What is a little bit different from if you were doing this manually is when you want to add a new record, or when you want to delete a record, or when you want to update a record, it has to create an entirely new page or an entirely new version of that page. So in this case, we see that frame 194 is also page 2752. It duplicates the record 4025 and adds the record 4026. From the database's point of view at this time, frame 181 is now dead. Like, it won't be used for anything. And a regular database tool would only...
I don't know why. I'm not sure why, but I'm like, I mean, I know what, like now it's the second time, but I'm getting this so much better than before, than the first trial. Is it because it's not Lally and we're just given this information, here, give me this presentation. Don't keep interrupting with, I don't know.
Refer to the most recent version of that page. So
I'm
frame
getting
194.
it. Like, I'm grasping
Forensically,
more of it.
I can look back at all of these different versions of the page and I can start to see differences. Not so important in this case when all that's happening is that you're adding information, but when you start to delete or edit records, being able to go backwards and see these previous pages, you can see the records that have been changed or deleted.
Okay.
So as we're moving along all of these pages, each of these refer to a time when a new record was added. Every time a new record is added, a new frame is created, it duplicates the page from before, and it adds the new record. I've highlighted record 4028 in green across these 3 frames because this is the Hostelong to Dine Cold record that is of interest. Moving forward again, we continue to see records being added, but particularly here at frame 430, record 4029 is deleted. 4029, if I go back a few slides, we can see 4029 is the cantonma.org families index webpage. As far as I know, no relevance to anything related to this case. It just so happens this is the first record deleted from the browser state database. We don't have information that tells us at what time the record's deleted, but we're able to infer what time that record was deleted based on other records in this frame. So for example, we know that at the time that record 4029 was deleted, record 4031 already existed. Record 4031 has a timestamp of 6:29 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we can summarize that record 4029 had to be deleted at some point after 6:29 on the 31st of January. We see again record 4030 is deleted on frame 468. Again, we can look at what record was the most recently created on that frame at the point that that record was deleted. And that gives us information that suggests record 4030 had to have been deleted at some point after 8:35 on the 31st of January. We can continue to go along and continue to see that records being added, edited, and deleted, but the record of interest, 4028, still exists, even on frame 650. And in fact, it doesn't get deleted until frame 732. By the time the record related to Hostelong Dine the Cold is deleted, record 4037 already exists. Record 4037 was created after 2207 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we know that the How Long to Die in the Cold record was deleted at some point after 10 p.m. on the 31st of January. Taking all of those deleted records, those 5 deleted records, and the earliest time that they could have possibly been deleted, we see a spread throughout the 31st of January. Like a few quite early on at 6:29 and 8:35, a couple at 9:20, 9:40, and then finally the one that we're interested in at 22:07. For the user to cause these to be deleted, if you wanted to do it selectively and delete one at a time, the record has to be available in the history database. As I said earlier, it wasn't ever in the history database because there'd be a gap. So this record could not have been deleted by the user selectively. That leaves options of deleting everything from the history. But if everything was deleted, we would have none of this information, and we do. And it also leaves the option of deleting everything from what's considered today and everything that's considered today and yesterday. And again, if either of those options were the case, we'd have much less information than what we have. And we wouldn't see this staggering of timestamps that we see here where the information was deleted. Ultimately, I wasn't able to say what caused these deletions at these particular times, but I'm confident that it wasn't as a result of user interaction. That's something that was brought on purpose.
Mr. Wethan, I have a couple questions about your analysis and your opinions.
Yes.
He does not know how it eventually. So he does not know how eventually it got deleted. Some sort of random act from the phone. Okay.
And it had something to do with Hawkmark Sports?
Yes.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was that the same tab, that 22740 tab open for Hawkmark Sports, was that the same tab that later was used for searches or attempted searches at 6:23:51 and at 6:24 relative to how long or how's long to die in cold?
I believe it was, yes.
Does your opinion, is it based on your analysis of reports generated by software like Celebrite?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Was your opinion limited to analysis of reports generated by companies like Celebrite or Axiom?
It wasn't, no. I went into the data, looked at the various different databases, different files that were in use, tested it across many different devices to make sure that my understanding and analysis of it was correct.
In addition to your opinion that the two searches at 6:23 and 6:24 occurred at that time, as opposed to 22740, did you also, when analyzing the data, come to an opinion whether or not either of those searches actually connected and produced results?
If either of those searches had connected, the information would have been written into the history database. The fact that it wasn't in the history database strongly suggests it never completely loaded. And the fact that there is no title information on the browser state tab as well also suggests it never loaded.
And finally, those attempted searches at 6:23, 6:24, you mentioned that information at some point was deleted from the phone?
The only records that were deleted were the browser state database records. Yeah, they were deleted from the device.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not that information was removed as a natural application of the phone, or was it because somebody took the phone and actually deleted it by hand?
So again, I don't believe it's possible, given the situation and the information that's available, that it would have been possible for the user to delete it. I believe it was more than likely a system event that caused that, but I've not been able to replicate that system event.
I want to take you back to your first opinion, where you opined that the how's long to die in the search occurred at 6:23 and 6:24, not at 2:27:40.
Yes.
And so in looking at the data coming to that opinion, what caused the confusion with the software where it could be misunderstood the time those searches were actually made?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The way that forensic software typically works, certainly the way that Physical Analyzer works, is we design models for the data. So we know that an SMS application, for example, will always have a message body. It will always have a sender, a receiver, a time, that kind of thing. We always know that a web visit will have a URL, a title, and a visited timestamp. In this particular case, in the database, the timestamp is called last visited timestamp, which is indicative, you would think, of the time that the web page was visited. So when that information was being modeled within the software, the timestamp that was within the database was used, and it was called last visited timestamp. Since the investigation that I did into this case, I requested that the forensic research team at Cellbrite revisit this data and confirm if there's confusion around it. Were my findings correct ultimately? There are times that that information can be correct. If, for example, you create a brand new tab, visit a website, and then close the tab immediately, then that timestamp would be indicative of the time that the URL was visited. But if you were to create a tab, use it for 3 hours, and then close it, the timestamp would not be indicative. Also, if you were to bring an old tab into focus that you'd used several days earlier and then close that tab, again, you're going to get bad timestamp information. So ultimately
So this is just helping you. So this is just helping you. Just use an old tab.
Cellbrite's point of view, we removed the
Don't do
timestamp from
That's-
that data to avoid
It's
confusion.
not
in the
solid
future.
advice. It's not good
You
advice.
shared with
It's not
us
advice.
that the
It's a joke.
URL for the 623 and 624 attempted searches.
Well, when it comes to the browser
ultimately was
state,
removed from the device.
Yes.
Would it be
Using
fair or
old tab.
accurate to say there were over 4,000 deleted files from the phone, or there was 4,000 deletions from the phone?
There were many.
Sustained.
Okay.
As to form.
Would it be accurate to say that the only deletion from that phone was that 623, 624 search?
No, there were thousands of records deleted ultimately for various reasons that I can follow.
That would be an inaccurate assertion?
To say that that's the only record that was deleted is inaccurate, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to turn to a second phone that you looked at.
all right. So that is Jen McCabe's phone. All that scientific, I don't want to say mumbo jumbo because that is mean and patronizing, but all that scientific talk, chatter, chit chat, to say that she did not do that search at 2:27:40 a.m. And that some things got deleted. Jenny from the block. So
You
now
told us
on
that you
to
looked at
John
two phones.
O'Keefe.
The second one was
Oh.
a phone that was, or is attributed to John O'Keefe?
Correct.
Extraction, his extraction, not his phone.
When you
His
looked at the phone for John O'Keefe, were you looking at things different than we looked at on the phone attributed to Jen McCabe?
I wasn't as interested in internet data. I was more interested in location and health and anything else that could be useful.
But how
Before we
long?
show the
How
presentation, I
long
want to get a little understanding
is still unknown.
of what you looked for and what you found. Were you looking for what's called location data?
I was, yes.
Was there a period of time that was important that you were looking for relative to location data?
Typically after midnight and before 6 a.m.
Is that on January 29, 2022?
It is, yes, sorry.
How does a phone, like an iPhone, store location data?
Multiple ways that it can be stored. Primarily, there's a database called cache.sqlite. And every time an application requests location data from the device, a feature called location services on iOS tries to calculate the device's location using a combination of technologies, GPS, Wi-Fi, cell tower, and Bluetooth.
Right.
Calculates the device's location and stores that into the database as a latitude, longitude, altitude, timestamp, accuracy radius, information like that.
Are there different types of location data that are captured and stored on a device like an iPhone?
Can you define different types, please?
I'm sorry?
If you could define what you mean by different types.
The
like,
different
no.
sources of data.
He's like, no, I don't know any of this. I don't know what these words mean. This is why you're here. You define it for me, please and thank you. My name is Brennan. I am an attorney. You are tech man. I know nothing. I know these words. No. I think that's very funny. They should be going on break soon. Okay. Yeah. So where are we at? We are at 1:34. So about 30, 40
That
minutes.
is generated that then captured on an iPhone.
Yes, so the application can specify how accurate it wants the data to be. So for example, if you're using a navigational application, you'd want high accuracy data. So the application would request high accuracy data from location services. Location services would then try to use GPS primarily to get location information. versus if you were using a weather app, for example, where you don't really need to know precise information. You just need to know the approximate town maybe that the user's at. So a weather application would ask for low accuracy information, and the device may be able to calculate the location based on cell tower information, for example. Both can be stored in the database with the accuracy information that's available.
Would a application that is devoted to navigation in your programming experience typically have stronger data, location data information than a more general application like a weather app?
Yes, for sure. And Apple actually specify in their documentation, when they specify the various different accuracy levels, they have one for navigational purposes for map applications.
How do you define accuracy level from the different data that's being stored in the phone?
How do you mean, sorry?
Is there high level, middle, low?
Yes, the information is typically provided with a range of meters. So you'll have a latitude, longitude coordinate and a number of meters that you have to draw around that locational point. And the device is somewhere within that circle. It could be as accurate as 2 or 5 meters. It could be as inaccurate as several miles, depending on the technology that was used to get the data.
Are you familiar with an application called Waze?
I am, yes.
Tell us what Waze is.
Waze is a navigational tool. So you can plot a route and it will try to direct you the best way, avoiding toll roads, avoiding accidents, that kind of thing.
What is the level of accuracy in location information that is generated by using Waze?
That would be the highest level of accuracy. So it would aim to get GPS quality information of around 5 meter accurate.
So why doesn't a programmer in every application just use the highest level location data for every application?
Getting GPS data is not always possible. If you're in a building, in a basement, for example, you may not get that. But also, it can be expensive to the device in terms of processing power, in terms of battery requirements. So if it can find location information cheaper by using Wi-Fi networks, for example, then it would prefer to do that. So just a lot less resource intensive than using GPS all the time.
In order to capture the highest level of location data, the most accurate in an application such as Waze, if somebody's using Waze and then turns it off, does it still continue to capture that highest level of accuracy?
Typically not. It may do for a short time as it's still kind of working through a backlog. But fundamentally, if there's no application open that's trying to use location services, then the location information that's being requested and recorded is far more sporadic. It's typically back.
Yes, but there are some apps. You need to go check all of your apps. Go into your settings, go check all of your apps and make sure that location services are either on or off, or when using app, etc. for your preference, because it can be changed for every single app. So like certain apps like Pokemon Go, you want the location on because you want all your steps, even when the app is closed, to count when you're hatching an egg. But like, do you want location data on for Facebook?
Background applications that may be requiring location data.
When you analyze John O'Keefe's phone, in addition to the location data,
Not his phone extraction.
did you also look into data known as health care data?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury how that works?
Yeah, so pretty much all iPhones for the last 10 years or so have Apple Health included. It monitors activity on the device, such as steps taken using various sensors inside the device, looking for motion, which appears to be walking. It monitors altitude, so it knows whether you've gone up a flight of stairs, for example. It uses that information in concert with the steps taken, so it knows the difference between going in an elevator versus walking a flight of stairs. And all that kind of information is available to you as a user to essentially see how far you walked each day and to monitor your own health.
When you look at healthcare data, you said it interprets it in different terms. One you used was steps. If I have an iPhone and I'm walking and it registers steps, can it tell what direction I went in?
No, it's purely just looking for motion of the gyroscopes, which appears to match the pattern that it expects of somebody who's walking. It doesn't know whether you're in a straight line, walking in zigzag circles, just number of steps.
What if I had my iPhone and I was moving the iPhone, but my feet weren't moving? Would it register?
It could register some, but typically it's relatively good at picking the difference between actually walking or throwing the phone around or shaking it.
The healthcare data, does it store with date and time?
So there's 2 locations that health data is stored. Primarily a database called healthdb_secure, And that aggregates the information into periods of time. So you may have a 10-minute period where it says 100 steps were taken. It could be that the 100 steps were taken in the first 2 minutes, and then virtually nothing was done for 8 minutes there. But there's another database called Cache Encrypted C, which is more granular. It's where the information is written originally prior to it being aggregated and moved into the bigger health database.
You also mentioned that the healthcare data has a term known as steps.
Yeah.
If the
I would love for him to stop saying healthcare data. I would love. It is difficult to cheat the steps in Pikmin Blue. Yes. How long has it been going on? I would love him to stop saying healthcare data, because this is not healthcare data. This is Apple Health data, not healthcare data. Healthcare data is something completely different. Completely different. And he needs to stop doing that to the jury, because the jury's going to sit there and be like, oh, but we have their healthcare data. No, you have the Apple Health data from one expert. We will have the defense
registers of
expert.
steps, would that
disagree.
necessarily mean that a person was walking up or down steps?
Sorry, we're talking about steps taken or flights climbed?
I'm sorry, flights climbed.
A flight climbed, according to...
He loved that. He loved correcting him. He was like, I'm sorry, are you talking about steps taken or flights climbed? Yeah, I know. You're wrong, I'm right.
Apple is essentially an incline of 3 meters over 16 steps taken. So it wouldn't really matter whether it was walking up a flight of stairs, walking up a steep inclined hill, on an escalator, something like that. If there is movement that appears to be walking and...
Pause. Also, sorry. Back to Pikmin. I haven't played in a while, but I still get the daily, like, it looks like it's gray outside. You might want to bring an umbrella. Like their little morning alerts. I love it.
An incline of 3 meters, then that would be considered a flight climb event.
Is there any other ways that the phone could register flights climbed, but the person's not actually walking up or down stairs?
So I did test this a few months ago, driving in my vehicle. I was able to, if I just...
A few months ago? Not a year and a few months ago? Not 18 months ago? Just a few months ago? So this was tested in between the first trial and this trial?
Put a phone on my dock as I'm driving around, nothing was recorded. But I found that if I was actually holding the phone while driving at the same time, then the natural suspension of the vehicle plus the movement of my arm would be considered enough to be steps. And if that motion happened while I was driving up a hill, it would also result in a flight climb event. And the testing that I did consistently resulted in, I think it was 9 flights of stairs climbed while I was driving up the same hill multiple times.
In your studies, what elevation change would have to be present if you were in a car with a phone and it would register healthcare data as steps? Is there a certain level of elevation that would trigger that?
It's not healthcare data.
Again, it's just a 3 meter incline is required.
Did you say 3 meter?
3 meter.
The healthcare data, in addition to being able to give a range of time of movement and defining generally terms, whether it's
probably have a lot of
or
gifts to
stairs,
send.
is there any
I missed
other
a bunch of
information about healthcare data that is important in your analysis of this case?
Sorry, can you just repeat that, please?
Yeah, what a terrible question.
The healthcare data.
Even
shared-
though I was talking over your question, Brennan, that was still an awful question.
Tells us there's movement.
Yes.
And it may come in the term steps. You also shared that the healthcare data can show elevation. That can come in the term flights.
Yes.
Is there any other information about the healthcare data you looked at? Did you look at it across a wide range in this case?
No, it was just the steps and the flight climb that I was interested in.
What is the time period you looked at the healthcare data for in this case?
Between midnight and 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m.
At midnight on January 29,
29th.
2022 till about 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And before we get to any presentations, did you see movement on that phone relative to healthcare data at different points through the night?
I did, yes.
Did you identify those different times in your report?
I did.
You created a PowerPoint for Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Are those time points and movements, are they indicated in the PowerPoint as well?
They are, yes.
So you had, with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you looked at location data, you looked at healthcare data. Is there any other data you found important in your analysis to try to track the movements or non-movements of the phone of Don O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I've also looked at battery temperature information and at a feature called Doppler, which is monitoring for Face ID.
Tell us
This
a little bit about the battery
is what I'm
temperature. Is it the battery temperature of the phone or part of the phone?
There's a battery temperature sensor built inside the phone within the battery, and it's essentially always checking for battery overheats or battery cooldowns to the point where performance will be affected and the device needs to power off to save itself being damaged. So that temperature information isn't recording ambient temperature. It's not interested in the temperature in the room, for example. It's purely interested in the battery temperature. But it is affected by ambient temperature. And I, again, did lots of testing by putting the phone into controlled temperature environments, so inside a freezer for a set amount of time, to monitor how the battery temperature would decrease over time, given the environment it was in. Bringing it back into a warm environment and testing how long it takes to increase. Putting the device outside. I live in Calgary, where it's pretty cold in winter. So putting it outside, it was like 40 Fahrenheit, I think it calculates to. And the temperature of the environment.
Okay, I'm interested, but the little tiny teensy weensy itty bitty baby scientist in me says 40 Fahrenheit is nowhere near blizzard. Nowhere near blizzard. Like nowhere near like 18-inch accumulation overnight. Blizzard.
And had a big impact on the battery temperature that was recorded by the device.
But
were you
it
able
can
to track
give us an idea.
the changes in battery temperature for Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone over the course of the evening from after 12 on January 29, 2022 through after 7, 8 in the morning?
Yes, there wasn't a massive number of records, but there were records that I've included in my report.
In addition to
I gotta
those three
start playing
areas,
Pikmin again.
when a person uses
They
an
are cute
iPhone
little
and
guys.
presses the buttons, or they hold it and they try to open it by recognizing their face, what is that process called?
The Face ID would be the process for the unlocking, and then the locking, pressing the button on the side would lock the device.
Stretches.
When an iPhone is being used, does it act or operate differently when it's out in the open or if it's in your pocket or under something?
Yes, so this is the Doppler function that I found within a feature called Unified Logs. Essentially, whenever the device receives a phone call or when you pick up the device, an iPhone X or above is trying to find a face to use to unlock the device. If the camera is blocked, a record is made to say that it's within a pocket state. So if my phone's in my pocket, when somebody calls me, it tries to look for a face, it immediately recognizes that the camera's blocked, and it records pocket state. As soon as I take the phone out of my pocket or unblock the camera, it records a pocket state cleared event. So we know when the camera was covered up versus when it was uncovered, if at the time it was receiving a phone call or was being picked up.
Okay.
Does an iPhone always record whether or not the camera was blocked or hidden or covered at the time a call comes in?
No. For example, if the device is already unlocked, then it won't make a recording to say that it was within a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. And if the device isn't blocked at all, so if I have the device on a desk in front of me, for example, and a call comes in, there'll be no record that says that it's in a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. It will only record a pocket state event if the camera's blocked, and it will only record a pocket state cleared event if the camera was blocked and now isn't.
So if I have my iPhone and I put it inside my jacket in the darkness and I get 30 calls, would all of those calls result in a reading of pocket state?
They'd all result in multiple readings of pocket state. The pocket state check is conducted more than once a second. I can't remember the exact number, but it's very frequent. And an average phone call from the start of the ring to when the device essentially hangs up, somewhere in the region of 500 checks. So if you had 10 phone calls, then you'll have 5,000 checks made that would all report pocket state.
Did you analyze John O'Keefe's phone on the evening, early morning hours through the next morning on January 29, 2022?
No.
In an
He
attempt to
analyzed his phone's
identify
extraction.
where he was, what he was doing, and whether his phone was inside or outside?
That was my goal, yes.
And did you engage in that analysis, sir?
I did.
And in your efforts, did you write a report?
I did.
Did you write multiple reports on these separate issues?
I did.
And
He's
those
like, yeah,
reports
and
were provided to
blogs.
everybody?
Yes.
In addition to the reports that you generated
blogs.
from your study, did you present or did you prepare?
He's like, oh yeah, this was a big deal because I wrote blogs on this case. I sent emails to people in different countries who were interested in this case. I had conversations about this. Yeah. I wrote a ton of shit about this. Yeah. This man was writing blogs. Like,
Prepare a
it's just so
PowerPoint.
funny.
I did.
Does the PowerPoint outline
love
some of those points?
It does.
At the end of the PowerPoint, you go through a timeline accumulating many of these pieces of evidence together that show them in a chronological sequence.
I do.
Does that help capture the movement or non-movement of John O'Keefe's phone through that night?
I believe it does.
Or may I approach?
Yes.
You wanna me approach?
I'm showing you a binder, sir. Could you look at it? Let me know if you recognize it.
Regarding John's phone.
And does it include some of the subject areas we just spoke about?
It does.
I move to introduce. Turn to Exhibit 39. I'd like you to walk us through John O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th,
Okay.
2022.
Yes.
Thank you. So I start the presentation with location data. As I mentioned earlier, this comes from the cache.sqlite database, which is considered the most reliable location, or the most reliable file for location data on an iOS device. Stores information whenever location information is requested.
Yes.
That could be through user interaction with the device.
Yes, he was here last year. He testified in the first trial, and it was not as smooth in any way, shape, or form. It was not as smooth, and we're also getting so much more from him. Is it the accent that makes me think, wow, this guy is hella smart? Yes, I think Americans are just sort of it's the stereotype of like, oh, British people sound really smart, and I think he's got like a mixture of British, Scottish, and Canadian all happening inside of him now because he's been in Canada for a while. So yeah, he's got a great accent and he sounds very smart and he knows exactly what he's doing. Will we have another expert witness from the defense that completely disagrees and will show us why through technology as well? Sure. I'm here for the sculpt. Scottish accents are really nice. They are really nice. Yeah. So, I mean, this is, there's so much in this case. It's down to, it's down to the battle of the experts, essentially.
Device using
for
something like
this
Waze.
topic.
It could be background activity, just depending on what applications the user has open.
We did not get the location, like the in-depth location data, the battery temperature, the health, all the health, Apple Health data. We got some. I think we're going to get a bunch more in a way that will be way more useful to the Commonwealth.
Is open, what settings the user has chosen. Is constantly trying to find its location and recording it in this database, partly for the purposes of identifying frequent locations. At 12 minutes and 5 seconds after midnight, the device shows multiple location points at Washington Street around Forge Pond. What I tried to show here, there's a kind of a gold dot in the middle, which would show the actual latitude, longitude information. And then the circle around it is what's considered the accuracy radius. The smaller the accuracy radius, obviously the more accurate the information is believed to be according to the device. But ultimately, if the device is anywhere within that circle, then iOS would consider it correct. It considers it an accurate record.
Mr. Whiffen, why are there multiple circles of location data for one point where Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was?
So this wasn't a single point in time. This was multiple records at around 12 minutes and 5 seconds. No application was actually in use at this time requesting location information. But the device, for whatever reason, recorded multiple records with various degrees of accuracy. Typically, you would see accuracy start quite low and get better over time, which you may have seen on your own device when you open up the map application, and it may show your device close to where you are, but not perfectly where you are, and then wait a few seconds, and that information gets refined. Essentially, this is the same thing.
So low accuracy would be a wider circle, and higher accuracy would be a smaller circle?
Correct.
At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is not utilizing Waze on his phone?
Correct.
But location data is still being stored randomly on the phone from multiple different sources?
It is, yeah. Depends on the device itself.
In the top left-hand corner, it says 12:05. That's the time that this snapshot?
Yes.
Yes, Brennan, that's
And
the
below,
time.
And below it's obviously the date?
Yes.
Okay, could you take us ahead, please?
There were multiple records between that last time and what's shown on screen now at 19 minutes and 33 seconds. But all of the records were sporadic and low accuracy with values of 1,000 meters or more. But around this time, around 19 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, is when Waze was actually brought on screen. Waze starts to ask for high accuracy data, so we see the accuracy immediately start to improve. So again, we see relatively low accuracy data to begin, and then over the next few seconds, it begins to refine itself until it gets down to a 5-meter accuracy records as the device continues up here. We'll highlight that there's a cluster of records here as the device came to either a slow or a stop. Momentarily, multiple records were created, and then the device continued driving up Denham Street.
Mr. Whiffen, below the time, 12/19/33, in the date, talks about the average accuracy.
Yes.
And that's in meters?
That's in meters. So again, the records that are shown at the bottom here are around 55 meters. The records shown at the top are around 5 meters.
Is it typical in Waze that once it locks in, the range is around 5 meters?
Typically, yes. That would be the goal.
You also mentioned the average speed. Where do you learn the speed from? Where does that data come from?
The database, the Cache SQLite database also calculates the average speed between 2 data points, and also the bearing or the direction of travel between those 2 points. So the average speed that's shown here on the left is approximately the average of all of the records that's shown on this map at the time. And each of these map points has a directional arrow that points in the direction that the database recorded the device was traveling in.
When you look at this information generated because of the usage of Waze, and you can see both the accuracy and the speed, with the Waze information at its most accurate, can you actually tell whether the vehicle is moving or whether it stops?
Yeah, based on the speed and the location and the timestamps, you can determine whether the device is moving or stopped.
Thank you.
Also important to, I think, point out here, in terms of knowing how reliable this location information is.
I mean, he also showed the cluster of data points that were like at the same exact spot as either a red light or a stop sign when the car was no longer in a forward movement. So it was, it wasn't moving, so it was stopped.
I typically look at something along the lines of, does the location think it's accurate? In this case, 5 meters. So yes. Does it make sense? Like, it's on the road, it's on the correct side of the road. So again, it kind of makes sense. It fits the pattern of the road. The cadence and the speed are what you would expect for this road, like traveling at 20 to 30 miles an hour up here seems quite reasonable. So all of these factors taken together increase my confidence that this would be reliable location data. Moving to the next slide, between 20 minutes and 19 seconds and 21 minutes and 58 seconds after midnight, the device starts on the left side, on the right side at Denham Street, drives up and turns left onto Maplecroft Road. Again, we see that all of these location points match the pattern of the road layout. They all have a consistent cadence, a consistent speed, traveling at between 10 and 20 miles an hour. And we see a cluster of records here, which is around a stop sign. So again, it indicates how reliable the data is because the location, the location data that's recorded recognize the vehicle slow, come to a stop, and then continue after the stop sign.
Is Maplecroft Road in Canton?
Yes. At the end of Maplecroft Road, the device turned left onto Oakdale Road and continued heading down there. Between the hours of 21 minutes and 59 seconds and 22 minutes and 53 seconds, the device continues down Oakdale Road. Again, all of these location points show with 5 meter accuracy. They show a consistent cadence, consistent pattern to the road. And again, we see a cluster where we see the device come to a slow or a stop for a stop sign. The device ultimately turns right onto Cedar Crest Avenue, I believe, and continue down there between 22 minutes and 54 seconds and 23 minutes and 57 seconds. Again, as I've said before, all of these points, 5 meter accurate, they all conform to the road. Cadence is good. And again, we see a cluster on approach to a stop sign. The device shows that it overshot Fairview Road and continued turning up Cedar Crest, but came to a stop somewhere between 50 and 51. And at 23 minutes and 58 seconds, the device appears to have turned around, so potentially a 3-point turn, in order to head back down Cedar Crest Road and turn right onto Fairview Road. Again, accuracy 5 meters, good cadence, good conformity to the road, all appears to be reliable and makes sense, traveling at an average of 20 miles an hour.
And that road coming down at the bottom of the screen where John O'Keefe's phone travels, that's Fairview Road?
This is Fairview Road here, yes. The next
This is
few
really
slides
helpful.
replay that same data, but instead of showing multiple points on one graph or on one map, it's going to show one location point per slide. So at 24 minutes and 20 seconds, we see the device is already on Fairview Road, accuracy of 5 meters, traveling at 14.8 meters and heading south. 24 minutes and 21 seconds is now at 16.2 meters, but it's still highly accurate information. 24 minutes and 22 seconds, traveling at 18.3 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 23 seconds, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 24 seconds after midnight, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 25 seconds, traveling at 16.6. 24 minutes and 26 seconds, traveling at 17. 24 minutes, 27 seconds, traveling at 15.9 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes, 28 seconds, traveling at 14.5 miles an hour, at which point it's approximately outside number 34, around the driveway area. 24 minutes and 29 seconds, traveling at 12.1 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 30 seconds, traveling at 11.5.
We're tightening it down for a reason. We'll get there.
24 minutes and 31 seconds, traveling at 10.4. 24 minutes and 32 seconds, traveling at 8.9. 24 minutes and 33 seconds, traveling at 7. 24 minutes, 34 seconds, traveling at 5.2. And 24 minutes and 35 seconds, traveling at 3.5. 24 minutes and 36 seconds, traveling at 3.2 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes and 37 seconds, traveling at 1.4 miles an hour. Finally, the device comes to a complete stop at 24 minutes and 38 seconds. I'll say from the testing that I've done related to the speed, it may not be 100% accurate, but it's a very good indicator of the speed in general. So if it says it was traveling at 10 miles an hour, it would have been traveling at somewhere between 9.5 and 10.5 on average.
Mr. Whiffen, you just showed us the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone around 12:24 to 12:24:38 on January 29, 2022, and you said at 12:24:38 it came to a complete.
Waze is very good and very accurate location information. Interesting.
Stop.
Yes.
Before that complete stop, was the car continuously moving at some speed?
Yes, this is the first record that shows 0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second. Prior to this, there was always a record that showed some level of speed.
If you look at number 34 on that chalk, if you can highlight it, please.
So what we just saw was him showing the speed decrease as they were approaching 32 Fairview, and it was highlighting the speed accuracy of each time the ping was sent from the phone to Waze to the phone to GPS, on that chat. So that was demonstrating the accuracy, because they're then going to use this accuracy to pinpoint John O'Keefe's phone location when it was moving, I believe, when it was like hit and when it was laying there, to pinpoint just how accurate it was and is. And if Waze was still sort of using the phone when allegedly John O'Keefe was hit by the car or something like that, or if it was still using the car's GPS because it was still attached to it or something like that, something of that sort that they're going to get into. So they are just proving to the jury that Waze has a very accurate location GPS locator, phone data server. It holds that information really well and it shows that information really well. So that's what they're up to.
If the driveway were at the right side, the top side of the house,
yes.
Does your studies indicate that the vehicle, or at least the phone, traveled past the driveway before it stopped?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Did this car or the phone that was in the car
Stop
ever stop at the
asking
driveway
leading
of that address?
question.
No, according to the location and the speed data from the device, by the time it was approximately the driveway, the phone reports it was still traveling at around 15.9 miles an hour.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that address?
I have.
You have or have not?
I have.
Have. And in that address, do you see on the far left corner of that address, the yard, there's a flagpole?
Yes.
Where this car stops, so this phone stops at 12:24:33, how close is the phone to that flagpole?
I believe very close.
And
Okay,
do you ever
do we have a
see the
measurement?
car or the phone stop anywhere near that driveway?
No.
Please continue.
Between 24 minutes and 39 seconds and 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there were a cluster of more records, all showing 5-meter accuracy, but no movement. Although the center point does move around a little bit, you could interpret this as movement, but because all of the radiuses or radii overlap, there's also a good chance that there's no movement that actually occurred here. This is just the device as it's trying to refine its location. At 25 minutes and 30 seconds, we see a relatively significant change where the accuracy drops to 34 meters.
Oh.
We do see
Go back to the
a course or a bearing that
goddamn
shows that the
PowerPoint.
device reported it was heading west. But again, this accuracy radius includes the previous locations anyway. So it's difficult to differentiate between actual movement based on this location data or just on the fact that the accuracy reduced, the center point shifted because of the accuracy change, and therefore a bearing was attributed to it when it shouldn't have been.
If I could ask you
Go
some
to the
questions
PowerPoint.
about the chalk on that indicates 25 minutes, 30 seconds, so 12:25:30. The circles become larger.
Correct.
Is Waze still being used, or has Waze been stopped?
No, Waze has been closed at this point for about 40 or 50 seconds.
For how long, sir?
About 40 or 50 seconds.
This location data, or this circle, the perimeter, that's not coming from the Waze application anymore?
No, the location data never came from the Waze application. Waze was requesting location data. iOS is responding to that request, and as part of that response, would write the information to its database. Waze itself records very little location data.
So when you look at that
Okay. Wait.
circle, based
So
on
what he
location
just
data
said is the
alone,
location data that he has is not directly from Waze. It is the location data stored on the phone that Waze basically gave to the phone. So like Waze, because Waze was using location data, the iOS, the phone, stored that information as well.
phone, could the phone be
And it was
anywhere
like,
within
this
that
is the
circle?
phone's location data. Waze, you can use this information.
Correct.
There is a bullet pinpoint center of that circle?
Yes.
That center of the circle doesn't necessarily mean that the phone is at that exact location, does it?
It doesn't know. The center point is purely an indication of where you need to draw the center in order to draw the radius. If we didn't have a center point, how would you know where to draw this circle?
And so the phone could be anywhere in that circle, close to 34, inside 34, 32.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Could the phone be anywhere in that circle?
It could.
Could it be at the center point?
It could.
Could it be still in the car?
It could.
Continue, please.
Between 25 minutes and 31 seconds and 25 minutes and 36 seconds, there's an additional cluster of location data ranging between 61-meter accuracy and 17-meter accuracy. All of them roughly centered on the same point, approximately, and all of the accuracy radius covers the same area. Like there's so much overlap in these records that the device is essentially anywhere within the smaller circle. Between 27 minutes and 35 seconds and 38 minutes and 15 seconds, there was approximately 50 low accuracy records. Again, the device wasn't being used to ask for location data. This is completely passive and resulting in some pretty poor location data. I've highlighted with the red arrow where the 34 Fairview Road is. And we can see, although a lot of these location data do overlap with that point, there are location information here that doesn't. At 38 minutes and 16 seconds, the accuracy improves again, is now 18 meters accurate, but continues to show approximately the same location that we saw 10 or 15 minutes earlier, around the flagpole area. 38 minutes and 17 seconds, same general area, slightly higher accuracy information down to 14 meters. 38 minutes and 18 seconds, accuracy increased to 12 meters, shifted slightly. Now the flagpole area is essentially at the lower side of this circle. Obviously, the top side of the circle now includes a part of 34 Fairview.
If the location information is indicated by the circle and the circle has shifted, does that mean necessarily the phone has moved?
Not necessarily. Typically, you could assume it has, but when we're already talking about accuracies of 12, 13, 14 meters, it starts to become a little bit harder to determine how accurate this data is. So at this point in time, it could be anywhere within this circle, and the movement of the center point could just be the result of refinement of the device or environmental conditions that suddenly change. If the weather changes, it could cause the device to slightly miscalculate or to calculate differently.
Would a
And whether it was
snowstorm or a
changing.
blizzard potentially impact the precision of location information that's not precise like Waze?
It definitely has the potential to, yes.
How about a phone being covered? Could that affect it?
That could also affect it, yes.
If somebody was lying on a phone, could that affect it?
That could affect it.
Could being in a building affect it?
It could.
Thank you.
We've done that one at 38 minutes and 20 seconds. Again, refining information more. We've got an 8 meter accurate radius, still focusing primarily on the front yard towards the left side. And then accuracy of 7 meters at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, again showing that same general area. Between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes and 29 seconds, accuracy fairly drops off again, and we see some fairly wild records that don't cover the area at all. But we also see some more accurate records showing, again, where the red arrow points at Fairview Road. Those records are highlighted here, just between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes, 29 seconds, only showing records of 25 meter accuracy or better. And again, it's kind of focusing on that flagpole area. Between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., only looking at location information, which is 25 meters accurate or better. Again, it kind of focuses around the front yard area, although some of these accuracies are still rather large and could put the device inside 34 on the opposite side of the street, towards 32. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., fairly similar story. Again, most of these points are centered around that same location at the front yard. Similarly, between 3 and 4 a.m., between 4 and 5, between 5 and 6. And in fact, if I take all of the location data between 25 minutes after midnight until 6 a.m., only looking at the records that report 10 meter accuracy or better, then typically they all focus around that same location at the front of the yard, nearish to where the flagpole can be found.
I'd like to ask you some questions about this photograph. There's a red circle with a bunch of red dots in the middle.
Yes.
Would those red dots indicate the center of some location that was captured at a particular point over that night?
Yes. So each of those center dots is the center of a 10 meter accurate or better location record. I chose to.
But what needs to be said is this is the phone data. This is not John O'Keefe data. This is John O'Keefe's phone data. This does not mean that John O'Keefe was also there. Most likely, if you find my phone, I'm probably within a foot away. But there are very much times when my phone is at home and I am somewhere else. So take that into account as well. Just because phone data is here, it is not biological. Here is where John has to be.
Chose to not show the
two things can be true
accuracy radius circle on this image, just purely because it makes it hard to see when you've got all these intersecting lines. But ultimately, if you were to draw a 10 meter radius around all of these points, they would all fall within the large red circle that's shown.
So this photograph was meant to take readings from the most accurate of the data throughout the night?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask it again differently, please.
Was
doesn't
the
know how.
circle
He's
did
like,
it
I don't
include
know.
low frequency data?
No, this circle only includes 10 meter accuracy or better.
You just said that.
The fact that
Just
the
said
center dots are in different spots, is that inconsistent with a phone being in the same place, not moving that entire night?
It could indicate movement. It could indicate refinement.
Is it impossible to tell?
It's impossible to tell at this level of detail anyway.
Are all of these dots given the range, 10 meters?
Right. And now, and one thing about me, if I ever get stolen, you go and find me. Yes, that I think I'm familiar with that case. That type of data is very intriguing because it's on the physical body. When the heart stops beating, you're wearing an Apple Watch, there's going to be a notification. I mean, hell, some Apple Watches will call 911 when that happens for you. So like there's things, yeah, there's some wild things. John was not wearing an Apple Watch. So when it comes down to where his phone is, we still have that window of, but where's John? What during all of this?
Meters are under, are all these dots and all these readings of the high frequency data that you compiled for that night, are they all consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Now, if this was information of John's Apple Watch, I would be in a different, I would put myself in a different, I would be thinking differently. I'd be thinking differently. But like, what if he just tripped and fell and like didn't realize that his phone fell out of his pocket?
Phone being near the flagpole and not moving that night.
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
All right, this might be a good spot. Are you ready to move on to the next area, or you have any more questions about
Now would
this?
be a fine time, Your Honor.
All right, folks, why don't we take our morning break, 15, 20 minutes? We can see that there for 15.
Thank you.
Judge, please let me know what's going on this evening.
Okay, so court is going on a break. And wait, they start a break. I drop my phone in toilets consistently. Oh my God. 2:15 and they come back. Well, that's a 15-minute break. Oh, that's a very long break. That's a very long break. You expected the courtroom to be nicer? Roasted. You expected the courtroom to be nicer? Well, I mean, it's not terrible. It's small. It's small, but just like CF McCarthy's, it's small. It's a small place. It's a small courtroom. Everyone is super freaking close. And I hate this courtroom.
Mr. Whiffen, before we go into the next subject area, I'd like to ask you about the location data.
Okay.
Based on your review of the location data,
So
do you have an opinion whether the location data
So it looks
throughout
like
the evening is consistent with
4:03.
John
We're
O'Keefe's
at
cell
2.
phone being
Okay.
near the flagpole?
So we have about an hour left. So how's Karen doing? Karen looks like she's doing okay. She's staying. I think she's well. So we're seeing her less. So far, this is a day 5, but we're seeing her less because when we were last trial, the way that the way that it was, there were moments where we were where they panned down to Karen. Where was that? Right here. So they panned down to Karen here, right? Now, it was going last year back and forth. Pan to K-pop. They were panning back and forth between witness and attorneys last trial, and where the attorneys were standing and talking and all mic'd up was very near Karen, and so there was a lot of Karen face. There's a lot of panning to Karen. I think that was told to, hey, let's keep it to the witness. Let's keep it to whatever's on screen. You could do a quick little check-in onto Karen, whatnot, but let's get off of Karen so much. There was a lot on Karen. There was a lot of camera time on Karen Reed last trial. I don't know if that's a decision made by the court or a decision made by the camera person themselves. I don't know. I don't know if the lack of Karen on camera is a biased decision made by the camera person because of her faces. She'd been making faces, right? But decision or not, that is, the jury can still see her.
I believe it is, yes.
I asked you whether you had an opinion, whether it was consistent with. I didn't ask you if you had an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. Are there other things that you looked at that you will consider in addition to the location data to have a more certain opinion?
There is.
And is the next thing that you considered Apple healthcare data?
It's the Apple Health data, yes.
We asked about it, or I asked you about it earlier on. But
He just corrected you. It's Apple Health data, not Apple Health Care. We do not have health care through Apple. Well, employees might, but I don't know anything about that. Apple employees might. Do Apple employees have Apple Health Care? Oh my God. Could you imagine if Apple goes into the hospital business? Oh God. What emergency do you want to go to? Albany Med or Apple Med? Ah!
but I just want to talk about it a little bit before you show us and present to us the data that you've compiled for us. Is Apple Health data different than when you have like an Apple Watch?
No, it's the same Apple Health data recording on the phone or the watch. The only difference is the sensors being used to do that monitoring. So if you're just using the phone, obviously you're only using the sensors in the phone. It's limited to steps walked and to altitude climbed. If you're wearing a watch, it can also do those things, but it can also add things like blood pressure monitoring and things like that.
Does Apple Health data require an internet connection?
It doesn't, no.
So it's all self-survives on the phone itself?
It is.
So without having an internet connection, it will still store the data?
Correct.
If I have an iPhone, is it storing health data even if I didn't ask for it to do so?
Yes. Unless you actively turn the feature off, it will by default try to track movement.
That's a good question.
Is it something that is hidden that I wouldn't see unless I look for it?
No, there's an application for Apple Health, and then the settings are quite obvious in the settings screen.
Apple Health data tracks movement of the phone?
Correct.
When you were considering the Apple Health data in this case, did you begin looking for the Apple Health data before
maybe?
Mr. O'Keefe's
Sausage
phone
and
began
peppers?
approaching Fairview Road?
Yeah, I started again at around midnight and
Little
looked at the
mustard?
health data up until 6:30 a.m. on the 29th.
Little hot
The different
sausage,
points
maybe?
when you track Apple Health data,
Sausage.
is
Oh,
that helpful
how many times can I
even
say
if you're only
sausage?
trying to isolate a certain point in time?
It can be, yes.
Does it help determine whether or not it was working properly? If it was,
It can determine whether it's working properly.
Oops, sorry.
It can determine an average kind of walking speed, for example, of a person, the average gait that the person may walk with, if that was important.
if a person has an iPhone and they're moving and it registers Apple Health data, and then they stop moving, and the healthcare data doesn't register because there's no movement,
Gross.
would the Apple Health data resume movement even if somebody else picks up the phone?
It would. The phone itself doesn't care who's carrying it. It just looks for movement.
So it doesn't identify the owner in order to register movement?
Correct.
Your Honor. Does it identify the owner in order to register movement?
Question.
It doesn't, no.
Could you turn to the next part of the data analysis that you did?
Yes.
Please.
So the two sources that I got the Apple Health data from were a database called healthdb_secure.sqlite. This, as I said earlier, is the typical database that's used to store long-term information about the health activity that's been recorded. So this database can have years worth of steps taken, flights climbed, and any other kind of health data that's been recorded. The downside to that is that the information is aggregated. So you see chunks of time and multiple activities can happen within those chunks of time. The cache encrypted C.SQLite database is much more temporary, but is much more granular. So we can see exact times that flights were climbed, for example, or at least you can see the exact time that the flight climb was recorded to the device. And then that information is aggregated into the larger chunk of time. So again, we might see within the cache encrypted C individual flight climb events that occurred, for example, 30 seconds apart. But by the time that information is written to the HealthDB Secure, you're now looking at a 10-minute time period with 3 flight climb events, as opposed to 3 individual flight climb events with individual timestamps. Typically, that source is not used because the data is not stored there for very long. The information I found on John's phone was essentially these 5 records. So between 11 minutes and 9 seconds and 21 minutes and 5 seconds, there were 170 steps recorded by the device.
Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to stop at each one and ask you some questions. At the time period between 12/11/09, 12/21/05, you don't have any independent information where John O'Keefe or his cell phone were, do you?
The location data that I showed to begin with on Washington Street was around 12 minutes after midnight. So the presumption is that's where the location was at that time. And then 21 minutes and 5 seconds, the device had already started using Waze. It was already driving along Denham Street or had turned onto Maplecroft.
What time did you say that Waze was initiated?
It was approximately 19 minutes and 30 seconds-ish.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Again, we see at
so
21 minutes and 10 seconds until 24 minutes and 22.
So yeah, so it's not 12 21 and 24 or 10 seconds. It's, the very first 12. We haven't even finished the hour, not even at hour 1 yet. So it's like 12 a.m. Yeah, it's military time. So it's the full 24/7 time. That's just how these folks be working.
22 seconds, there are 80 steps recorded. And again, if you compare this to the location data, we know that the device was in a vehicle at this time. Between 22 minutes and 14 seconds and 24 minutes and 37 seconds, we have 3 flight climb events that are aggregated into that time period. And again, the location data shows that the device was traveling in a vehicle at that time.
Mr. Whiffen, you had showed us a slide of 2437 on January 29, 2022 in your PowerPoint presentation, noting at that time, 12/24/37, the phone in the car was still traveling at 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct. This is about a second before it came to a stop.
Can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that period of 12/22/14 to 12/24/37, Mr. O'Keefe, or at least Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was still in that car?
Yes, the location data shows it was in the car at the time. And my next few slides will demonstrate why that was still recording a flight climb event while it was in a vehicle.
Thank you.
At 31 minutes and 56 seconds until 32 minutes and 16 seconds, there were 36 steps recorded. And then there was no further health activity recorded on the device for several hours until 4 minutes after 6 a.m. When 432 steps were recorded between the time of 6:04 and 6:11.
Let me ask you about that 12/31/56 to 12/32/16 time period. We can see larger ranges in the time period range. That is a smaller range comparatively.
Yes.
Okay. At 12/31/56, is that the beginning of the 36 steps?
Essentially, yeah, it takes the timestamps from the cache encrypted C, looks at when the first step occurred, looks at when the last step occurred, and aggregates the times based on that.
So 12/32/16 would be the last steps taken for that cell phone.
Correct.
And in between that time period, there's 36 steps. You shared earlier that it doesn't indicate the direction of the steps. Other than the movement that equates to
Sorry, I was
steps.
getting all that down. I had to take a screenshot of
what
it and
direction,
stuff.
the positioning, how the phone was moving.
It can't, no. It's just purely registered what it thinks are 36 steps.
Could it have been a straight line?
It could have been a straight
Could
line.
it have been somebody pacing?
It could have been.
Could it have been somebody moving and jumping?
Yes. Jumping, if they were jumping forward, essentially.
After 12/32/16, when this phone took its last steps, it never moved again?
Objection, Your Honor.
Form of the question is sustained.
After 12/32/16, when this phone took its last steps, did it move again until 6:04:01 a.m.?
There were no more steps or flight climb or any other health activity recorded during that time.
Do you know what triggered movement at 6:04:01 a.m. of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Movement.
I presume that the device was moving at that time, but I don't know the details of who.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'll strike it.
Please continue.
Yep. Regarding the flight climb events, looking at the cache encrypted C database.
She's like, well, I've been watching the trial, so I know that Carrie Roberts picked the phone up after John O'Keefe's body was taken into the ambulance. He can't say that. He's not going to say that. He can't say that. He's just like, I don't know. It moved. That's the data. The data says it moved, so it must have moved.
I was able to find more granular, accurate timestamps for these records. And I showed those timestamps on this map at the position that the device was, according to the location data at the time.
So you're going back to earlier in the evening now, 12/22/14.
Correct.
To 12/24/37.
He's doing exactly what you asked him 2 questions earlier.
So we have the first record
So you just couldn't wait.
22:17, a flight climb event was recorded. I've highlighted that was a red line, and that equates to the red line that shows underneath the timestamp where the
And to
location.
be fair, he is allowed to watch the trial. He is an expert, so he can watch the trial, but he can't sit there and testify and answer questions based on what he's seen throughout the trial, because he can't be like, oh yeah, no, Jen testified this and this and this. See, that's the he can't do that, but he can watch the trial. Especially he can watch other experts.
Was where the device was at that
Actually,
time.
I take that back. She might have made a ruling that they can't. I'm not too sure. I might be completely lying to you. Normally, in a normal situation, in a normal case, in a normal trial, experts can watch the trial. Experts can watch other experts. They don't have to watch the trial. They can if they want to. But that was up for debate, literally argument. Cannone, Cannone. That was up for so I don't know if she allowed it or not. I don't know why she wouldn't, but I don't know. That
The
might
second
that was a
record
thing.
is 22 minutes and
Cannoli.
32
Damn it.
seconds, showed with the green line, which shows over here. And then finally, 24 minutes and 37 seconds after midnight,
Beverly.
shows with an orange line
Cannoli.
down here outside 34 Fairview. I'd like to point out that health activity events are recorded upon the event completion. The device doesn't know that you're about to walk up some stairs. It doesn't know that you're halfway up some stairs. It has to wait until you've reached the top in order to detect that an altitude change has occurred. So that change only gets written to the database once the flight climb has ended. I tested approximately 8 different phones, different models, different versions of iOS, and found that on average, there was a time difference between 15 and 50 seconds between when I physically stopped walking up a flight of stairs and when the record was made. So it's just based on the time that the device takes to pull the altitude, detect that an altitude difference has occurred, and then write the data to the database. So I took that average data between 15 and 50 seconds and plotted it onto this graph, which also plots the altitude of the device over time. So the red line here shows the time according to the cache encrypted C database where the first flight climb event was recorded at 22 minutes and 17 seconds. Working back 15 seconds from that to say that with the gap that I know exists between the flight climb ending and when the record's recorded, the flight climb event is presumed to have occurred within this red gradient area. The altitude information on the device shows that between those times, the altitude increased from around 41 meters to around 45 meters. You may recall earlier I said that it's a 3-meter incline that Apple considers a flight climb event. Therefore, the incline that occurred within this red gradient is sufficient to trip a flight climb event. When we look at the second record at 22 minutes and 32 seconds, this is shown on this chart as a green line. And again, working back 15 seconds and beyond to allow for the tolerance, we see the green gradient area. This shows an altitude change of around 45 meters to 48 meters. Again, that would be sufficient for a flight climb event to be recorded because we have 3-meter incline change. We then don't see an incline change for a while. All we see is the device going downhill until we get the record right at the end there at 24 minutes and 37 seconds. And again, working back around 15 seconds to the orange gradient, we see an increase from around 25 to 28, 29 meters. Again, that would be sufficient to cause a flight climb event to be recorded.
I'd like to ask you.
Sorry, I'll go back.
Continue, and then I'll ask you, please.
Okay. I then compared that information to a topology website from the area, according to a topology website data, and plotted that out here. We see the red circle now.
I was just going to say it needs to be compared to the travel. You know, what is the incline of the roads? Are there hills? Are they in a mountainous area? Give me
It
that
is related to the first flight climb, the green circle to the second flight climb, and the orange circle to the third flight climb. The gradients that we see here are the same gradients that were shown on the previous graph. So the presumption is that within this red gradient is where the flight climb event occurred. Within the green gradient here is where the second flight climb event occurred. And within the orange gradient here is where the third flight climb event occurred. The white circles show the altitude of that particular location according to the topology website. So again, we see that for the red gradient, there's an increase from 43 to 47 meters. Between the green gradient and the green number 2, again, we're going from around 47 to 50 meters. And then with the orange gradient at the bottom, we've gone from around 26 to 28 meters. So fairly consistent with the data that was recorded on the device in terms of altitude information. And I would suggest is the reason that these flight climb events occurred.
Mr. Whiffen, there's 3 different times. The first is 12/22/17. At that time, was the Waze data app initiated?
It was.
And did that indicate whether or not Mr. O'Keefe or his phone were traveling in a car at that time?
Appeared to still be traveling in a car.
At 12/22/32, was the Waze data?
The mountains of Massachusetts. I don't know. I mean, I know that the Cape ain't very mountainous, but there are dunes.
Initiated and active?
It was, yes.
And at that time, does the data indicate that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was in a vehicle and moving?
It does.
And you showed us a slide finally from 12/24/37 that the vehicle was still moving 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct.
And was the Waze data initiated and active at that time, 12/24/37?
If I remember correctly, Waze had closed about 5 or 10 seconds earlier.
Now, based on your study of the Waze information, the location information, the topography, and the healthcare data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether the indication on the healthcare data reflecting flights of stairs, do you have an opinion whether or not that was registered as a result of a person holding a phone, walking upstairs, or for some other reason?
Based on the location data, the health data, and the research that I did and the testing, I believe it is more likely that the device was in a vehicle traveling on a road going up an incline versus the location data being incorrect and the person being walking up physical stairs.
Thank you. You can continue, please.
Okay. So I'll address the idea of 3 clocks, which I believe was brought up previously.
Let me interrupt.
Sorry.
Why don't we just explain to the jury how clocks work in an iPhone?
That is kind of covered in the next slide anyway.
Okay.
Maybe worth just jumping ahead to that slide.
I love him. We stand within. He's like, okay, but like, do I need to do it twice? Because it is in the next slide. So can we just show him the slide? Because I don't want to do this twice.
Explain the idea of 3 clocks.
Yes. Essentially, there is one clock on an iPhone. It's the clock that you see. It's shown in the top corner, and all activity is related to that particular time. So when you receive a text message, the time that's shown in the database is related to the time that you can see on the phone. When you do health activity, it's related to the time that you see in the top corner of the phone.
And by how does a clock work? I want to know how the motors work. I want to know how do clocks work without the batteries? The ones that go dong, dong, the ones that swing. How does that work? I want to know how clock works. I want to know how show me clocks. Show me your
everything
clocks.
is related to that time. The difference is within the current PowerLog databases. It's a subset of files stored on iOS devices. They use what's called a monotonic clock, but it's not a clock that can actually be trusted to see when events occurred. It's the way that the device records time. It's essentially a counter that's just counting seconds since the device was reset, basically. And I'm sure most people can recall a time where you would set a clock on a digital device, come back to it 3 or 4 months later, and the clock's now not quite as accurate as it was when you left it. Time starts to drift. It might drift forward and be faster. It might drift slower and be further behind. That essentially happens with the monotonic clock as well. So you have to take the values that the monotonic clock provides and add or subtract different values, which are essentially offsets, in order to get the accurate time. And that's what I'll be displaying in this slide here.
I hate that so much work goes into
The confusion with the idea of 3 clocks, I believe, comes from the way that Magnet Axiom product displays PowerLog data. They show a monotonic date and time, a baseband date and time, and a display date and time within the PowerLog records. As an examiner, it's really good to see this data and understand how the tool is determining these values. As an examiner, it would be really bad to look at these values and think that they are accurate timestamps at face value, because they aren't. And I'll start to talk through how this information works. So the other thing that Axiom shows, as well as the monotonic baseband and display times, is they show the location where this information came from. In this case, we have 2 tables. One is called PL Springboard Agent Event Forward S block. And that is what this table is here. And you can see we've got an ID number, a timestamp, and a value of locked. But we also show a second table that's involved called PL Storage Operator Event Forward Time Offset. And that's this table at the bottom here. So again, we see there's an ID, a timestamp, baseband, kernel, and system values. These values all need to be read together in order to make sense of the data. So for example, if I take the timestamp that's shown here, the 1643 33687 number, if you treat that as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, it's what we call a Unix epoch. That will get you the timestamp of 29th of January 2022 at midnight, 21 minutes and 27 seconds, once you account for the UTC -5 offset. And you'll see that that is the same timestamp that Axiom shows here as the monotonic time, 12:21:27. What we need to then do is take that monotonic time and add it to the baseband value that we see in the time offset table. So now we have a value of 1643 368.7.14954, and we add -183 point whatever this number is here to get this value. If we treat this value as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, then we get a time of 18 minutes and 23 seconds past midnight on January 29th, which is also the time that we show here as the baseband time. Finally, we can take the monotonic time and add the -181 seconds shown in the system to get this value, which equates to 18 minutes and 25 seconds past midnight on the 29th of January, which is the same as the display time up here. So
I know there's a couple of jurors that are sitting there like, what? because it's so it's so the way the process goes is so interesting. Like you may know nothing about any of this, but you now are being TED talked every day. Just TED talk, in-depth TED talk every day. And it's just like, the fuck are we talking about? What do you mean? There's so many numbers. Yeah. I mean, there's so many numbers. And we have the privilege to fast forward, to rewind, to zoom in. Well, I can't really zoom in, but you know what I'm saying. We have, and the jurors are just like someone's just their brain is just like, okay, well, I gotta poop and I can't wait to get out of here. And then tonight, what am I gonna have for dinner? And blah 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 blah. Oh, I have to catch up on The Last of Us. Da, da, da. Like just gone, just out. Just out. Someone's asleep. Someone is asleep. And not that this is boring stuff, but it's just. It's just not it's not Jen McCabe screaming at Alan Jackson catching, sorry, I had a text message.
So all this is
and I
essentially
lost
doing
my
is
train
saying
of
that the
thought.
counter that is built into the iPhone is registered at the time of that we see in the top, the monotonic time. This is not necessarily the time that the event happened. You have to offset it with this value here in order to get the actual time that this happened. My own personal phone, when I was doing this testing, the time difference between monotonic time and when something actually happened was over 2 weeks. There was a massive difference because my phone has been drifting so far since I originally bought and set up that phone. And again, when I was testing this, I can turn the flashlight on, turn the flashlight off. Both of those activities are recorded in the power log database. If I just look at the monotonic time, it's off by over 2 weeks. If I do this process to calculate the correct offset, it shows exactly when I turned that flashlight on and when I turned that flashlight off. The calculation is imperative. Without the calculation, these timestamps are irrelevant. And all Axiom is doing here is they're showing you the values that they use in order to calculate the final value. It doesn't mean that you can take the monotonic timestamp and read anything into it. It's completely irrelevant on its own.
Is it necessary to understand this process in order to ensure the integrity of the time that you're offering to the jury so you understand whether it's accurate or not?
It would be if we were discussing power log data. Power log data only really encompasses things like battery level, the time and date that it's plugged in, button presses, camera usage, things like that. It doesn't count for location data. It doesn't count for Apple Health data. They both work on the system time. And they both work on the same system time. So they're always going to be aligned.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of time?
But I do have to say we are listening to this in 1.35 speed also. So imagine not having that.
Scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the location data times and the
And then
accuracy
the
of the
lights
health
go
data
down,
times
it
that you
gets
shared with us.
dark.
They'd be consistent with each other.
Stop. But when the lights go down, it gets dark. I'm such an idiot. Then the lights get dark. And you're like, I'm just hearing the accent, and then Brennan chiming in. And it's like the lights are off and the sun isn't shining in your eyeballs, and there's the accent talking to you, and there's so many numbers, and you've been doing this, and it's Monday, and everything, and you're sleepy, you just want to go to sleep. I would not be able to make it through this. And this isn't even
So
that
to
bad.
summarize that, there's only really one clock that's in use on an iPhone for recording. The only
And
difference.
at this point, they are looking at the only thing that these jurors are looking at is the clock, because they know they have a half day and they are about to get out of here, right? So it's showing like 4:03, 4 hours and 3 seconds. They're out. We're at 3 hours and 13 seconds.
For instance, the
They're out.
monotonic time, which is how power
Half
logs
day.
record information, but you need to
would
offset
like
the
this
times
man
to
to
figure out
analyze
when
my
that
data.
activity actually happened.
Get
And that you only
out.
have to offset those times for power log data, not for health, not for location, not for messages or photographs or any other activity like that, purely power log data.
Purely. Nope.
Is there another subject that you looked at, that you analyzed in order to reach a conclusion about the time and location of John O'Keefe's cell phone over the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, the next one is battery temperature.
Can you explain
Fair.
a little bit of background on this before you start?
Yes.
Slides?
This is
So again,
all
we have
I want.
a temperature sensor built in within the phone, monitoring for if the battery temperature increases too high and becomes a danger, or if the temperature gets too low and becomes an issue. So it constantly monitors the temperature of the battery and records that information in the Knowledge C database.
Did you look into the battery temperatures from before midnight and after midnight and do an analysis regarding the temperatures of that cell phone battery?
I did, yes. Throughout the evening of the 28th of January and then the morning of the 29th.
Mr. Whiffen, that's going to be hard to read. Is there any way you can enlarge it?
Apparently not.
No.
There we go.
That was cute. He's like, oh, apparently not like that.
So on the evening of the 28th, see an average temperature of around mid 80 degree Fahrenheit. I've got no understanding of where the device was at this time, whether it was in a pocket on a surface, whether it was in use or not. But I just wanted to get an average idea of temperatures of the device. By 13 minutes after midnight, we're still at 82 Fahrenheit. At 22 minutes after midnight, we know from the location data that the device was currently in a car, and we see the temperature has dropped to 77 Fahrenheit. By 37 minutes after midnight, we now know the device is already at Fairview. It's been at Fairview for approximately 12 minutes, and the temperature has continued to drop. It's now 72 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffen, if I can interrupt you. At 12:37, when the temperature drops to 72 degrees, is that before or after the healthcare data stops for that evening?
That's after.
Thank you.
45 minutes past, the temperature's dropped to 66 Fahrenheit. At 53 minutes past, it's dropped to 61 Fahrenheit. At 7 minutes after 1, it's dropped to 55 Fahrenheit. At 1:36, it's dropped to 50. And then we have a large gap in the data, with the next record being made at 6 minutes after 6 a.m., when the temperature is 43 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffen.
Why would that happen?
If a phone has any protection or coverage, well, let me ask it this way. Do you know what, if anything, happened around 6:02, 6:03 to trigger that 6-degree drop in temperature?
I don't know accurately, no.
Okay. And then you're now at 6:14 and it's 37 degrees?
Yeah, you're correct. This is the coldest temperature recorded.
Do you know what, if anything, happened to that phone at 6:15:01?
I don't know.
Okay, please continue.
And then as of that point in time, from 6:35, we start to see an increase in temperature to 43 Fahrenheit. At 6:40, it's up to 50 Fahrenheit. At 6:48, up to 55 Fahrenheit. And at 6:56, up to 61 Fahrenheit. And then also plotted this out onto a graph just for visualization. Again, we can see on the evening of the 28th, the temperature is relatively consistent. It starts to drop as we know the phone is traveling in a car.
I really
And by the
do.
time it arrives at Fairview, we only see it drop until 1:36 a.m. We see a relatively modest drop over the next few hours, but no records recorded. We see the final
Why
drop
was
at
it not
6:14,
reporting?
and then we see an increase. But there are no increases occur prior to 6:14 that would suggest that the phone went from a cold environment to a warm environment or had extensive usage.
Between 1:36 a.m. and 6:06 a.m., is there any indication at any time that that battery temperature went up?
No, there's no records related to battery temperature at all for that time.
Why?
Thank you. Is there another area
Why?
that you looked at for your conclusions in this case?
Yes, I was looking at device usage.
What is device usage?
Information about when the user unlocks the phone, what applications they're using, what they're using the device for, and when they lock the phone again.
Would device usage require an actual person to interact with the phone, or can it happen without user interaction?
Everything that I was looking at was related to physical interaction and manipulation of the device by a user.
Please continue.
So the three sources of data that I used for this were Knowledge C, a database I mentioned earlier that logs lots of different activity, including device unlocks, device locks, applications that are on screen. The current power log, which I mentioned, which can track button presses. So specifically when the lock button is pressed and the times that I display have been offset appropriately. And unified logs, which is essentially a list of almost everything that's happening on that phone for a short amount of time. But it would be used, for example, if you had a problem with your device, took it back to Apple because it was crashing all the time, let's say, they could look at the unified logs and figure out, well, what's causing these crashes to occur. So really granular. We see that at 12 minutes and 52 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using biometric Face ID. The SMS application is on screen for about 5 seconds before it's closed. and then the user presses the lock button at the side of the device to lock the phone. At 13 minutes and 54 seconds, biometric Face ID is used again, and the SMS application is opened. And at 14 minutes and 29 seconds, the lock button is pressed again, causing the device to lock. 15 minutes and 46 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen because that's the application that was on screen when the device was locked. And the device is locked again at 16:03. At 17 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked again using Face ID. The SMS application is still on screen from before. And at 18 minutes and 12 seconds, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock. At 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 18:31, the SMS application is closed. At 18:34, the phone application is opened by the user actively pressing on the phone icon on the home screen. At 18:36, they're now in a call, and this causes a different screen on the phone. And at 19:23, that phone call ends. At 19:29, the Waze application is opened by the user pressing on the icon on the home screen. And that's open for approximately 5 minutes, closing at 24 minutes and 26 seconds. 2 seconds later, at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, the device is locked by the user pressing the lock button on the side of the phone. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is opened using the icon on the home screen. And at 25 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user to lock the device.
Okay.
At 27 minutes and 45 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS
I have a
application
question.
is already on screen.
What state is your phone in when an alert comes through and it wakes up your phone, but it's still locked? Like you can see the time, you can look down, see the time, see the alert, but your phone is locked. But it's doing something. Like it's showing you an alert. I want to know what that is. Can I have the
Screen.
information?
And at 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the device is locked using the lock button. 29 minutes and 52 seconds, device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 29 minutes and 53 seconds, the lock button is pressed to lock the device. 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous use. And at 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user.
You're a mess.
And that is the final interaction
Analyzing
with the
Chatty
device. It's
too
the
hard, he has an
final
answer.
unlock of the device using Face ID, and it's the final logged button press on the device as well to lock the device.
So the final interaction with John O'Keefe's cell phone that night?
Correct, up until 6:15 a.m.
And 12:32:09 was the last time before the phone moved again the next morning?
Correct.
Is there one more area
Always.
that you engaged in analyzing to help reach your conclusions in this case?
There is. During my time looking at the unified logs that were mentioned, I found a record that appeared like it could be interesting that was called Doppler. This was
Doppler.
the pocket state that I think I mentioned earlier, and it detects when the user takes the phone out of the pocket or at least removes the item that's blocking the camera.
Right.
There were hundreds of thousands of records within the unified logs that I was able to filter down to just the Doppler records and to filter and aggregate down into a more digestible number, which is what's shown here. So
Let's
again, whenever
digest,
the
y'all.
device receives a phone call or whenever the device is picked up in a particular way, the camera activates and it actively looks for a face. If it finds that the camera's blocked, it records the fact that it's in a pocket state. And it will continue to record pocket state until either the obstruction is removed, so the device has been removed from a pocket, or until whatever is calling for the Doppler check to be completed. So for example, if I make a phone call, it will continue to check and look for a face up until the phone call ends, or the ringing ends. So in this case, at 12 minutes and 37 seconds, see a small amount of time where 4 Doppler checks were conducted. And that ended at 12 minutes 37 seconds with a pocket state cleared event. At 12 minutes and 39 seconds, there was a 7.5 second period where 108 Doppler checks were conducted. Again, that ended with a pocket state cleared event at 12 minutes and 46 seconds. At 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there was a single Doppler check that resulted in a pocket state. And at 29 minutes and 37 seconds, for 5.5 seconds roughly, there were 97 Doppler checks. The 97th check resulted in a pocket state cleared event at 29 minutes and 42 seconds. At 31 minutes and 52 seconds past midnight, there was an 11-second period where 155 Doppler checks were made. The 155th Doppler check resulted in a pocket cleared event at 32 minutes and 3 seconds. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds was the start of a 5-hour and 20-minute period where 26,500 Doppler checks were conducted. Every one of those checks came back to say that it was in a pocket state. There was never a pocket state cleared event during that time.
And I want to clarify, when he says pocket state, it just means the camera, the Face ID camera, is blocked. So how can the Face ID camera be blocked? It could literally be in a pocket. In a pocket. It could just be covered, right? You just cover the camera, right? It could be maybe upside down on a hard surface, like a table or a book or the ground. It's just clear. It's not finding a face. Pocket state. The camera is blocked.
Time.
Pocket state.
At 2 minutes after 6 a.m. And 41 seconds, there was a 12-minute period and 20 second where 417 Doppler checks were conducted. The 417th Doppler check showed a pocket state cleared event at 6:15:01.
Mr. Whiffen,
The
as a result of
snow
your analysis of
recovered
John
as
Oakey's
well.
cell phone, considering the location data, including Waze data, and considering the healthcare data, the pocket state information, the battery temperature, did you have an opportunity to create a timeline, putting all of these different important pieces of data together so you could show them to the jury in chronological order?
I did, yes.
Would you share with us now your timeline and explain it for us?
Of course. So again, this combines all of the information from the previous
Bro's out here making
slides,
all the timelines.
just showing it all within a timelined view. So at 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. We see the SMS application is in use. For around 11 seconds, a phone call is made from John to Jennifer McCabe.
Oh,
A phone call lasts
interesting.
36 seconds, starting at 18 minutes and 47 seconds. That call ends at 19 minutes and 23 seconds, and the mobile phone application is closed at 19 minutes and 24 seconds.
So this is what we talked about earlier. He's like, I have all of this information, but I also made it so all of the information that this information is all in one. So location, phone, text, location, phone, those types of things. So it's all in a timeline.
19 minutes and 29 seconds, the Waze application is loaded on screen. And at 20 minutes and 49 seconds, which is what this location on the side relates to, we see an incoming message from Brian Higgins saying, "You coming here?" At 22 minutes and 14 seconds, this is the start of the 3 flight climb events as the device is driving along Oakdale Road, I believe that one is. At 24 minutes and 26 seconds is when the Waze application is closed and the device is locked via the lock button at 24 minutes and 28 seconds. At 24 minutes and 37 seconds, the three flight climb events comes to an end. And at 24 minutes and 38 seconds is the first record that shows a speed of 0 meters per second. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the message, "You coming here," is read at 25 minutes and 8 seconds after midnight. At 25 minutes and 9 seconds after midnight, the device is locked using the lock button. At 27 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, a text message is received from Jen McCabe saying, "Here." At 27 minutes and 45 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the "Here" message that was just received is read at 27 minutes and 48 seconds. At 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user, causing the device to lock. At 29 minutes and 37 seconds, we start to get some Doppler checks, and at 29 minutes and 42 seconds, the pocket state cleared event is written. At 29 minutes and 44 seconds, there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. This is answered and lasts for 7 seconds, ending at 29 minutes and 51 seconds. At 29 minutes and 52 seconds, the device is unlocked, and a second later, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock again. 31 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight, a message is received again from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Pull behind me." And at 31 minutes and 52 seconds, the Doppler check records a pocket state. At 31 minutes and 56 seconds, we start the health event that shows 36 steps were taken. And at 32 minutes and 3 seconds, there's a pocket state cleared event. At 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device unlocks with Face ID. And again, I'll point out that makes perfect sense if the Doppler state clears, because it's no longer within a pocket, and then it unlocks a second later. That makes sense with the logic that's been identified. At 32 minutes and 5 seconds, messages applications on screen, and the message "Pull behind me" is read 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the messages application is closed, and the device is locked for the last time. At 32 minutes and 16 seconds, the 36-step health event is ending. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds, we have the first of the 26,500 Doppler state records that all record pocket state. This is followed by several phone calls at 33 minutes and 35 seconds, 34 minutes and 9 seconds, 34 minutes and 38 seconds, 35 minutes and 9 seconds, 35 minutes and 35 seconds, and 36 minutes and 9 seconds. All calls from Karen. Call were all unanswered, and all resulted in pocket state being detected by Doppler. At 36 minutes and 9 seconds, and again at 36 minutes and 40 seconds, 2 more phone calls received from Karen, again showing unanswered calls and resulting in pocket state being recorded by Doppler function. 37 minutes past midnight, battery temperature has dropped to 72 Fahrenheit. And at 37 minutes and 8 seconds, a further phone call, again unanswered, again resulting in a pocket state recorded by Doppler. 37 minutes and 31 seconds, a 3-second voicemail received from Karen. And at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, another incoming call. And at 38 minutes and 26 seconds, another incoming call, both unanswered, both resulting in Doppler pocket state being detected by Doppler. And I've also showed some of the locations that were recorded at around this time by the device. 40 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Jennifer McCabe saying, hello, this is the first iMessage or SMS message received by the device, which is unread. This is followed up 2 minutes later, 42 minutes and 9 seconds, by another message from Jennifer McCabe saying, where are you? And at 42 minutes and 35 seconds, there's a 40-second voicemail received from Karen. 43 minutes past midnight, the battery temperature has now dropped to 66 degrees Fahrenheit. At 45 minutes and 53 seconds, another incoming message from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. And again, we can see location data at 53 minutes and 7 seconds, placing the device on the front yard somewhere kind of around the flagpole area. 55 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Karen stating, I'm going home. 55 minutes and 50 seconds, a follow-up message saying, see you later. Another location data, this is the location that's shown bottom left. And at 2 minutes past 1 a.m., another message from Karen saying, your kids are cooking alone.
Not the misspelling and him saying tucking, like, you know, it was
based on your
that word, but
analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone.
good on him. That's what the text
Keeping in
said.
mind some of the data points you shared with us, that wave was initiated around 12:19. That the car reached the flagpole around 12:24:37. That the only health data during that later time there, 12:30, was from 12:31:56 to 12:32:16. That the last interaction was at 12:32:09, followed by an overnight pocket state, an increased reduction.
Objection, Your Honor.
So I need to hear the question first.
Including a increased reduction in the battery temperature. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that after that phone stopped in the car at the flagpole area of 34 Fairview,
He's not a
whether or
doctor.
not that cell phone
He's not-
remained near the flagpole the entire night until after 6 a.m. the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The location data that shows accurate tends to show around the flagpole area. There's no further health data other than 36 steps that were taken that suggest that it moved after 32 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight. The battery temperature data never indicates that the device went from a cold environment to a warm environment, which I would expect to see if the device went inside a building. And the Doppler state information suggests that the camera was blocked for at least the majority of the 5-hour period, with no records showing that the camera was unblocked during that time, which would typically happen if you were to pick a camera up and move it around.
Does that lead you to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Whether that phone remained in the flagpole area from around 12,
Objection, Your Honor.
24, 33,
So-
until the next morning at 6 a.m. or after?
That's
The
my opinion.
objection's sustained. Ask the question in a different form.
Do you have an opinion where John O'Keefe's cell phone was from around 12:24:33 on the evening of January 29, 2022, through at least 6 a.m. and after that morning?
Yes, based on the totality of all of the information that we've described, my opinion is that the device never moved far away from the flagpole.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Lessing?
May we approach, Your Honor, please?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
She's like, jurors, feel free to, stretch your legs, stretch those legs, jurors, because we're boot scooting and boogieing. And this is one of the moments that we've all been waiting for. Alessi finally cross-examining an expert witness. And he's like, I need a moment to set up because I have 43,000 pieces of paper. The amount of tabs, I would have a panic attack.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, pursuant to a stipulation with the prosecution, I would like to mark and enter into evidence 3 documents. These are each portions of a March 2025 report prepared by Mr. Whiffen. The first one.
So yes, they can come into evidence. They can come into evidence. There's a stipulation. So we can mark it as the next exhibit.
If we can, that's page 29 for the next exhibit. Separately, please.
So what happened there was her saying shush, 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 shush to Alessi. It's stipulation. We get it. They can come in. I don't need you to explain. Please don't get going. Save it for the cross.
Next exhibit will be pages 77 and 78 of the same report.
Why it is what it is. Because he loves speaking, and he's really good at it.
The third and last is page 43 and page 44.
Okay, all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, all set.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whiffen. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Cell phone data, when correct and when correctly analyzed, can help tell a story of what may have happened under various circumstances, correct?
Correct.
And in cases like this, literally seconds on cell phone data can be significant, correct?
Correct.
What I'd like to do is to go back to your PowerPoint presentation and specifically go to the timeline that you had gone through with Mr. Brennan. And rather than repeating everything, there'll be select aspects of the timeline I'm going to reference. And with the court's permission, we will put the timeline back on that's already in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to know what the jurors think with Alessi after he's done with this cross-examination. I want to know what the jurors, if they're going to be like, oh, wow, he's so smart. or if they're going to be like, oh my God, he needs to shut up.
So what I'd like to do is,
because we're all like, oh my God, he's so
start
smart.
with page 70, which we have is 78 of the deck. If you could, Mr. Wolf, go to that. And what I'd like to do, if I could please, Mr. Whiffen, is draw your attention to the very last entry, which says at the bottom, location 122438. And it indicates description, first location record showing speed of 0. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And this is the arrival of John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next page, please. We have up at the top, 12:24:59, about 21 seconds later after arrival, we have device unlocked with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible for anyone other than John to unlock that device with Face ID?
If a secondary user was set up.
Do you have any indication that a second user was set up on John's mobile phone?
I never looked at that.
I'm sorry.
I never looked to see if a secondary user was set up.
In terms of the next entry, 12:25:08, it says, read message, you coming here? With 3 question marks. What I'd like to do, because you did not note who that was from, but I want to go back a few slides so we can identify who that message was from. We could go back to 76, please, Mr. Wolf.
Yes.
So in the last line there, message reading left to right 12:20:49, it says message received from someone listed in context as Brian Higgins. Do you see that?
Correct.
So if we could go back to slide 80, excuse me, if we could go back to slide 79, that phone reading the message, you coming here, is reading the message from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't note that in the timeline that was from Brian Higgins, correct?
No, I was just highlighting the fact that a message was read and that the contents of the message were you coming here.
Which you didn't note in this entry when it was read by John that message was from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now, the next entry, lock, again, I'm always going to be reading left to right unless otherwise indicated, sir, is a time of 12:25:09. And it says device locked with lock button.
Yes.
You see that, sir?
I do.
That requires human volitional conduct. In other words, someone has to actually manipulate their phone and hit it, right?
Correct.
Now, at this particular point, isn't it correct that in your report that you mentioned in your March 2025 report, that you had more of a description of what was happening at this time with the phone, namely device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Isn't that what you had in your report?
Yes, and that's covered in the location section of this report, the PowerPoint.
So there is no statement in this timeline under any type where you had concluded that at this time the record showed that the device was moving west from the roadside towards the house, correct?
The location latitude longitude was moving westerly, but at the same time the accuracy was increasing, so it didn't intrinsically prove that the device was moving.
My question, Mr. Whiffen, is straightforward in this sense, that I'm just looking for an answer of whether on this timeline you included the analysis that you had in your report that the device at this time was moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you include it in that time?
No, I left that out of the timeline.
Next entry, 27:33. That's 12:27:33. You note that there's a message received from Jen McCabe. Here, exclamation point, question mark. You see that, sir?
Correct.
Now, at this point, you have two people in just 2.5 minutes, Brian Higgins and Jen McCabe, trying to find out if John is coming to 34 Fairview. Is that a fair conclusion?
It appears so.
I'll allow it.
Is that a fair conclusion?
It would appear so, yes.
So just because of the colloquy that occurred, I want to repeat the question. Now you have, at this point, at 12:27:33, you have two people, Brian Higgins and Jennifer McCabe, in just 2.5 minutes, trying to find out if John or the phone is coming to, or if John is coming to 34 Fairview.
Yes. Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
Thank
Lesser.
you, Your Honor. Now, at this point, you have two people trying to find out if John is coming to 34 Fairview, correct? Okay.
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffen, in terms of the information at this stage, there are two communications with Mr. O'Keefe on this phone, and that is they're trying to find out, excuse me, I'll rephrase it. There are two communications, one from Jennifer McCabe and one from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next deck 80, please, Mr. Wolf. This is 12:20.
Yes. So, okay, so they're already there, right? Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, they're already at 34 Fairview. Let's see. So 12:20, 49 seconds a.m. You come in here, Brian Higgins. That was from Brian Higgins. At 12:27:33, Jen saying here. Before that, I think before the Brian, or before the here text from Jen, there was another text from Jen right before that. A couple minutes before like you hear or something like that. So they're all like they're all texting John, and by they're all, I mean Jen McCabe and Brian Higgins are texting John. Not Karen. They're not texting Karen. They're texting John. You coming here? Are you coming? Here. And then Jen is looking out the window, seeing a car pull behind me. Here, like, come in. Like, that's how I'm like, I know you're out there. What are you doing? Like, come inside.
2745, device unlocked
inside
with
that?
Face ID, correct?
Correct.
And then right under that is 122748. It says read message, which it says here. And is it correct that that is the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe?
Correct. I'd just like to point out, it says read message, not read message.
Read message, thank you. And that, the fact
Same
that
word.
Jen McCabe sent that message and that it was read was not indicated in your timeline at this point, correct?
Sorry, repeat that question.
Yes, you did not, it does not appear in that timeline that you've drafted that message that was read was from Jennifer McCabe, is
Correct.
it?
Correct.
Next entry, 2750, device locked with lock button. Next entry down that, 2937, Doppler pocket state. And I want to be clear. Does Doppler pocket state mean that someone takes an iPhone? Because up above, there's read messages we went through on 2748. So if somebody reads the message and then it goes at 2937 into Doppler pocket state, does that mean someone has, for example, put it in their pocket?
No.
What does it mean that's a pocket state?
So the only times that I was able to cause a pocket state to be recorded is when the camera was blocked and when the device received a phone call or was picked up in a particular way so that the device thinks that you're about to try to use it. If the camera is not blocked from the outset, then nothing's recorded at all. And in order to get the pocket state cleared, the camera must be blocked to begin with. So again, you have to receive a phone call with it in your pocket and remove it in order to get a pocket state cleared.
Thank you, because that helped me, because that's exactly where I was going with the next question, which is pocket state cleared. What did you conclude from 2937 to 2942 that it was in pocket state and then pocket state cleared?
There was some activity on the device that caused the pocket state to be checked. The device was in a pocket state up until 2942 when whatever was obstructing the camera was removed.
Next entry is a call.
I wonder if having alerts come through make the pocket state check happen. Like, you know, when you get an alert on your phone and it lights up your phone, is there a pocket state check to see like if there's a face around?
At 12:29:44. And
was
that
blocked or
you
not?
state is an incoming call from Jen McCabe. So there you do indicate the name. And you say answered 7 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Is the phone at this time that there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe that is answered out in front of 34 Fairview?
Yes, it would be according to the location data.
Right. So now we have at 12:29:44, the phone's out in front of 34 Fairview. There's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. It's answered. 7 seconds is how long the duration of the call was. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then 12:29:51, incoming call ends, and that's end of that 7-second duration.
Correct.
So you've concluded that this was a call that was indeed answered by the user of the phone, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to Mr. Wolf 81, which is starting up at the top of 12:31:47. There is, as you indicate, an iMessage received from someone with a contact named Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I do.
Can you just state for the jury what an iMessage is?
An iMessage is essentially a text message sent primarily from iPhone to iPhone via the Apple servers, not like an SMS message which goes through carriers.
And is it correct that the message that was received from Jen McCabe said, from a contact, Jen McCabe says, pull behind me?
Correct.
And then at 12:31:52, we're back to Doppler pocket state, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next entry, which is deck 82. It's under health type. And what I want to do is see if we can clarify. The Commonwealth on direct examination, and multiple times referred to this as healthcare data. Do you remember hearing that healthcare data term?
I do.
Thank you.
Is that a correct term? Is it
Thank
healthcare data
you.
or is it health data?
It's health
Thank
data.
you.
So
Apple
it's
Health
incorrect to
Data.
refer to this as
Thank
healthcare
you.
data, correct?
Thank
Healthcare data
you.
is encompassed within Apple Health, but primarily if we're talking about steps being taken, it would just be health data.
Right. So the correct parlance is health data,
Yes.
correct? Particularly when we're
Thank
getting to steps. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's important to be precise about the parlance.
Yes.
So in this entry 12,
Stop. He's so shady. He's so shady.
3156, you state that there's the start of health event, quote, 36 steps / 25 meters, correct?
Correct.
Is it accurate to say that because we're in the United States and we don't work on the metric system, that 25 meters is about 84 feet? Are you able to make that calculation?
It's approximately that, yeah.
Right. Would you accept approximately
That makes
84
sense.
feet? So as we discussed meters, we can go to feet and
Yes.
about
I
84.
would accept it approximately 3 times 25.
Right. So in your report of March 2025, isn't it correct that for this time, you stated that the device began moving?
I just want to reiterate, we are at 1.35 speed, and that is what a lessee sounds like at 1.35 speed.
For a period of 20 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So again, your
He takes his
conclusion
time
from your
when he
analysis
speaks.
is with
Purposefully.
these
Like he-
36 steps, the
on
device
purpose.
at this point began moving. Correct?
Vocabulary is so big.
Next
but it
entry.
takes longer to find to get all the right words.
123203.
Go back to the thing. I
Pocket
want to look
state
at the.
cleared, correct?
Correct.
So does that mean that there's some human activity going on, interaction with the
I wanna
phone,
look at the
or
chart.
not?
It could have been a received phone call. It could have been movement of the phone to be lifted.
But something has happened.
But something's
correct?
happened, yeah.
Next, 123204, device unlocked with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
We're almost
And
done.
then at
We have like 2 minutes left.
123205, it states application focused messages.
Yes.
Can you clarify what that means in terms of what is happening with the phone for the jury?
Yep. So at 32 minutes and 5 seconds, the messages application was in focus on screen. So it was the application that was being used by the user at that time.
Now, the next entry is message 123206, and it states red message, quote, pull behind me, close quote, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't indicate who that message is from in your timeline, but that's the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe at 12:31:47, correct?
Correct.
Next entry is application lock at 32.
Jen McCabe is woven through this entire case in every shape, way, and form. It's insane.
123209, and you've got here end application focus, and then you state device lock with lock button for the last time, correct?
Correct.
So that's again pressing the side button on the iPhone that locks it.
Correct.
And that requires human conduct, human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And then the next entry under health data at 12:32:16, that is 7 seconds after the lock. It's the end of the health event of 36 steps, 25 meters, and as we agreed, approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
So in terms of the steps, I want to turn to some further information with regard to your previous, the report that you mentioned on direct, which is the March 2025 report. Your Honor indicated a time for the break, and I'm going to go into a little bit of different area. Would you like me to keep
All
continuing?
right, Mr. Leslie. Folks, we'll stop. Turn the lights, please. Mr. Leslie, we need you back here in a moment.
Why is she so sassy to him? All right, Mr. Elsie. All right. Stop. He's doing a good thing.
Jurors, we're going to recess for the day.
Okay. And they break for the day. And I need to get this out of my ear because it's driving me absolutely crazy. They break for the day. And then they do a voir dire, which is no jury. testimony essentially of the ARCA witnesses who did the reconstruction, reconstruction um, of quite possibly maybe the car, the SUV, and John O'Keefe. And I heard that it got a little heated. So it might be something that we're interested in watching, but it is not in front of the jury. So this is just to see what's coming in, how it's going to be coming in. If anything needs to not be allowed to come in, now is the time that they are sort of rectifying some discovery issues. So this is what they're doing. So the jury leaves for the day, and the rest of the day they spend doing this voir dire, which is no jury, but it is still in court. So I'm going to probably watch that tonight, listen to that tonight, and see just how feisty, just how sassy, just how wild it gets. And if it's actually really good, we'll watch it on Thursday. We'll be back doing a full day of this on Thursday because that's the next day I have off. And we're kind of, I mean, we're only like a day behind essentially. Today was day 6 and we just finished day 5. So we're really not that far behind. Anywho, there's a lot of things in this, and when today started with, I don't know if it started with more voir dire or bringing back Mr. Whiffen, but I think it brought back Mr. Whiffen to start, and Alessi's not done. Alessi's not done. Other than that, this trial is getting crazy. This is getting information is happening. We are getting information. We are getting in a completely different way than we did in the first trial, which I'm really appreciating because the first trial hurt my brain, my soul, everything. But I'm almost I'm halfway through a notepad already, and my pen is almost out of ink. Like not, oh no, my pen's not writing. Like there's almost no more ink left in my pen, which I don't think I've ever finished a pen before. So I like this pen too. I'll have to bring it to Staples and get more. Okay, that's it. We're leaving. Goodbye. Go have a good rest of your night. We're getting a thunderstorm here, so I'm gonna skedaddle. I gotta skedaddle. I'm skedaddling. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna play my intro as my outro per usual because I don't know if I'm ever even gonna make one. I don't know. At this point, who knows? But I'll see you guys next time. Love ya. Bye.